such a confident leave, big stride, pretty sure of where his off stump was, and just showing that how important footwork is, and not only that, just how important leaving the ball outside the off stump is, especially as a top order batter. At times it's as valuable
capture,
as a forward defensive or even a straight that drive down the ground.
Yes, because if you misjudge the length or the movement, it could cost you your wicket.
Yep.
So it's something that especially opening batsmen are very much inclined to do. And we're watching Everett with the last ball of his over. And one is beaten by this delivery.
What an
Very
over.
good delivery. Went by the outside edge into the gloves of wicketkeeper Nurul Hassan. We'll have more from Marley Richards, a former Leeward Islands player. We'll talk about his record performance later on. And then it will be the voice of Vernon Springer.
Fabulous over there from Ebadat Hussain. He's really working up a bit of pace. He's actually pitching the ball in that corridor, as Jeff Boycott would say, and just creating that element of doubt. Nkrumah Bonner not sure what to play, what to leave, and he beat him at least 2 or 3 times in that over. But at least Nkrumah Bonner is still there. Good morning to you, Sir Vern. No, Vern. The Prime Minister SK.
You just like to have a good time, right? Are you a Golden State Warriors?
I'm definitely not a Golden State Warriors fan.
But you're a Boston Celtics?
I'm not a Boston Celtics fan.
No
I'm a LeBron James fan. I'm in the LeBron.
Are you a Golden
James
State
business.
Warriors fan? No basketball at all? Okay, well, Garfield might be back in the Golden State Warriors, so we don't know.
Congratulations to them. and to their pretty group.
97 for 2. We just have to switch a little bit. We're a sports station, so we got to bring everything to you. The West Indies toiling away here. Here is the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite. I'm just looking to turn this one. It's been on a long 162 balls. And overnight, last night I was in
SWB audio capture, not registered.
Trying to tell me he was supposed to just bat all day. I'm a different coach.
Yeah, man, you got bat all day. You got 5 days.
You got 5 days?
No rain forecast.
You don't know that?
No.
Climate change is different.
No rain forecast. we got a touch of the Sahara here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Very, very tropical.
Khalid in out the ball to Brathwaite, turning it, picking up his 43rd run into the mid-wicket area. Fielder coming around, looks like the captain, Shakib Al-Hassan.
But what I will say, though,
in fact, it's Tamin, sorry.
If you're over 30 and you're a fan of Manchester City or the Golden State Warriors, I watch you funny, suspiciously. That means, what have you been doing before? What sports were you watching? You're just a front runner. You only back winners.
Well, you see, even if you create a franchise tomorrow and you do well, everybody's going to follow you, Matty.
Yeah, but you see, the key point is if you're over the age of 30. Anyone under that, you back who you want.
Bonner is in strike. He's on 14. He turns this one into the onside, picks up an easy single. So the rotation of the strike so far has been excellent. You've got vast acres of land here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So the strike really should be turning over. So even if they're not getting the boundaries, they've been able to, the first 2 deliveries here, to just pick up a couple of singles off of Khalid's over.
Yep.
Brathwaite at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium has over 678 runs at an average of 48.43. You'd want to walk around with this ground anywhere. He's got 3 half centuries, 2 centuries. The last time he played against Bangladesh, he scored 121. He waits for Khalid, and he just turns this one, but can't beat the fielder at Squilleg, who's on the left of umpire Gaffney. Joel Wilson just quietly thinking in his thoughts to be able to just make sure that, he gets a little stretch and gets himself organized.
Can Khalid produce something?
SWB audio capture,
He certainly
not
can.
registered.
I like the look of him
You
so
like the
far.
look of him?
Yes, I do.
I'm a bit more impressed with Everett, to be honest.
You like Ebadat? All right. I want to go the opposite. Khalid in now to bowl to the West Indies captain. That's sort of Kepler. One thing about it that I found this morning, Mali, and just looking from downstairs in the media center area, is that when they have tried to hammer the ball, it is almost too pace, so it's really not come up where you could be able to get the player back for shot. It's sort of gone down and kept a little low.
It's almost one of those decks where you have to kiss the top of the wicket, like you say, hammering the ball into the deck. It just slows up.
I think
even that though at times can pose its challenges.
But I think the blue covers and the overnight moisture maybe might be the cause of that maybe for the first hour. I think once the sun hits it, the bounce will be a lot more truer.
Let's hope so. I was expecting to see probably a bit more pace here this morning.
99 for 2. Bradford getting a good Yorker delivery there from Khalid, and he had to come down on it. Over-completed. Some 54 overs bowled. The West Indies are 99 for 2. They trail by 4. And if you're listening to coverage on ABS, Platinum FM 97.9, we bring into you live ball-by-ball cricket coverage and throughout the entire region. This is the first test here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And first of 2, St. Lucia, look out. West Indies are coming. Bradford 43, Bonner 15.
And Khalid Ahmed there, just a little inconsistent in terms of his length. It's the length that's key on this wicket. Eberdot's actually showing the way Mustafiza. Yes, he's been economical.
Everything.
You do have helmets, but people have suffered fatalities even though they're wearing helmets. So
bring the data, Vinci. Don't go down that road with me, Vinci. Bring the data.
The young man died just recently, being hit at the back of his head, even though he had on a helmet.
Here comes Bonner, comes quietly forward, and Kenny can't score. Khalid delivery. Vinci.
The Australian young man. No, I am not. Hold on. I am a component of aggressive cricket. I'm just saying it is not cricket alone where they're seeking to protect players, because even in the NFL, they have the concussion. They're the ones who enacted the concussion protocols because of the injuries that players, long-term injuries that, or ailments that players are suffering. And in every sport, there are measures being designed to protect the players.
So that's why we cut out the bouncers. Over here is Bonner. Just more or less, Khalid is upset. There was not an effort between the keeper and the first slip. It was played with exquisite. He squared him up completely, and it bisected both the keeper and the first slip and raced down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. The thing about it is that neither of the fielders reacted as if they were surprised. Look at it, Vinci.
Right through the middle.
Yeah.
Right between both.
And they were still waiting what has just happened? Yeah. Shanto and the keeper, they can't believe it. But you see, this is what we were talking about, Vinci. The positioning of the first slip.
Yes. I think that guy is positioned more like a second slip more so than a first slip. And so he's not behind the keeper.
If you had first slip, you had first slip.
Yeah.
And I find that
he's basically in the same line as the keeper.
That is why you're going to have the same positioning that you have there, because that really should have been going straight down first slip's lap.
Yeah.
Here comes Khalid. He's very upset. 117 for 2. Bonner 26. Bonner comes quietly forward, picks up another single, his 27th run. And in the meantime, we have one more legal delivery left in the over. Seth Burton will continue that discussion with Vincy Boyne concerning fast bowling. And maybe lunchtime, I hope that Vincy's around, because I'm going to go set and look for some stats and find out how many persons got hit when we didn't have any helmets.
No, I'm not.
You know what I mean? When fast bowling was at its faces.
No, that's not the point here. Let's establish a fact. Several years ago, just a few years ago, Australian youngster.
Save your thought, Vincy. Here comes Khalid. He comes in now to bowl to Bradford. Bradford comes across, back on across, over completed. 58 overs bowl. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies 118 for 2. They lead by 15. Craig Bradford is 49. Bonner is 27. More comments from you, Vincy Boyne, and then I will be the voice of Seth Burton. This discussion and conversation will continue lunchtime.
Well, yes, West Indies, they're now putting themselves in a very comfortable position. Obviously, they're 10 runs ahead. And they have, I think, added roughly 25 runs so far this morning.
SWB audio capture
the batsmen
not
are looking quite
registered.
comfortable. Just one little chance there, half chance if you would call it that, in the last over there where the ball flew between the first slip and the wicket keeper, or at least the person who is supposed to be the first slip. But he's not really standing in what we would call the conventional first slip position, because had he been there, he would have realized that that ball would have been down his lap, if you want to call it that, or into his chest. But nonetheless, the batsmen are looking quite comfortable this morning.
Morning, Vincey. Good morning to listeners. And it's, in fact, they've added 25 so far for the morning. Last night, the West Indies went in on 95 for 2 with the captain, Craig Brathwaite, on 42, and Nkrumah Bonner, the man who is facing now, on 12. He will be facing Shakib, the Bangladeshi captain. He steers this one past the first slip. It's heading down to third man. They have gotten one. They're coming back for the second. Will they come for the third? No. They have settled on 2 runs there. So Bonner, who has been the most productive of the 2 batsmen so far for the morning, moves to 29. So he has added 17 runs, while his captain, Craig Brathwaite, has added 7 runs all morning. The West Indies, as Vincey would have noted, they have established a lead, and a lead of 17 runs. And with 8 wickets still in hand, they would look to pile on the pressure on the Bangladesh team. A good delivery from Shakib, the arm ball coming in. Bonner playing that one from leg to off. But you mentioned earlier about the slip placement, and that was evident since yesterday. The slip was standing exactly side by side of the wicket keeper. Here is Bonner coming forward to another delivery from Shakib. Shakib bowling with a forward short leg, a slip all close to the bat. There is a backward point, a cover, a short extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket. He comes in now. Bonner is well forward, stretches forward, and plays the ball with a straight bat. Also, Bonner would have had quite a few flashes against the fast bowlers. Outside the off stump, he would have missed a few, but here is he going back and steering nicely to the right of the slip fielder. He gets a single to take his personal score up to 30. The score moves to 121 for 2. But also, the replay also showed, television replay, that he did nick one going through to the wicket keeper, but nobody appealed. So, paying the attention that is required. This time he is, in fact, the captain gets his 50. Captain Craig Brathwaite, the man on strike, just moved inside the line and dabbed that one nicely past first slip to get a single to bring up his 50. And what a patient knock from the West Indies captain here on this occasion. It must be a good knock for him, solidly consolidating. But his 50 coming from 174 balls. He has stood there for 272 minutes and struck 5 fours, Vincey Boyan.
Yes, very patient knock by Craig Brathwaite, and you can see that he's determined to fight and have a long stay in the crease. The longer he stays, the better for the team, because he'll be compiling runs, and it means that he will also have partners with him with his knock, and it means that there will be more runs for the West Indies, as I believe they are seeking to only bat once in this game and hopefully push for 2 innings to 1 victory.
Well, that must be the plan. Here is Bonner, on the other hand, coming forward to a good delivery, and Nkrumah Bonner, he has been the man on target. We have seen Brathwaite hitting a few 4s yesterday, but this morning it has been more or less Nkrumah Bonner, the man who has been really guiding things along.
Quite fluid today also at times.
Yes, showing a very positive intent. This time he's at the non-striker's end. Craig Brathwaite faces, he gets one that is really standing up from Khalid. And he was basically standing straight
that one
and had to stab it down. It really came up.
Yeah, what I've noticed so far in the morning session is that the bowlers bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end have been getting a bit of bounce just from, what we call the back of a length area. They've been getting a bit of bounce and creating some concerns for the batsmen.
Yes, Craig Brathwaite, his 26th 50. He has 10 hundreds in Test cricket. Comes forward on this occasion. Back to Khalid. And no run. He has really done well. Coming into this game, he would have had 4,743 runs, averaging just under 34.12. With his 50, he has pushed that up to 7,093 runs, 26 50s, 10 hundreds, and he keeps batting for the West Indies. Gets a good one from Khalil, comes forward nicely and works the ball into the mid-wicket position. Fielder comes around and there is no run. But Craig Brathwaite is playing his style of cricket, and it is around him that the opportunity of the other batsmen to be aggressive, to be assertive if you want, or even to build your innings.
Right.
And no one can fault Craig Brathwaite for his style of play. Excellent batsman. Comes forward on this occasion, plays the ball from outside the crease. Khalil fields to his own bowling. Because when you look at it, there are times when he steps up to the plate and asserts himself. And I'm sure Desmond Haynes, the chairman of selectors, who himself is a former opening bat, would understand that more than anybody else, because he was opening with Gordon Greenwich.
And he was usually second fiddle to Gordon.
Precisely. Yet he was such an outstanding player.
He ended with a very outstanding record as a batsman.
Khalil comes in to Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite glances this one nicely, just forward of the square leg umpire. They have gotten one, they will get two, and that's all there will be. The ball being pulled up inside the boundary, and a good return, in fact, driving the wicket keeper up.
Just a quick observation. Well, the over is ended now, but they made an adjustment in the slip cordon where now you see the guy in the traditional first slip position and someone coming into the second slip position. But the other thing I was going to comment on, with that variable bounce or that extra bounce that they've been getting, that's one of the deliveries that caught the edge of Bonner's bat and flew through to the slips. And so now they are making that adjustment, hoping that they can probably reap some success out of those deliveries that are showing that uneven bounce or that sharp bounce coming out of that particular spot on the pitch.
And the question would be, why was it that way in the first place?
Yes.
You have good fast bowlers, Egbert Dot, these guys are hitting Khalil, they're hitting the spots well. It has to be set right from the beginning. But here is the captain. He has the answer, but Bonner comes forward and plays the ball back up on the onside, and there is no one. So these things must be done. The wicket keeper, between the wicket keeper and the first slip, that's what must be set from the word go, from the first ball, and we saw that was not the case. Here is Bonner coming forward. A better delivery from Shakib. This one pitched just about on middle, going to off, and Bonner stabs it back. So you can't wait until something has gone wrong to make the adjustment, because you'd always be behind. Good delivery from Shakib, pitched just about leg stump and turning away.
The question is, who commands the slip?
SWB audio
it has to be the wicket keeper.
Exactly.
It has to be the wicket keeper.
Exactly. And so he definitely should help to position the players.
Shakib to Bonner. Bonner drives a fluent drive between cover and extra cover. They will get 2 runs, and they have gotten them comfortably in the end, and Bonner keeps moving on. He moves up to 32, the score to 126 for 2. So the wicketkeeper has that responsibility. Yeah. However, if the wicketkeeper does not do it, the captain would have picked that up and would have made the adjustment. In fact,
and even the bowler also. But that shot by Bonner was very, very well placed, picking the gap of 3 different fielders.
This time, here is he coming forward to this delivery, content to be defensive. Good bowling on the part of Shakib. I thought for one that he could have been flighting it a bit more. He's a bit flat, perhaps still in the T20 vein. Trying to be defensive here, but this time Bonner works it, in fact steers it to the right of first slip, but the third man is short, and he could not have gotten a single. 26 for 2. The West Indies are really at this stage moving on quite well. They were overnight, as we mentioned, 95 for 2, and these two continuing to pile on the pressure on Bangladesh.
Yes, well, it took some time this morning to just play themselves and get started, and so since they have gotten started and played themselves, and you can see a little more fluency in their stroke play, a little more aggressive intent. I wouldn't say aggressive, positive intent to get runs on the board. And if they continue in this vein, what you would find is that before Bangladesh notices, they will have quite a good lead, and that in itself could put some undue pressure on the Bangladesh team.
Yes. So Khalil is looking to continue, and he is in search of his first wicket. He comes into Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite drives, lovely shot. 4 runs
SWP
between
audio
the cover
captured,
and
not
the man at
registered.
wide mid-off on the front foot, and it was all along the ground. And what a good exhibition of batsmanship from the West Indies captain. He moves to 56, and he will be happy with that.
He knew it was 4 from the time it left the bat. He didn't even step out of his crease looking for, running. He knew it was 4. It was very well executed. Just came forward and just used the timing. No big flourish, no big bat swing, just timing on that delivery and finding the gap, and it raced away to the boundary. 4 runs. Well played indeed.
Clearly, they're picking up the rate here. This partnership also building quite nicely. Here is Brathwaite, just rolling and strolling. This one was on the wicket, and he just turned the wrist on that one, played it into the short mid-wicket position, and immediately the two had an indication that they wanted a single, and they took that single with comfort. So we are seeing that one,
Right off
and
area in the pitch.
the bowler and the wicket keeper. In my view, even though the wicketkeeper did not move, first slip, it was pretty close to first slip.
To
and
his
he
left.
didn't even make an effort, and no excuse can be given to the wicketkeeper.
Maybe the slip thought there was a first slip.
Well, you have to be thinking. You have to be on the dot here. Here is Bonner facing up and doing quite well.
But you could see that delivery exploded out of that same area where they've been getting that extra bounce, and that is what caught Bonner by surprise, trying to fend it off, taking the top upper part of the bat, the edge of the upper part of the bat, flying through the slip cordon.
So Bonner also had the opportunity of a reprieve. We have seen the Bangladesh team with some relatively good fast bowling, lovely shot, but there is someone set nicely on the backward point boundary. But he got one short outside the off stump, and he went back in excellent fashion and slashed at it nicely. It was caught all along the ground, but you already see that Shakib is sort of on the defensive at this stage, because the West Indies, they are building a lead, and also this partnership has been a critical one. This partnership has already realized some 54 runs. So 64 runs.
60 runs. 60 runs.
Yes, exactly. 60 runs. Thank you, Vinci. They came together yesterday with the score on 72 for 2 after Raymond Reefer departed when he was caught by Nurul behind the wicket of Ebadot for 11. And since then, they have built a wonderful partnership, a partnership of 60 runs, the most prominent of the partnerships of the innings so far. The opening stand between John Campbell and Craig Brathwaite was a 44-run one partnership. Here is Khalil. This time here, the West Indies captain just steering the ball past the man at short backward of point position. He gets a single. That completes the over, and at the end of the over, Brathwaite is on 58, Bonner is on 33. It is, in fact, drinks time here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. Vinci, we can just look back at what has transpired this morning. As we mentioned, the West Indies starting the day at 95 for 2 with Craig Brathwaite on 42 and Kumar Bonner on 12. And they have gone for the full hour without losing a wicket, and they have done pretty much a decent job, adding 38 runs in the hour. I think they would be happy with the first hour.
SWP audio captured,
should be happy,
not registered.
At least having not lost a wicket. I don't know if they had a target to have more runs on the board, but at least they have not lost a wicket, so that is a good thing. They have also surpassed the lead, or taken the lead in the game, so that's another good thing, and they're building on it. The other good thing is that the batsmen the batsmen are looking quite comfortable out there, and they should feel, I believe, between the two batsmen, they're looking for something in the region of 3 figures today. And if they are to achieve that, the lead gets even bigger and plays into the game plan of the West Indies at this time to have a big total in their first innings.
Well, just to let the listeners know, the sound you're hearing in the background is the stump mic is still on.
Yeah.
And the groundsmen are blowing that area, blowing the crease with the blower. So the sound you're hearing is not a motor vehicle, or it's not Vinci or myself making unusual sounds. So if we had to look at it, the West Indies, they can bat the entire day. And if they were to bat the entire day, what sort of score do you think they would be looking at?
Well, I'd say... and again, it has to do with who is at the crease. But I'm looking at least 400 at the end of the day. 400?
Wow. So therefore, you're saying that they would have to really be blasting.
Well,
because,
as I said, it depends on who is at the crease. I would like to see 400. But again, that may not be necessarily achievable today. But at least 350 runs would be a good total, I think, to end the day. But as I said, I think 400 should be a target.
Yes, because as we look at it, the truth is, yesterday in the entire day's play, 200 runs were not scored. In fact, the teams combined scored 198 runs.
Audio
but
capture,
interestingly,
not registered.
Even though West Indies batted their approach was a very slow approach in the post tea session or the post-lunch session. In the final session, they actually managed to score 80 runs. And so when you look at that, and even from our perspective, not batting as positively as they could have, when you look at that, if they were to, let's say, score 100 runs in the next 2 sessions today, you're adding 200 runs to the score that they have right now, which is 133 plus whatever runs they score in this session, in this second half of the session. It's possible for them to get close to the 400 runs.
Well, that's quite a bright and positive prospect from you. 62 overs have been bowled. The players are going back into playing position after having their nice little water break. When we considered yesterday, the West Indies faced 48 overs for the 95 runs. So far this morning, we have had 14 overs in the first hour. And as we mentioned, they would have
38 runs.
38 runs, sorry, in the first hour, and they would have bowled 14 overs. And so you see an improvement definitely in their approach.
Yeah. And let's say they score 42 runs, they equal the 80 runs they would have scored in the first innings. And as you know, the first half hour of this morning's play was quite slow. They picked it up in the next half hour. So I'm looking at maybe closer to 50 runs in this second half of this pre-lunch session.
Well, let's see. Shakib is ready, and he has his slip, he has his forward short leg in place. On the onside, he has a backward of square close to the boundary, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-on. On the offside, along with the slip, he has a backward point, and now then he's making an adjustment, bringing in the extra cover closer to the back, in fact.
Not registered.
A deep mid-off, along with a deep extra cover. So he is doing two things. He's attacking, and at the same time, he wants to be defensive to some extent. And Kuma Bunny plays the first ball after the water break. Back to the captain. And Bangladesh, they may be continuing their nightmare at the Sir Viv Richards cricket grounds. Here is Shakib to Bunny. That's a good delivery. He was uncertain there. Coming forward, not fully. And that one really rushed him a bit. It was an arm ball. And it ended up into the onside, but there is no leg slip. It was past the forward short leg, and perhaps that may well be giving Shakib the thought.
Yeah,
that was Brathwaite, sorry. It may well be giving Shakib the thought of having that leg slip. This time, here is Banner, batting without his helmet, playing the ball full face of the bat back to Shakib. So would you be going for the leg slip? We have seen a few arm balls from him, creating a bit of uncertainty. Here is Bunner, this time gets the full face of the bat.
I tell you what, I'd probably try it with Brathwaite, not so much Bonner, because you remember yesterday early in the innings he got dropped at a leg slip position early in his innings.
Yes, this one, the first slip dives to his right, the ball being steered.
Yeah. And then
was the case.
Yeah,
Very early Brathwaite.
And later on, he also played the ball uppishly towards a more square leg location where the fielder felt he had a chance, but he never got close.
Bowled him. Bonner is bowled through the gates. I love the delivery from Shakib. He was playing for the one, turning away, and that was in fact a straight one. At first, it looked as though he was in control, and that one went through the gates. The wicket that the Bangladeshi needed pitched just outside the off, took the edge, and hit the leg stump. Wicket number 3 goes down, and Kuma Bonner has gone, and you can see the excitement from Shakib, the captain. After your comment on this, Vincey, Jack Matthew will pick up the ball-by-ball commentary.
And that ball really turned considerably. Not only was it an arm ball, but it kind of came off the pitch and came back through the gate. That is what really caught Bonner off guard there, because he had been turning the ball away from the right-handed batsman, and I think he was playing for the turn, not recognizing that it was the arm ball, and it was also quicker. Very good delivery indeed to dismiss Bonner, who looked quite positive for the morning session, making, I think, 30. It would have been, I'm not seeing the score, 33. Yes, but we welcome Jack Matthew back to this mic. And as we continue commentary, good morning, Jack.
Good morning to you, Vincey. And good morning to everyone. It's a situation here. The West Indies have lost their first wicket of the morning. And so Shakib Al Hassan having the wicket there of Nkrumah Bonner. And Nkrumah Bonner just playing there outside the line of that delivery. And he went between bat and pad, and he was bowled by the left arm spinner. He stood there almost in a trance there after being bowled.
Yes, he never expected that ball to come back. He was obviously playing for the ball to go straight through or go away from the batsman, and so that delivery certainly hog-tied him, if you want to call it that. Went through the bat, between bat and pad, bowled him leg stump actually. So very good delivery there by
SWB audio capture.
And it will be Mahedi, the off spinner, who continues. So spin from both ends, and the batsman Brathwaite is forward, and he goes away from the fielder lurking at short leg. So some attacking fielders in position here for the off spinner bowling to the right-handed Windies captain. There's a slip, there's a leg gully, and there's a short leg. As Brathwaite goes back and steers it nicely down to the third man area, he'll get a couple of runs here. They're back for the second, and they'll settle for it. Hack is onto it. His left-handed return comes in, pulls the wicket-keeper, Nurul Hassan, away from the stumps. And the batsman back for the second. The West Indies are on to 136 for 3. Brathwaite on to 61.
Yes, well played. Just easing back and playing the late cut, a shot that we don't see very much in international cricket at these days. But just dabbing it into the point region, running down to third man, getting 2 well-run runs.
Mahedi's in, and Brathwaite is back and plays it with the spin into the leg of the short leg fielder. He deflects away towards the fielder who is at that straightish mid-wicket position, close in. And the West Indies score remains on 136 for 3. Mahedi's into Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is back and just nudges the ball away into the vacant short extra cover position. The fielder at cover, who is orthodox, having to come around, Mahak, that's Monmul Haq. And they're through for an easy single. 137 for 3, Brathwaite 62, Blackwood yet to score.
And you could see Mahedi was really put some effort in that delivery, trying to get some turn, but it was a little flat. And so Brathwaite was able to negotiate it quite well, pushing it out into the offside. New batsman is Blackwood. Let's see what his approach would be. As we know, he can be quite positive with his stroke play.
Yes, 30 years of
SWB
age,
audio
Blackwood, and
capture
vice-captain of the
not
West Indies,
registered.
comes forward and punches the ball through the extra cover position. I think he will get 4 for it. There's a spirited chase, but he loses the chase. And that's beautifully played by Jermaine Blackwood. His very first delivery off the mark with a boundary. It was up to him from the off spinner, and he just leant on it and drove it beautifully through the extra cover position for 4 delightful runs. He's off the mark, Jermaine Blackwood, in typical style, and the West Indies pushing on after resuming at 95 for 2, and the West Indies are now 141 for 3.
And I think that stroke what German approach or Blackwood's approach would be throughout this innings. He gets a delivery that he just pushes it way into the outside.
Mahedi is in once more, and Jermaine Blackwood is defending this time, and he goes away into the offside. It remains on 141 for 3. I heard when Seth was asking what sort of score you were looking for, and you said 400. Immediately I said to myself 350, but you had about 50 runs more than I had by the end of the day. And you were obviously, Vince would have been looking at the likes of Jermaine Blackwood with his natural inclination to bat aggressively, and the fact that the West Indies have the ascendancy already.
I did indicate it depends on who's batting. And now before Jermaine faced his first delivery, I said, let's see what type of intent he would have. And as he got that first delivery from the spinner, he hit it away for 4. I think that is a clear indicator.
Shakib Al-Hassan in to Brathwaite, and he just stands up straight, allows the ball to come onto the face of the bat, and plays it gently into the onside, settles into his right-handed stance. The left-arm spinner, Shakib Al-Hassan, around the wicket to him, and he comes forward and drives, looking to hit that one with intent, but not applying the necessary timing into the stroke, and the ball just goes down to the fielder at that mid-off position with 32 on his back. That's Hussain. Muzadek Hussain at mid-on, and the score kept on 141 for 3. So Brathwaite comes forward and drives again, looking to score, looking to get the ball away, not being able to do so. Again out to Muzadek at mid-on. The West Indies 141 for 3. Brathwaite facing the left-arm spinner. Comes forward. This time he'll get a run. It goes away to the left of Muzadek at mid-on. And Jermaine Blackwood responding to the call. So Brathwaite now on to 63, and it's 142 for 3. And Nkrumah Bonner, the last man dismissed, he was bowled by Shakib Al-Hassan.
That shot that Brathwaite just played, I think he would have been better served playing that similar shot on the delivery before that.
Defensive shot to the last ball of Shakib Al-Hassan's over. Jermaine Brathwaite looking quite good, coming nicely onto the front with the ball rushing from the face of his bat. So he's already shown a wonderful sense of timing since his emergence. So yes, he's on 4. It's 142 for 3.
Yeah, the timing certainly looks good. The ball is coming off of the bat nicely. He looks very positive. He looks confident also. And I believe that based on what we are seeing in these early stages, if he stays there for at least an hour, the run rate is certainly going to pick up. I mean, we know he's always a positive batsman, and we're expecting him to continue in that positive vein, but not only continue like that, but
SWB audio
be there
capture
for a while
not registered.
to support his captain.
And his captain is on 63, having reached his... here is a ball which is defensively played, having reached during the course of his innings. Craig Brathwaite, his 26th Test half century, looking to convert it into his 11th Test century. And really the stage is set for him to do that. The West Indies in command. He's been there for a long time. Faces the off spinner, comes right forward, and just angling the bat, the ball hitting the face of the bat and going with the spin out towards the short mid-wicket area. Feeling that straight mid-wicket position to do the work. 142 for 3. Mahedi long serving spinner for Bangladesh comes in, and Brathwaite gets a ball which perhaps just drifting a little bit, hitting the outer face of the bat and going into the offside. So just mixing it up a bit, a little bit of variation there.
I think he was playing for more turn there.
Mahedi comes in off a few paces, right arm over the wicket, and the batsman is back and punches it. Back and just standing up straight and punching the ball. But the bowler was across to do the work. Kept on 63. Blackwood 4. None for 35. This is over number 9 for Mahedi, and Brathwaite is driving. Looking there to hit that one firmly down the ground, not getting the timing into the stroke. Hitting the ball hard into the ground in front of him, and it just lobbed back for the bowler to take. Interesting over. Here is Mahedi with the last ball, and Brathwaite is defending stylishly in behind it and plays it back to the bowler. 63 he remains, 4 to Blackwood, and the West Indies 142 for 3, enjoying a lead on first innings after dismissing Bangladesh for 103.
SWB audio
Yes,
capture
there's a shot
not
that Brathwaite
registered.
plays when he's playing that drive where he seems to get a lot of bottom hand on the shot. It looks almost like he's kind of flicking the ball when he's trying to play that drive. I think if he cuts that out, it would be better served for him to cut that. So I've seen him play it a number of times in the last 2 or 3 overs, and he doesn't get enough purchase on the shot. But when he plays it conventionally, he gets a better feel of the ball coming off of the bat, and I think if he can cut that out, he probably would be more productive.
And it's a widespread observation, because Marley and myself were talking about that early on. Turning the face of the bat instead of playing, as you said, in the orthodox fashion with a full face of the bat, with a straight bat. And here is Jermaine Blackwood on the back foot and clipping the ball away, again moving from the face of the bat very, very quickly. So he's timing the ball well. Jermaine Blackwood, playing in his 47th test match, faces the left-arm spinner and is on to the front foot, and the ball hits the face of the bat and goes underground, along the ground to the short leg.
That looks almost like it might have been a similar delivery to the one that got Bonner out, tailing in with the arm.
Yes, but Blackwood was right forward. He's right forward again and pushes the ball out towards the extra cover area. He remains on 4, having scored 2,437 runs before this test match at the highest level. He's back and hits the ball firmly, goes into the body of the man at short leg, deflects away to mid-wicket.
Yeah, that short leg is getting beat up quite a bit in the last recent overs.
Indeed. And it's a position that many people certainly are fearful of, because, as you said, you're in the danger zone, really. That's when it's forward, and watchfully so, and just plays a stabbing defensive shot.
SWB audio capture not
in the zone where
registered.
he's now considered silly.
Yes, well, it's silly mid off. Yeah, the other side. Silly mid off, yes. We're watching Shakib Al Hassan, and the balls are delivery in line with the stumps, and Jermaine Blackwood again is in a watchful frame of mind. Just plays it defensively in front of him. Looking at his stats, 112 is highest test score, and averaging 30.46. He has had 300s in test cricket and 15 half centuries. And the 100 he scored against, I think it was England this year, was a critical 100. The West Indies are going on to win that series. Yep. And he showed a lot of maturity as well during that knock for the West Indies.
Yes, he certainly has. And he has had some match-winning scores in other games where, you know, that's the Blackwood you want to see. And then there are other times when he gives it away and you're like, oh, there he goes again. But it's certainly a batsman that can make you happy or break your heart in a similar vein.
Mahedi, the off-spin, is into Brathwaite, and he's forward. It rolls away towards mid-wicket. 142 for 3. Brathwaite on 63. Has been there since the start of the innings. Mahedi into bowl tip, and he's back and steers it down towards the backward point area. The fielder is around quickly towards the short third man position. And the fielder in that position, Muzadek Hussain, around very, very quickly, there was Jermaine Blackwood looking for a run, was sent back by Brathwaite. And here is the ball turned away, just beating the right hand of the leg gully fielder, and he has gone down to the fine leg position, and a chase being performed there by Mustafiza Rahman, and the batsmen are back for the second. The ball leaving the bat in the air, it would have been a tremendous catch had the leg gully been able to grab it with his right hand, but it eluded his hand and went away down to fine leg. A couple of runs for Brathwaite. He's on to 65 now. As Mahedi is into bowl to the West Indies captain, and he's right forward. Immaculate defensive shot. And he goes away towards the short extra cover position. Terry Laraji has come alongside me. Laraji, an unusual title, but we're getting accustomed to it. Terry, how are you?
I'm very well, Jack. Good morning to yourself, and good morning to all our listeners.
Mahedi's end, and Brathwaite plays it with the turn to the mid-wicket. He remains on 65. So it's a situation here, Terry, where the West Indies are looking to put themselves in an impregnable position and to really shout out Bangladesh out of this game. Mahedi will be looking to bring them in as he bowls to Brathwaite, and he's defending, and the ball falls away in front of him and goes towards the short leg position. 65 years. Blackwood is on 4. The West Indies 144 for 3. That means that they have a lead of 41.
Yes, and you're exactly right, Jack. Everything in West Indies' favour at this point in time, and Brathwaite just continuing on in his normal vein. But Bangladesh been hanging in there. A rather interesting first hour this morning, where they missed a trick by not appealing for an edge off Bonner, and then Bonner one that hit one of the grass patches and flew between first slip and the wicket keeper. But eventually, captain himself, Shakib, got Bonner, so they're hanging in there, but all in favour of the West Indies at this stage.
And Shakib Al Hassan, the left arm spinner and captain of Bangladesh, is into Blackwood. And Blackwood is defending.
Not registered.
He said he bowled in Kumar Bonner for 33, made of 96 deliveries. He hit 3 fours. Shakib Al Hassan is in a ball which is a fuller length, and Blackwood is defending, just pushing the ball gently out towards the mid-on position. Picked up there by Muzadek Hossain. And Blackwood is driving. Doesn't get the timing into the stroke, unlike what we've seen so far, because he has played with a lot of timing. The ball has rushed from the face of his bat. At that time, he was going probably too hard at that one. He hit it hard into the ground and away towards extra cover. Faces the left arm spin again. This time decides to go back to a ball which rushes onto him and plays it into the hands on the bounce to the short leg. And so he remains on 144 for 3.
You got your 3 Bs though, Jack. They all followed each other. Brathwaite,
yes,
Bonner, and Blackwood.
Certainly. This one is turned away down to the backward square position. The short leg runs back, and they scamper a run. And it's the 5th run for Blackwood, and it's 145 for 3. Yes, the bees. No, not the honeybees, but the bees representing the first letter in the names of Brathwaite, Bonner, and Blackwood. 3 bees coming one after the other. So we have seen the fall of 1 bee. Let's hope that the other 2 bees will be flying for a while. This ball is... that's from a West Indies perspective, of course. The Bangladesh will be hoping that they'll fall as well. The last ball played defensively by Brathwaite. The over has ended with the West Indies 145 for 3, Blackwood 5, and Brathwaite 65.
Yes, and the West Indies continuing on nicely at this stage. Of course, the pitch is void of any moisture that we saw yesterday. Rather dry.
SWB audio capture not registered
out there, so it should settle down nicely for batting. Still a couple of green patches that, as we saw earlier, if the ball hits, can deviate off them and cause the batsman some trouble. But apart from that, good batting surface. Lovely day here at Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadiums, and very good for batting.
So it will be the off spinner, Mahedi, is into Blackwood. And the Jamaican is defending, playing the ball back towards the bowler. Once he is there, we're not going to see the slow rate of batting that we saw early on, especially yesterday from the West Indies, because he's a natural stroke player. He strokes this one out to mid-off, goes straight to the field, and there is no run. He's kept on 5, and so we will be seeing certainly if he doesn't fall early, we'll be seeing a lot of strokes. We've seen a few already. Mahedi, the off spin is into him, and he's right forward. No aggressive intent on that occasion. Just leaning right forward, the face of the bat almost touching the pitch. And the wicket keeper, Nurul Hassan, moving from behind the stumps to retrieve. Mahedi, all spin attack here by Bangladesh. He's in, and this one is down the leg side. Pitched on about leg stump, and with the ball pitching on leg stump, it would spin down the leg side, and that's precisely what happened. Ignored by the right-hander, and taken by Nurul Hassan. So with the sunshine today, a lot more sunshine than it was yesterday. Still a touch of haze as the batsman comes forward and plays it gently down to mid-on. Blackwood kept on 5, 145 for 3.
Yes, as you say, Jackie likes to feel bat on ball, so we shouldn't get the as slow over run rate as we did yesterday.
Averaging 13 test cricket.
Audio capture
across
not registered.
Plays this one with a lot of confidence back on the onside of the pitch. Mahedi completes another over. None for 37. He has had 11 overs. The off-spinner Brathwaite 65. And the West Indies 145 for 3 from 70 overs.
And it was interesting, last night I was listening to Alzari Joseph after the first day's play. He was saying how the pitch was a bit tacky yesterday, so they had to adjust their lengths to get any success out of it. He bowled well, 3 for 33 off 8.5 overs. That's his best return in Test cricket thus far in his 21st match. And the other thing I was impressed with, they asked him about flying straight in from Pakistan.
Shakib Al Hassan, and Brathwaite is forward and dabs the ball away down to short third man, can't score.
And he was saying, it is what it is. You just get on with it. I thought that was an excellent attitude. A lot of players that wouldn't have the same kind of attitude.
Al Hassan is in, and Brathwaite is defending. I thought there, based on the reaction of the bowler, that he thought he had gone through the defences of Brathwaite, but Brathwaite was very much in line with that delivery. The ball hitting the face and the middle of the bat. This ball is driven into the onside and is gone a long way. He's gone away for 4. So he swung at that delivery, got it away from the diving man at that short, straight mid-wicket position. And the mid-on had no chance. He just ran back to retrieve. And so Brathwaite hits a boundary to go to 69. And the West Indies pushing on here. Brathwaite realizing that the two spinners have been very much on target, and he's just trying there to just loosen the grip that the two spinners have at the moment.
SWB audio
He's
capture
right forward to this
not
delivery,
registered.
pitched on about off stump, and it just rolls up to the short extra cover, 149 for 3.
There's a bit of frustration there from Brathwaite, I think.
He remains on 69 from 212 deliveries, and he's forward to this delivery, and he goes in the vicinity of short mid-off. Has faced 211 balls, 7 fours he has hit. Well, 213 balls now. This ball is cut away by Brathwaite. He'll get a run off the last ball of the over. So he retains the strike. He's on to 70. So approaching what would be his 11th Test century. Craig Brathwaite. And basewards we have seen so far, Terry, it will not be a surprise if Brathwaite goes on to make that 100 today, because the platform is there, everything is in his favour, and he has certainly the powers of concentration to go on and get that 11th Test 100.
Yes, Jack, it wouldn't be a surprise if he was still there this time tomorrow. But you're quite right. Everything is in his favour, and these are the type of innings that he does play. So really, at this stage. I haven't seen much trouble him or past his bat so far today. And therefore, we only a mistake, as you say.
No. Mahedi is in, and the ball is driven down to the mid-on position by Jermaine Blackwood, and he can't score. He has had 300s, Jermaine Blackwood. The last one was against England this year, and 5 half centuries in his 47th Test match. And something is not quite ready, not quite right. And now they're ready to resume. Mahedi is into Blackwood, and Blackwood is defending. Ball goes on the offside. Bowler falling through, picks it up. Blackwood on 5, 150 coming up for the West Indies, 150 for 3. The batsman out so far, John Campbell, that was yesterday. He was bowled by Mustafizur Rahman for 24, made off 72 deliveries, 1-4 and 1-6. And here is ball pitched in line with the subs, and the correction is Brathwaite on strike. Is it Brathwaite? Yes, yeah. Brathwaite is on strike. I was saying Blackwood. Brathwaite on strike. He's on 70, 150 for 3. Hades into both him, and he's defending this delivery again, looking for a little bit more turn, but that one was straighter. So the variation coming into the play. Raymond Reefer was caught by the wicketkeeper of the bowling of Eberdot, a beauty from the fast bowler. And Brathwaite is forward to this delivery, and he rolls back on the offside of the pitch. And Bonner departed for 30. Raymond Reefer departed for 11 off 25 balls, 2 fours. And then today, Nkrumah Bonner was bowled by Shakib Al-Assam, the left-arm spinner, for 33. Made of 96 deliveries. And here is the batsman just coming forward, Brathwaite, and playing it out towards extra cover. 70 is Brathwaite, 5 Blackwood, 150 for 3. The West Indies score, replying to 103 by Bangladesh. They have a 47-run lead.
Yes, the lead is approaching 50 for the West Indies. But Bangladesh doing well, keeping a good tight rein on things at this stage. West Indies, of course, not looking to do anything too untoward, but it's good to see that they've got the attacking field in for both spinners with the short leg and the slip.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Short mid wickets, so they're keeping their options. They realize they need wickets to get back into this match, and they at least giving themselves every opportunity to take that, as long as they remember to appeal, Jack.
You're referring to the Bonner incident? Yes, it was the glove, wasn't it? Yes, it brushed its glove. It would have been, it would have been difficult to discern, and I thought that's what happened to Bangladesh there. It was a case of, but in this technological age, you really, especially when your back is against the wall, you need to check everything.
For anything.
You really need to check everything. But it didn't cost them a lot, though. He made 33. Ball is pushed away into the offside, and it goes to the fielder at a short mid-off, almost a straight extra cover, if you will. Here is a ball which is driven, and it goes straight to the field again. Blackwood coming nicely onto the front foot there. The timing was there, the ball moving sweetly from the face of his bat, but straight to the fielder. He remains on 5 from 22 deliveries, 150 for 3. This is the West Indies score. Shakib Al-Hassan in his 16th over, 1 for 34, and Blackwood is defending. Rolls on the onside of the pitch. Short leg runs back to retrieve the ball. So a few more people have come in since the start of day 2 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As we look at the stand on the far side, the Sir Andy Roberts end.
I must say it hasn't been too bad, though, Jack. The crowds both yesterday and so far today, and then we look forward to the weekend.
Yes, and we're talking comparatively, of course.
Exactly, yes.
Here is Shakib Al-Hassan, and the batsman is back, loud appeal. Umpire Gaffney says not out. He was back to that delivery, perhaps should have been forward to that one.
Not registered.
And the ball hustled onto him. The decision not to go for a review perhaps there was a bit of bat as well. Yes, it was all bat. It was the anxiety, the exuberance of the field that really caught us there. The batsman is forward. Again, the ball hitting the face of the bat and just falling in front of him. The over from the left-arm spinner Shakib Al-Hassan comes to an end. 70 to Brathwaite. Blackwood has 5, 150 for 3. More. Terry?
Yes.
More from Terry.
More from me. But Shakib does have that arm ball that does slide on rather quickly and angles back into the bowler being a left-handed, into the batsman being a left-handed bowler. So a couple of the West Indian batsmen have struggled a bit when they've gone back, and you're quite right. Jack Blackwood that time should have been well forward to the delivery, which he was to the next one. And comparatively speaking, that's right. Instead of just having the regular 10 people, we've got a few more than that, both yesterday and today. But Seth was making a good point off air. Seth Burton, our good friend and fellow commentator, and he was saying if they're going to check for no balls every delivery and use the technology for that, then maybe edges and things like that that's missed on the field, it could extend and be used for that as well. Of course, it goes back to the old notion of Test cricket, or any cricket really, that if you don't appeal, then the umpire is not obliged to give you out.
Yes, and maybe the ICC may just look at that. You know, they make changes from time to time, and it's all in the interest of fair play, if you will. And so maybe that may come into the picture somewhere down the road. You never know.
Exactly. You never know. They're always
SWB
looking to
audio
try and improve the game, as you
not
say.
registered.
And, there's not too many walkers in the game these days.
Yes. As soon as he said walk, I remember Lara.
I was going to say he was about the last one, huh?
he was a walker. And in the old time days too, you really you relied a lot on the batsmen to help you.
Yes,
in
true.
terms of the umpires. Once they nicked the ball, they would walk, a lot of them. But not all of them, as you know, we would know.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going to single out particular players here, but we know of many who did not walk.
Well, I couldn't name you one Australian that ever walked.
Here is Eberdot. So change on the far end. He's back into the attack. He has been very, very good for Bangladesh. And the ball is clipped away towards the mid-wicket area by Brathwaite for his 71st run. The West Indies 151 for 3. And you know, it's an interesting situation of walking or not walking. It puts a lot of pressure though when you don't walk on the umpires. But that was before the advancement in technology and the widespread use of it.
Yes.
To make determinations with respect to dismissals.
And I think it's good what they're doing at the moment. They're trying to encourage umpires, and they've got courses and everything with refreshers and you know, and working on their concentration and everything like that, because they have fallen into. Wait for this delivery.
Eberdot strides into ball to Blackwood, and Blackwood just jumps into line and plays it defensively back towards the bowler.
Certain umpires around the world have, fallen into the trap of relying on the technology and not backing themselves to make a judgment call. You know, as much as they possibly
SWB
should
audio
or
capture
would have.
not registered.
Years gone by.
Yes, you sense at times that the umpires are caught in between. They're indecisive as to whether, because they know the technology is there. Am I going to make a mistake or not?
Exactly.
And you get that sense watching them in operation outside the line of the off stump. No need for him to play that too wide. And Blackwood allows the ball to be taken by Nur Al-Hassan. And so you find then that there is a lot of pressure on the umpires. The whole technology is to try and help them.
Right.
And to help the cricket and to bring a sense of fairness to the play. But then the umpires are caught in the middle there. They're wondering, because they are assessed. And the assessment sometimes determines whether they continue at the highest level and so on. Everdot bounds in once more, right arm over the wicket, and it's punched off the back foot by Blackwood. Doesn't impart the timing, and it goes down to mid-off, no run, 151 for 3.
I just think, Jack, the technology is wrongly used. And when I say that, I think the technology should remain solely in the hands of the umpires. I don't think there should be reviews. So in other words, if something does happen out on the field and the umpire misses it, they can just whisper in his ear, no, hang on a minute, that was actually out. Or no, that wasn't out, was missing leg, or whatever, and get on with the game, rather than put it in the hands of the players.
Everdot is in to Blackwood, and Blackwood is getting a good delivery. A little bit of hesitation, he rushes down the pitch, has to put the brakes on and dart back in. I don't know where he was going, but he was played quietly into the onside, and for some reason he thought he was running alone.
Well, he was.
Eventually he was running alone. But in cricket, you have to run in pairs. And so Brathwaite was standing there and asking him, well, where are you going, brother? And he had to put the brakes on, and he scampered back into his ground.
SWB audio capture,
so
not registered.
It all ended well for the West Indies and Blackwood. He remains on 5, 151 for 3. The last ball of Everdot's over is about to be released. Bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end in sunny conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And he's on his way. Nice, smooth approach. Goes past umpire Gerald Wilson. And he's driving and edging it down to the boundary for 4. Going away from the second slip fielder who just fell away to his right, but not being able to clutch onto it. And the fielder in that position, Leighton Das. And it went away for 4 runs. 4 fortuitous runs for Jermaine Blackwood, coming off the edge of the bat and almost being taken by the fielder at that second slip position, Das. So the over has come to an end in exciting fashion. 155 for 3, the West Indies. Brathwaite has 71, Blackwood 9. And to take all of us to lunch, it will be Seth Burton.
Yes, and another good over there by Everdot. He's certainly been bowling well, 1 for 32 off his 18 overs, but he's troubled the batsman. I thought last night's spell was excellent, he was well backed up by Mustafizur Rahman. They're the two that look most likely for Bangladesh. The spinners are doing a good job, Shakib picking up the wicket of Bonner, but they're more or less just keeping it tidy, whereas the two pacemen look like troubling these West Indies batsmen. Blackwood just needs to refocus again.
Well, here's Brathwaite focusing well, coming forward to that delivery, the first from Shakib. He remains on 71 from 222 balls. He would definitely be focused on getting that 11th Test 100 here.
SWB
This time he
audio
gets one on the
capture,
pads, whips it
not
off
registered.
the pads, but the mid-wicket fielder is there. Terry, as we look at what has happened, we have seen the edges, ball going between the slips, ball going to the right of second slip. I'll get back to that after this delivery, being played out into the offside, fielded by the mid-off fielder, and Brathwaite remains on 71. Would you have gone, especially with Everdot coming back, would you have gone for third slip?
Yeah, most definitely.
Here is he driving straight to the extra cover fielder, Brathwaite.
Especially when you need wickets. You need wickets
Yes.
to bring you back into the match. Otherwise, the game will just run away from you. So I would have packed the slip cordon.
This time here is the West Indies captain hitting this one out to mid-on, a deep mid-on fielder.
Because as we see, looking at the pitch, there's still some green patches, and if it hits one of those patches, it can rear and go anywhere.
Captain to captain, Shakim to Brathwaite. Brathwaite plays the ball back up on the onside. They were exploring the possibility of a single, but decided against it. Made an over from the Bangladesh captain, Shakib. 1 for 34. Shakib from his 17 overs. He has been rather economical. The West Indies captain, on the other hand, really piloting his men quite well, really leading by example, being the principal scorer so far in the West Indies, score of 155. He is on 71. But let's look at the men. Rahman, he had 1 for 11. Hussein, Ebadot, the man that you really like to see with his pace, 1 for 32 from 18. Shakib, the captain, 1 for 34 from 17. Pretty much decent bowling on the part of Bangladesh, but they have faltered a bit in the field.
Yes, I agree with that. Seth,
not registered.
The bowling has been a lot more decisive this morning. I felt they've attacked the batsmen a lot more in trying to make them play.
Ebadot Hussein comes into Blackwood. Blackwood drives, a fluent drive, but the deep mid-off is in play, and there is no run. Blackwood seems as though he's trying to concentrate real hard. He walks away almost after every delivery. This time you see he walks away to square leg, and then he taps on the pitch, and then he marks his guard. He's doing that again, pulling the pads perhaps. He really wants to bat long. You can see that approach. He is on 9, and he faces Ebadot, who comes in from the Andy Robertson. He rides that well, a good rising delivery, and he plays it from the crease and plays it with confidence. The bowler picks up, and there is no run.
Well, he would realize that he's due for a big one. You know, he's had some decent scores lately, but no big score. So he's got a perfect opportunity here if he can get himself in.
And the platform has been set by his captain.
Exactly. Yeah.
Craig Brathwaite, ever reliable, would remain there. So Blackwood, they're contrasting players. Blackwood, the more flamboyant, but he would value a lengthy innings here. Ebadot comes into him, and he stands up and plays the ball well. Stands on the crease and allows the ball to come to the bat more than bat going to ball. He's defending well. Blackwood would know that while Brathwaite is there, there is also Kyle Mayers in the pavilion to come, and he will not allow time to pass without scoring. And then Blackwood will also know that Joshua De Silva is also there, and he can play either role, either the aggressive role or the focus role. Here is Brathwaite.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Looking focused, but was pushed back a bit by that delivery. Played it into the onside, and again there is no run. It's slow going here for the West Indies, but you understand it because they want to bat once. I think they would like to bat once. Bangladesh should have scored just 103. 103 yesterday.
Yeah,
bowled out in 32.5 overs.
Mm-hmm. That would be first and foremost in their mind, just bat once, bat them out of the game, and then they still got plenty of time to knock them over again.
Ebadot to Blackwood. Blackwood comes down on that one, plays it out mid-on. Once again, there is no run. So the patience on the part of the West Indian batters. They're content. It would be interesting to see how many maidens would have been delivered, something that we are going to have a check on in this West Indies innings. Last evening, when the West Indies went in on 95 for 2, they faced 48 overs. And it tells you about the concentration. It may tell you about the approach on the pitch or the approach to the situation. Here is Ebadot to Blackwood. Blackwood rides it well. Another rising delivery, and the diminutive Blackwood just steps back and plays it back to the bowler. That completes the over. Another maiden. Ebadot will be happy with the outcome. Blackwood will be happy that he remains on 9, and that his captain Brathwaite is on 71, and that at this stage, the West Indies with a lead of 52.
Yeah, Ebadot looks good, looks a good prospect for Bangladesh. He's got the height, he's got good enough pace, and he seems to be able to maintain a good line and length on something that you'd have to say that, is rather, apart from the odd delivery, unresponsive and so. But you notice Monty Desai, the West Indies batting coach, there as he always is, following every delivery and so on. This is the West Indies under Craig Brathwaite. They grind it out and make sure that they don't fall apart as happened too often previously. So it is a patience game, as you say, Seth.
Shakib to Brathwaite. Brathwaite pulls this one out towards the boundary. A lovely shot. He has decided to take a more assertive approach, and He gets 4, moves to 75.
Yeah, that one
was flighted more, and he played it nicely. He just picked it up on the volley, and it dropped just inside the boundary.
Yeah, he picked that up quickly. He played one in a couple of previous overs, bowled by Shakib, and didn't quite get hold of it. Still got 4 for it, but it come more off the inside edge. That one, he was well in control of it. One bounce just inside the rope.
159 for 3, and Brathwaite moves to 75. Let's see what Shakib does differently. He's making an adjustment to the field, so there is still a forward short leg and a slip, a wide third man, a cover, an extra cover, a deep mid-on, and a deep mid-off. He has brought the fielder in from mid-wicket. This time Brathwaite tugs at that. That one was not drifting down the leg side for the shot that he was playing. He was trying to tug it into the onside. He eventually got it as far as the short mid-wicket fielder. Here is Shakib once again, just outside the off stump, changing the line, and a little bit more pace on that.
Mm-hmm.
So the wily Shakib Al Hassan, 17.3 overs, 1 for 38. Bowling to his equal number. Brathwaite coming down to say a word.
SWB audio capture not registered.
He is on 75 and he faces his equal number. Plays it out to short extra cover fielder, and there is once again no run. Good to see that they're mixing it. Not just being defiant, but they're scoring when they have to. Shakib allows a shot from Brathwaite. The ball to go past him and fielded by the mid-off fielder, and there is no run. This time here is Brathwaite playing this one to mid-on. Would not try to force the single. That completes the over. A good over for Brathwaite, because that 4 would have lifted his confidence a bit. It will tell you, Terry, that he's confident, because he's on 75 from 233 balls. But at the same time, the lull period has been changed by at least a 4 in the over.
Yes, he looks totally in control at this stage. Brathwaite is saying, he's only 25 away from his 11th Test century. But the way he bats, the concentration, the powers of concentration he has, he might be eyeing his highest test. If he passes 100, he might be eyeing his highest test score, which is against Bangladesh, 214, I think, or around about there. So he looks solid. But what about from this end, our commentary box end? You try Mustafiza just before lunch, Seth?
Yes, I would like to see that. I'm sure Mally Richards, who is going to come in just now. Here is Ebadot. Comes into Blackwood. Blackwood goes back and stabs it into the offside, just forward of square, and there is no run. You see, I have to call in Mally because for the second time, Jack wants me to take everybody to lunch.
Audio capture.
That's quite a big bill.
I thought you'd never asked.
And if Mally replaces you, I'm sure that with the heavy war chest from Sir Viv and himself, that they can afford all the lunches for everybody. In fact, perhaps for everybody in the entire stadium. So that is why, Terry, I'm trying to, give you the opportunity to have a little reprieve. I myself, but to Blackwood, place it out to the offside once again into the cover region. You have to be smart in knowing how to get things done.
Look, you're too quick for me, Seth. But I must say, once again, the way Ebadot is bowling and the fact that he's already found the edge of Blackwood's bat, I'd still have that third slip.
Yes. And he's bowling a good full length, good lengths.
Yeah.
He's not short. He's getting good bounce. And guess
his height.
Blackwood's height as well, his height. But excellent bowling on his part. He comes into Blackwood. Blackwood drives, a flowing drive, but well knocked down by Mushfiqur, coming across to his left. And there is no run. It has been good cricket, but more grinding cricket.
Yes.
Not the exciting, aggressive batting, but they understand the value of their wicket. Blackwood on that occasion was driving Had there not been Mushfiqur at that position, it would have been 4 runs. So Blackwood is trying to open it up. His captain, Brathwaite, comes by to have a chat with him. Perhaps he's saying, lunch is not too far away. Let's try and keep it going. Here is Eberdot. Comes in once again. Wider delivery, more pace. Good take in the end by the wicket keeper. Actually going across on his knees. Blackwood.
He has got good pace though.
Yes.
Seth. And I was watching a boy in the practice match, Raja, I think his name was, and he troubled
SWB audio
Roston
capture
Chase
not
with
registered.
a couple of short ones. The Chase eventually tried to ride and got him. No, but I was just saying, how many fast bowlers have Bangladesh produced?
Eberdot, this time, he's definitely one for the future. Good defensive work on the part of Jermaine Blackwood. So,
but having said that, though, Vinci was just saying who doesn't trouble Roston Chase with pace. But
Vinci didn't intend, I hope, for you to say that on air.
No,
because Roston Chase
we're
would
all
not be happy with that.
No, but I was just going to say the state of mind that Roston is in at the moment, and is that he did very, very well to force his way into the white ball setup. Has that affected his red ball game? That's all
excellent
I was going
question.
to say.
We'll get back to that as Eberdot comes into Blackwood. Blackwood stabs it out to cover. Well fielded by Mushfiqur. At the end of the day, no run. And Mali Richards is going to replace Terry rather belatedly. Perhaps Mali does not want to manage all the lunch activities. He's very insightful, Mali Richards. Mali Richards, the son of the great, illustrious former West Indies captain, Sir Viv Richards. Mali, I'm going to ask you the question, how does it feel to be the son of such a great person?
I mean, I have no experience of anything else. So it actually just feels normal, to be honest, yeah.
Wow.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
I would say.
And that's good.
Yeah.
Quite a humble response.
Yeah.
And quite a humble response.
No, more than humble, it's just the truth, I really don't. So I grew up, he's always been my father, and I've always seen it that way. I see how people react to him, though, definitely. And that's something special.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Antiguan, a great West Indian, a great world man. Here is Shakib. Brathwaite plays the ball around. It's just Sir Viv, not just his greatness, his personality, his presence. It does a lot. And we just like to say hail up to him if he's listening to us here. Here is Brathwaite playing this one out. A wonderful personality. In fact, we just like to also hail up all the former West Indian players, not only Antiguans, but those around the world, wherever you are. Here is Brathwaite playing across, Shakib shadowing the ball and allowing the mid-order to come. Oh, Blackwood was almost caught napping there, creating almost an opportunity for a run out, but no harm done. The reason why we say this is that those players of former eras, they would have performed with their entire life for West Indies cricket.
Went about building a brand, didn't they?
I'm telling you, building
that a lot of people
a
are still living
brand.
up here today. Yeah.
And here is Shakib. Brathwaite comes forward, and on their backs, the value that some of the players now are reaping, financially and economic value,
for sure,
would have been on the backs of these former great players. Not only great players, but former players who may not have been ascribed as great players. Shakib feels to his own bowling, and there is no run.
And the fact that you mentioned personalities, a lot of these guys, yes, they're great players, but they're seen as just great men.
Great men.
Also,
excellent. That is beyond being the cricketer. Here is this one, Brathwaite. Going back to this one from Shakib, well fielded at mid-on. Is it lunch? Well,
yes,
it is lunch, Mali, and you had a short stint. But what you can do is to just give us your perspective on what transpired during the entire session, how you see the balance in terms of the West Indies. Did they apply themselves correctly, or has there been any misapplication?
Yeah, I mean, it's just to echo the sentiments that I've heard from Terry and also Vinci. It's been somewhat attritional. the cricket here today. Maybe from a casual fan's perspective, you probably want to see more runs, maybe even more wickets. But Windies just slowly forging ahead in this game. 56-run lead. I think Bangladesh have done pretty well to not really allow the West Indies to get away. They've been pretty disciplined. I think Ebadot in particular, he's not only been economical, but he's been quite threatening at times. I think Shakib, he's chipped in with the wicket, but he's also, for long periods, looked quite disinterested as well. He's looked disinterested in the game at times, so let's hope that the wicket will raise his spirits and we see the true leader that we think Bangladesh actually needs here, because they're up against the 8 ball. Definitely they're going to need a performance.
Yes, so if you have just joined us, you would have remembered that the West Indies started this morning on 95 for 2. At that stage it was Captain Craig Brathwaite on 42 and Nkrumah Bonner on 12. Brathwaite has batted the entire session, in fact moving up to 75. He's 75 not out at lunch, meaning that he would have scored 33 runs in the session, while Bonner, who was on 12 at the start, he had gotten himself up to 33 before he was bowled through the gates by Shakib. One, it was an arm ball, came back into him. He was not moving neither forward or back. The ball took the inside edge, the shoulder of the bat, and rocked back the leg stump. So he went for 33. The score was 134 for 3, meaning that he would have participated in a good partnership of 62 with his captain, but his 33 runs came off 96 balls and he had 3 fours. At that stage, the West Indies vice captain Jermaine Blackwood came in, Marley, and he joined his captain in Craig Brathwaite, and the two have batted to lunch. How do you see their combination?
Yeah, I mean, Blackwood is still relatively early in his innings. He's come out, he's looked actually quite solid in defence. Still at times, that little twitchy nature that we've grown accustomed to seeing from him. I think when Ebadot was just teasing these deliveries outside the off stump to Jermaine Blackwood, that those deliveries are actually quite dangerous to a batter like Blackwood, someone who's quite impulsive, sees the length, sees the width on hand and throws the hands at it. But so far he's been quite disciplined. He's let quite a few go through, but you can also tell he wants to get bat and ball, and I'm not quite sure that this pitch, just based on what we've seen for a day and a bit, up until this luncheon session, I'm not quite sure that this pitch is coming on quite as nicely as top batters actually like. And we're just seeing timing, batters struggling to time the deliveries.
So Brathwaite, apart from adding his 33, he is perhaps in sight of what could be his 11th Test 100. Perhaps that is at the back of his mind, and his batting, his concentration has been pretty good. So Bonner, we mentioned, departed for 33. What did you make of his innings?
I mean, he didn't quite look as comfortable as we've seen from Bonner in the recent past. He's been in quite good form, but I mean, he was getting there. He was building into his innings. Maybe he just looked like he was struggling, maybe physically a little bit. He was ill, missed a game or so in the 4-day competition. So maybe just feeling the effects
audio
of
capture,
that illness.
not registered.
Yeah, not a bad innings, I would say. Just maybe not looking quite as sharp as we've seen him in the recent past.
So 31 overs for the session, for the morning's play. The West Indies scoring 64 runs. Your thoughts before we bring Vernon in?
I'd say good job by Bangladesh. They've been quite disciplined. One thing's for sure, we haven't seen that many bad deliveries. We have said, yes, the West Indies need to be maybe a bit more proactive, show that positive intent. But Bangladesh hasn't necessarily bowled badly at all. Maybe not quite as threatening at times, but they definitely haven't bowled badly. They've been disciplined. They've more often than not bowled one side of the wicket. Maybe at times just a little too wide. But more often than not, they've been very disciplined, and they've made run scoring pretty hard for the Windies batters.
Well, as you have mentioned, bowling, who would you say may have been the pick of the bowlers?
To me, it's definitely Ebadat Hussain. You know, he's really stood out. Yesterday, he put his hand up, bowled a good spell, came here. You could tell that he was probably the pick of the bowlers from yesterday because the captain turned to him first up. Even considering he didn't take the new ball yesterday, it was Mustafiza Rahman and Khalid Ahmed, I think, who actually bowled with the new ball. But here today, Ebadat Hussain has been the standout bowler thus far.
Yes, 20 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 32. And Ahmed, 14 overs, 4 maidens,
and just quickly as well, if you can think of that over to Bonner, where he beat him maybe 3 or 4 times outside that off stump, and actually found the edge of Bonner's bat, but the Bangladeshis did not appeal or review or turn to the DRS. So that was an opportunity miss. He could even have better figures than we're seeing at this point in time. He's definitely bowled better and maybe deserved a few more wickets in the wicket column.
SWB audio capture,
and Shakib's approach,
not registered.
Before we bring in Vernon?
Shakib's been a strange one for me in a day and a bit so far. You know, the way he came out and played yesterday, haphazard nature, not really seeming up for the fight or the long haul of Test cricket, but he did manage to get a half century, and even at times in the field, you know, just like I said, the body language, just looking a little disinterested, and that's not something you expect from such an experienced player, and also the leader. I think at times he's found maybe a couple of deliveries to spin, but he's just really struggled to find the right pace in which to bowl on this Sir Vivian Richards wicket.
So as we bring Vernon Springer in, Vernon, a lead of 56, considering the fact that the West Indies have 7 wickets in hand. Perhaps what are your projections after lunch? And also comment on Blackwood's approach thus far. Do you see a different approach post-lunch?
Don't disagree anyway, Seth, because this is our lunchtime discussion. Blackwood 75, not out 239 balls, 8 fours. Lead of 56. He came up 174 with 5 fours. And as you rightly said in your postmortem, Blackwood will be Blackwood. I don't think there's going to be much of a change in his attitude in terms of what's happening. What I think needs to happen is that you need to have somebody else. I don't think you can have the same players back in the same way. You need to have somebody who's going to be up tempo. You need to have somebody who's going to be able to take the attack. I was talking to Mali downstairs, and I was saying, the mid-on and mid-off is none of the batsmen are really convincing me. Trying to here was a big analyst, the same thing that Seth was talking about.
SWB audio capture, not registered.
Right? We'll have to say that was played beautifully between
with your West Indies tinted glasses on.
I'm telling you, Vernon.
There was nobody close to it.
Okay, so what Vernon is speaking about, our listeners there, is that there was just the replay when Bonner had been caught behind, but the appeal was not made. Amazingly, well, there was at least a hand raised by the wicketkeeper, and then we saw the other edge going between first slip and the wicketkeeper. Vernon says it was not a let-off, it was well played. But if he would have been playing on my team, not just the wicketkeeper, but the first slip would have gotten a shake-up.
But Seth and Mary, let's talk a little bit about how Bonner got out. He bowled him the same 2 deliveries, you know. If you look here, you check the movement, right?
It's no footwork.
You see where Bonner's left foot is? The hands going. I mean, if a left timer is bowling to you, you got to be able to come out to the pitch of the ball to cover the line on the stump. Here's Bonner tentatively playing like mind games, as if like the contingent grass that Mary was talking about is like affecting him rather than getting that stride out.
But then, and there's also no silly mid-off in front of him. That's something that we spoke about yesterday. He looked like, he misread the length based on the fact that him not wanting to get a big stride. But you can afford to get a massive stride out there when there isn't a silly mid-off there. So, I mean, just a lapse in concentration there from Nkrumah Bonner, not quite picking the length early enough.
And we are analysts, Seth and Mali. we're analysts. And so I think it is important that folks understand that the intensity in how we see Australia in
SWB audio capture,
India,
not registered.
we are matching our standards.
New Zealand.
Yes.
That's
I
right.
don't want anybody to tell me
That we're
you
crying
win
down.
all day. Yeah. Those guys, when those test teams come out, they turn test cricket into a 50-over game. And they decide that, hey, this is how we're going to play the game. So we're going to be running. We're looking for everything. The West Indians, if we looked at yesterday between the communication between Barnum and Bradford, sort of hesitation. It's not like, yes, we're going. You know, even so I'm saying once you come in, you know that it's test cricket, you're batting. You got to look to pick up as much runs as possible. Bradford is 75. He could have maybe got about another 25 singles based on the vast acres of land that we have here.
You mentioned something, and I want to go back to it regarding the comparison between the top teams. It's like a gulf between the top teams in international cricket and the bottom teams. When I say a gulf, we're striving, we know we have Bradford as the opener, the anchor for the team. We're looking for another opener. Their comparison would be David Warner. How do you find that?
Chalk and cheese in terms of
Precisely.
in terms of performance.
Because
and
Vernon now is speaking not just the ability to stay and stick around, but he can turn a test match into a T20 at any time without losing composure, without losing shape, by just playing natural cricket.
Yeah, and it's that ability to now apply that pressure back onto the
So
bowler.
my concern is that at this stage, I am still, even though in this match the West Indies the West Indies would be leading by 56 runs, having the benefit of bowling out Bangladesh for 103 in 32 overs on a game. I am concerned that within that space of time yesterday afternoon, 48 overs, 95 runs. Even though
SWB
I
audio
understand that you
capture,
have to spend
not
time.
registered.
But I don't understand the column that you can't turn over the strike, that you can't be dominant. I can't understand that for the morning, 64 runs in 31 overs, even though you would have lost one wicket. And that wicket that you have lost is a player who not only would have edged one that was not picked up, but would have been let off, but would have been found wanting outside the off stump to the rising delivery and not moving the feet.
I think
I just wanted to understand my deep concern here.
I understand.
Then in the same situation, I am seeing a player who is coming in for his first test in how many years, batting at number 3, who is not an out-and-out specialist batsman. So I'm concerned about what I'm seeing, and I'm also concerned about the thinking. You guys can have lunch on that, but just understand my concern.
Yeah, definitely. And what I'll say to that is we definitely have to be careful, though, at times that we're not expecting too much. I think really and truly we're based on everything. We're only just slightly better than Bangladesh. And that's just what our level is at this stage. I know we've come through the glory years, and there's so many guys that, the real cricket fans here that have been here and seen West Indies at the top of the game, but that's not definitely the thinking anymore. We are a great cricketing nation, definitely, and we've made that contribution, but I think that's our level right now. We're only just slightly better than the top associate teams, and we're only just marginally better than Bangladesh. And it's not me saying that. That's what the rankings and the results say. Yeah.
Right. So we have to face a challenge in reality.
SWB audio capture, not registered.
Because we need to make the mind up in terms of whether we want to be a better test playing nation or whether we are going to be a white ball playing nation. So if we're going to be a better test playing nation, then we need to pick horses for courses.
I think what we're actually saying here is that yes, remember, West Indies are leading. They bowled out Bangladesh for 103, leading by 56. Lunch on day 2. Definitely in the box seat. But I think what I'm hearing here a lot is you want to see West Indies performing in a more dominant fashion, especially when they've got that initiative.
Exactly.
Right. I think that's the main thing.
But and that is why we're saying that even when you're playing against Sri Lanka, even when you're playing against Bangladesh, as you said, against Zimbabwe or whoever, you still have to up your ante. I'm not saying that when we come up against Australia that we're going to become reckless. We were competitive against England, and you kept saying it on commentary, Manny. Yes, we were competitive against England because England really was at their weakest ever. And England came to the Caribbean feeling that, hey, it's the West Indies, we're going to beat the West Indies.
But also in the past, we tend to be more competitive against England because of our history.
Yes.
Be it colonial, whatever. We have a colonial history, and I think we do tend to find a little extra. Yeah, when we see England on the other side of the road.
So if we find an extra game against England, what happens after that?
It's harnessing. It's trying to harness that now and bring it to every other series. We tend to want to turn up against England, or at least try and be competitive against an Australia, the top teams. But teams roughly of our level, or maybe just slightly below, we don't show that dominance.
Is it then? I don't even want to say confidence level, or it's a psychological thing, because if we can turn up against England, and we did turn up in the best way we could have.
3 test matches.
Precisely. And if you even get back to England a few times here, the previous series right here on this ground, it was such a beating for them that the pitch was all lost points, right? Imagine, right? They didn't act precisely.
What you think
so my point. So if you can get that level for England,
trying to find that.
You have to find that has to be a standard. That is the issue. Sometimes we take certain things casually,
and we've seen it over and over and over again. You almost know England in the Caribbean, West Indies are definitely going to turn up. Even in England at times, we find results.
And we're not saying that we are not looking on the path for victory, but we want to see a different approach.
I think what I'm hearing here is that we want to see us going about it in a different way. I think a good comparison would be, if you think about, we've just come off a one-day series with the Netherlands and Pakistan. We beat the Netherlands 3-0. I think the Netherlands were. I think maybe the 3-0 result maybe flattered us a little bit, based on how competitive the series was at times. The Netherlands were in the games; they were never really out of any of the games. And then we see England today. We did score 300 against the Netherlands, and thought, hey, we've done well. But then we see what a true top team, a really top team, a team at the top of their game, would do against a similar opposition.
SWB audio capture
it tells us
not
that's
registered.
another indication of where we are.
As you mentioned, even though it's not Test cricket, you mentioned the Pakistan scenario. The first ODI against Pakistan, look at the mentality. It looked as though we were running on that adrenaline from that Netherlands series, because we were competitive down to the last over.
Right, but
then after that, we were back to that ordinary self. So I am just wondering if it's just a matter of a gulf of a difference in class and capacity, or is it that we are not harnessing that, as you said, that adrenaline that you'd have against England, that focus that you'd have had against England, the same way that cannot be translated into consistency.
And you'd probably expect that the first game to be maybe the most shaky game, because the way how tours are set up now, you fly from the Netherlands on Friday, and on Sunday you're playing in Multan against Pakistan in a one-day. Not much time to really adjust to the different conditions and whatever. And it turned out that our best game was probably the first game of that series. And if you look back, you know the kind of team that the West Indies are, a team that really goes on momentum, and probably would have needed to get up and win that first game in order to make the rest of that series as truly competitive as it really could be. Or should have been.
I just wanted to pick your guys' brain. Set Jason Holder period along with the Craig Butler period so that we kind of have an idea of what's happening. So Jason Holder would have captained the West Indies team from 2015 to 2020. 37 test matches, 111, lost 21. Craig Butler has just now taken over. And he would have captained in between during that period of time with Jason Holder, 2017 to 2021.
SWB audio captured, not registered.
And lost 10. So if we match up set, 46 test matches between the two captains. We've won 15 and we've lost 31. And that comes on to what Mali was talking about in terms of us as a test nation. Figuring out. Now, I want to go back because I don't want people to feel that we're just only coming at Jason Holder. So I will go as far back as Darren Sammy. So Darren Sammy during this period of time, 30 test matches, won 8, lost 12. Dinesh Ramdin, 13 test matches, won 4, lost 7. And before Jason Holder, these two, along with Floyd Weaver, would have been the test captains. Floyd Weaver had two test matches and he lost 2. So I broke that down set where between Ramdin, Sammy and Weaver there were 45 test matches.
We've all have had negative results, really.
So if we look at it set, we're talking about 91 test matches during that period of time, and that would have been like from 2009 during that period of time, and we've just not been able to find the winning formula, as Mali was saying, where we consistently. But during that time, we have rushed England, as just Mali said, but we just have not been able to be consistently hold our own at the test arena.
Agreed. Something has to give. Something has to be looked at, because right now, as I think Mali was hinted, the dominant part of West Indies game is the white ball. When I say, even though we may not be examining the stats now, and that focus has been given once the advent of T20 cricket came in. What I did not think was done, and I'm not trying to be critical here, I'm just trying to be practical and real. I don't think at the
SWB audio captured, not registered.
Dominant, and we had dominant powerhouse T20 players, because under Darren Sammy we would have won 2 World Cups. I mean, if you were to go back years before, that would have been the comparison of Clive Lloyd winning the first 2.
West Indies have played a massive part in T20 being what it is today.
So we have built T20 cricket, and I think that as you build, that the Test cricket was declining, because some of these players who could have been our key players were not playing the Test cricket. We remember Chris here playing against New Zealand back in 2012 along with Powell. They put on a double 100 partnership. Now consider if that were prolonged.
10 years on.
Exactly. You'd have had somebody grooming the other. And you'd have had competitive situations. What I did not think happened, I did not think we were able to match it administratively. That success of T20 or the white ball success. I don't think there was a clear strategic approach in how we would have handled Test cricket while we were dominating there.
Especially when your talent pool isn't as big as other competing nations.
But yet we were outputting more T20 players per team than other players in the world, and ours were flourishing. So how did we not harness that? In that same Test, New Zealand here 2012, Narayan played in a Test match. You get the point?
Yes.
Did we look at it and say, map out the path? IPL, we have a special time. We're having CPL now. Did we map out the path and said, well, this is how we're going to manage the small pool of players? What we are having is a situation where the team was depleted because the top guns were not available for tests. What some people call second string players, they're not second string because that's your team. Some clear consideration of
audio capture, not registered.
We expect you to be here. Do you think Mitchell Starks can decide, I'm going IPL, I don't care what?
And that's
Do you think Cummins can decide that?
And that's the thing. I mean, we're a little different in terms of, the talent pools, like I said
Precisely,
earlier.
talent pool, but also our structure,
right.
Our system. How do we deal with that? Who pulls?
I mean, who schedules the matches at that time as well?
Right.
I mean, you think about that. I think the ICC has a lot to really, and the BCCI. I mean, a lot of these powerful boards, or the most powerful boards around the world, they've got a lot to answer for as well.
Yes, but we also have an input there.
It forces our players to choose, whereas an
Exactly.
Indian player never really has to choose between a T20 and test matches.
Because the T20
is the most lucrative one.
Precisely. So that is untouchable.
Yep.
But at the same time, we needed to work around it.
For
there
sure,
was a time
for sure,
when
for
I
sure.
said Shanda Paul was at the end of his career. Sarwan was still around. And the thought process was, with T20 coming in, perhaps you could say these guys must be part of the nucleus of the test team. And you'd have had some other young guys who were coming on, Adrian Barrett, a couple of guys, and you say, these guys, we're asking these guys to play test cricket. Even though we have to increase the pay, we want to build a test team. Young Powell was coming around there. You need to identify a core.
I think that's where we saw the advent of the central contract.
Precisely.
Here in the West Indies.
But at the same time, you have players who are available. You have players who are being put on rest. You can't play for Australia and hear that you're on workload break, but you're playing other things.
Right.
So the point that we're making is that we had an opportunity that I think we missed about 10 years ago. Between that 2012, we were beating New Zealand here.
Yeah, New Zealand
New Zealand are now
were ranked under us at the
so
time.
we were going places. And even at
That was the
same
last time.
we were giving India a challenge, even though they would have beaten us. So the point is, we did make those key decisions 10 years ago.
And then we see the changes that New Zealand made to their structure and their administration.
Precisely.
And reaping the benefits now.
Folks, if you're wondering what's happening, we're having a lunchtime cricket chat. We got Seth Burton, Mally Richards, and Vernon Springer. Mally and Seth, I just want to talk a little bit about the stats of the T20. And we're going to go, Seth, from Floyd Reefer to Nicholas Purran. So during that period of time, from Floyd Reefer, from 2009 to present, we would have played 131 matches, 156, and lost 65. So I'll give you the record for the captains. Floyd Reefer, one match he would have won his game. Darren Sammy, most successful, 2011-2016, 47 T20 matches as captain, 127, lost 17. Then we would have had Carlos Brathwaite, 30 test matches, 30 T20s international, 111, lost 17. Jason Mohammed would have had 3, lost all 3.
Jason Mohammed.
Yes, Jason Mohammed. Remember when they discarded Carlos Brathwaite? They had a series there where they took out Jason Mohammed to captain. This was 2018. Jason Holder came in 2019 against England when they demoted Carlos Brathwaite as the T20 captain and lost all 3 T20s to England, 2019. Karen Pollard's record, 2019 to 2022. 39 T20s as captain, 113, lost 21. Nicholas Purran, 2021, 8 matches so far, 1-4, lost 4. So it gives us now an idea now, Seth, where 131 we would have played from that time, 56 won, and we would have lost
audio capture
65. Now, this is T20. We switch now to the ODIs. And again, we're taking it from Floyd Reefer. And from Floyd Reefer, Darren Sammy, Dinesh Ramdin, Kyron Pollard, Jason Holder, Marlon Samuels, Jason Mohammed, Ravman Powell, Nicholas Purran. Those would have been the captains that we would have had from that period of time. We played 179 ODIs. We won 60 and we lost 110. The record: Floyd Reefer, 6 matches, lost all 6. Darren Sammy, 51 matches from 2010 to 2013. 51 matches as ODI captain, 119 and lost 30. Dinesh Ramdin, he would have captained in 2011. He had 1 match and he won that. Kyron Pollard, 2013 to 2021. 20 matches, 112, lost 8. Jason Holder, 2015 to 2019, 86 matches. He won 24, he lost 54. Marlon Samuels would have had 1 game, 2015, lost that game. Jason Mohammed, he had 4 games, lost all 4. Ravman Powell would have captained 2018, had 3 matches, won 1, lost 2. And Nicholas Powen has just come into the fold. He's won 3 matches and lost 5. So I give you a set of the transition period that we have gone through. It also now leaves, and I know we're in our lunch and break, and we'll take a break because somebody else will come and take over from our aspect at the start of the innings. But it now begs to look at our leadership going forward. Kyron Pollard and then Nicholas Powen was trusted into the input. We know our respective captains, because whether we like it or not, who is going to take over from Craig Brathwaite as the test captain? Can we look into that team right now and say who's going to be the next test captain?
SWB audio capture not registered.
You're asking?
I'm only asking.
Oh,
okay. I'm just having.
So it's hard to answer that question, but I have to look at the model, and let's also face it. In West Indies, we had a model, right? And I am going to go the era prior. Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards, Rice, clear transition. We saw results. I'm not saying we're going to get the result with the same thing now. Viv Richards, Richie Richardson, we still had results. Okay? So there was somebody, even though Desmond Haynes may have been groomed, or even though someone felt that Greenwich, or there were arguments in certain quarters, Greenwich should have succeeded, Lloyd or not. We got to have all these parochial things. What we saw are results, and those were solid. You played together for a certain period of time. It's like you passed the baton.
Well, it's important hold that thought, Seth, because I think this is an education that we need to, what you're talking about, and I have to support you, Seth. So Clive Lloyd's record from 74 to 85, 74 test matches, 136 and lost 12. And as we were talking about that period of time. Now remember, after Clive Lloyd, we would have had Alvin Kalitcharan, 1978 to 1979. He would have had 9 test matches, won 1 and lost 2. And then we had Derek Murray, 1979, he only had 1 test match. And then we had Sir Viv from 1980 to 1991, 50 test matches, 127 and lost 8. So it comes down to the transition point of what you were talking about.
That key transition point, and that was our best era. The unbeaten period, right? Lloyd, Viv, and to some extent also Richie for a few years. That 15-year period is our best period in terms of leadership. But you saw a transition. Somebody was playing with somebody for a time. Somebody was grooming somebody. That is not happening because I'm saying in this setup that the number 3 batsman comes in number 3. I was saying off air. That was like our sacred position for batting West Indies cricket for years.
Because I also think a lot of the administrative structures below CWI level as well aren't right.
That's the part of the problem.
Yeah.
But let's also switch, Vernon, to the Australians. The Australians followed what West Indies were doing. And then what you realize, once Alan Border and these guys were beaten, there was that transition from Alan Border to what's his name?
Mark Taylor.
And then there was the Mark Taylor to Steve Waugh. And then the Steve Waugh to Ricky Ponting. And then Ponting to Michael Clark. And then to Steve Smith.
Yeah.
And how that was done with all 3 formats now. Well, during the Taylor period, we didn't have T20. Steve Waugh, test captain, but in the one-day team, but then had to move out of the one-day team and remain captain. And we saw that come right down to Steve Smith now. So I am saying there were clear patterns. And trust me, the Australians would have picked our model for success. And they've used it successfully. Although, Mali, I respect the point that we don't have, as you say, we don't have the pool in terms of numbers. But
that's why we have to maximize our system.
So I am saying, where does the transition between that Darren Sammy period, I think we also miss a golden opportunity.
But here's an interesting point for us to think about as well. Would you say in that golden period, right, the period of which you speak, was cricket being administered here in the West Indies at a higher or at a higher level then or now?
Well,
SWV audio
I'm going to go to another
not
fact.
registered.
I know you want to say hands off of it. I remember in the days when the West Indies Cricket Board came here, it was then West Indies Cricket Board of Control. There were no more than 5 employees there. I am telling you, Andrew Seeley was the executive secretary, Steve Comash was the CEO, and they were just a couple staff. And they managed West Indies Cricket. Not that I am saying that you have a lot of people unless it's happening.
Right.
I'm not saying that.
Right.
But what I am saying,
But in
everything
terms of
that
the
used to happen
structures
was happening.
Right.
And at least we were still competitive. So there is no connection with that we can measure and say based on the level of administration, based on the number of people you have staff, it translates into any result.
Think there's one thing that you can tell. There's one thing that you can say is different for sure, and that's the players.
The commitment of the players.
Just
the quality of the players.
Yeah, and the results that they got.
Precisely.
Yeah, that's definitely something.
So we're saying that we what are we modeling? You know what we model? In fact, let me put this clear. The first coach that I can remember of a West Indies team was Warren Canai. Tell me if I'm wrong. In the 1990s. When your father played and Clive played, they didn't have any coach.
They didn't.
They had managers who knew the game. But the captain was coach, strategist.
Right.
The bowling head, they told you Andy
ran practice
Roberts
sessions.
Exactly. They have the team meetings, they strategize. But after we started to
it's
follow
a more hands-on
whereas
situation. No, I think maybe players are just a little bit they don't have the skills because they're just not as self-sufficient.
Are they over-dependent? That somebody has to
system,
tell me
maybe.
That I have to watch all the videos, but you and I can psych out players, assess players. So something is there. So the point I want to make is that we now start to follow the model that the rest of the world brought on us. Bring a coach, bring a video, bring the whole set of people that your touring party may be almost twice the players. But at the end of the day, the result line is different.
Here's the difference though, Seth. Players are exposed to that almost from grassroots level. So just above that age group level, they're exposed to video analysis and everything around the world. That's what's different here. We wait until they get to the West Indies level
to do that.
And it takes for a period of adjusting and becoming acclimatized to the requirements.
But Mali, setters would know that in the days of old, your coaches were the spectators.
That too.
Your coach when you came to Antigua Recreation Ground, and Hugo walked in and you heard his mouth, and he said, "What kind of shot is that? And what are you bowling there?" So what happens? Or he comes down in the stand on the edge of the boundary and asks you if you forgot what you learned up at factory. Whether we like it or not, the coaches were the spectators.
That's right.
It was the community.
You take a steady in recreation grounds, Antigua Recreation Grounds. He nursed me to a few hundreds. I tell you that.
Wow.
Just
Zumbai
by
guy
his
in
advice
in
from the
Nevis.
stands. You know?
When Zumbai the guy in Nevis comes along with his dolly, you know, as I come from in Leeward Islands or Combine Islands playing in St. Kitts or Nevis, and those guys come in and you hear somebody say, "Boy, Barbados or Trinidad up there ain't on a wicket there." He said, "Well, wicket can start to fall now." And what do you think is going to happen? Because I have arrived. And Willett look over and he hear Zumbai the guy. He said, "Well, I'm here." And the whole ball game.
So then there is that connection between the spectators,
of course,
between the mind that influences the mindset of the players.
If you go around Montserrat or wherever, in fact, Inaplois was even talking about the point of knowing that sometimes when he comes out to bat, somebody will be telling him he doesn't hear a voice, he doesn't hear a set voice or Mali voice or whatever. It's not the same. But from the time that person walks through the gate, in terms of what's going to be happening. But folks, we have come to our end of our lunchtime discussion, and we have to keep you alive.
But just as we say, as we close it, Vernon, we just want to make the point for future discussion. We need to discuss the connection between the player and the system that he represents, and also the people that they represent. I think if we look at that and set the right models and set the right tone and nurture the talent
and recognize the differences as well around the region.
Precisely.
Just how it may be different in the Leewards in comparison to in Barbados or Jamaica. It would make for a more streamlined system overall.
So folks, it was indeed lovely chatting with you guys on our lunchtime chat. Seth Burton, the experienced Marley Richards, and myself, Vernon A. Springer. We pay a quick tribute to our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll have the first ball after lunch. The batsmen in Blackwood and Brathwaite are coming out along with the fielders, but we pay some respects to our sponsors, and then we'll be back with the first ball after lunch.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
SWV audio capture, not registered.
Is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you exciting commentaries on the West Indies.
Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the start of the afternoon session, and they're starting with the Bangladesh captain Shakib, who's now bowling from the Sir Andy Robertson, with the West Indies resuming on 159 for 3 after lunch. It now goes up to 160 for 3. Blackwood is on 10. And the West Indies lead by 57. It now brings the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite in strike on 75. As I said, good afternoon to Terry Laraja.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Good day to wherever you are in the world. It's a nice, bright, sunny afternoon here. The pitch is settled down quite a bit, all the moisture out of it from yesterday, and with the hot sun on it this morning. Be excellent for batting this afternoon. Skipper Craig Brathwaite, just 25 short of what would be his 11th Test century. Looking to get to that milestone, and a few more after that, I believe.
SWB audio capture, not registered.
And before lunch, Terry, West Indies recorded 395 dot balls. And this is what we were talking about. 160 for 3, something I think that we have to... You look at here at the lovely outfield here, and excellent work by the groundsmen here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And combined with the folks from the Coolidge Cricket Done, they've done an excellent job on the outfield itself. We've got to be able to find some vast acres and get some singles. Another dot ball. Brathwaite comes quietly forward. The lead is 57. West Indies 160 for 3.
Yes, very true, Vernon. And, you know, they can maneuver the ball a lot better than just simply dropping a bat on it and hitting it straight to fieldsman. That is a good point that you make, and something I'm quite sure that the hierarchy and the coaching staff would be looking at. So West Indies have had trouble with dot ball counts for quite a few years now in white ball cricket, and of course the emphasis is not on it as much in the red ball game, but still very important. I think yesterday they could have gone a little quicker by just doing that, especially when they had left and right hand combinations at the top of the order. Upset the opposition, in this case Bangladesh bowlers, lines and lengths, having to keep swapping round, but the rotation of the strike, as you say, Vernon, has just not been there.
Well, 80 overs have been bowled. The second new ball is made available, and in the meantime, Bangladesh is taking a new ball. Mustafari Rahim will start. 14 overs, 7 maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. And Bangladesh, Terry, they have decided to...
SWB audio capture not registered.
For 3, and they would hope that the new ball can bring some success for them.
Yes, I'm sure they would have had a chat at lunchtime, realizing that the new ball was only a couple of overs away, and they're quite right to take it early while the players still fresh, just come out after the luncheon interval. And this is the second bite of the cherry. They must make this work for them. They need wickets. They need wickets in a hurry to get back into this test match.
Raimi. The ball to Blackwood goes down the onside. First up delivery with the second new ball. And the score remains on 160 for 3. Blackwood is 10 from 46. Craig Brathwaite 75 from 243 balls so far. Rahim has bowled with some real pace. And he's starting with the second new ball from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, which means that he's going to try to see the left armour, try and see if he can be able to get some wickets. Lovely little small crowd that is on hand here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to witness day 2 of this important series, West Indies versus Bangladesh. Remember, Bangladesh were bowled out for 103, West Indies 160 for 3. Blackwood comes quietly forward, a little tentatively, not relaxed. You know, the ball hitting the bat rather than him being in a relaxed position. But the most important thing is Blackwood is still there, captain and vice-captain of the West Indies Test team.
And we see a lot of that, Vernon, with a lot of the top-order West Indies batsmen that you're quite right. They push at balls tentatively where if they got a bigger stride in and committed themselves to the length or to the pitch of the delivery, then you would be able to, in that case on the offside, find the spaces in the gaps in the field. And it brings the rotational strike and those singles rather than dot balls into play.
Blackwood 10. Rahim into both the Blackwood down the
SWB
onside.
audio capture not registered.
In the end, as he got across nicely. Just to let you know, Terry, that a number of carnivals and festivals are coming up. Antigua and Barbuda Carnival, Culturama in Nevis, Carnival in St. Lucia, Music Festival coming up next door. I think its Music Festival is going to be next week. And we still have a little problem, Terry, with air travel to get to some of these festivals. So don't worry if you got a private plane. You never know. You might make some money, Terry.
Well, just have to get the fuel.
Here is Blackwood driving through cover. A little hesitation. You see what we were talking about during the luncheon there? The captain, Craig Brathwaite, sort of ball watching. Thought that was a long single. In the end, they got it. Blackwood goes to 11. Brathwaite 75. He comes into strike. The score goes up to 161 for 3. We're talking about air travel. You said you just wanted fuel?
Well,
you'll have to talk to the West Indies Oil and see what happens.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to help me out, Vernon, because I can afford the plane these days, but I can't afford the fuel.
161 for 3.
But the point you were making just there with the looking and taking their time with a very long single intent. Exactly. It's just it's not predominantly there, you must say.
Folks, if you're wondering what's happening, you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage on ABS and Platinum FM 97.9 Pointville Communication. Here is Brathwaite just getting one which sort of bounced on him, turned it into the leg slip era. Got a single, his first run after lunch. He goes up to 76. It now brings the vice-captain of the West Indies team, Jermaine Blackwood, who's back into strike. We say good afternoon to the folks in Jamaica and wherever you're listening to us via the radio. We're pleased to be able to bring ball by ball live from Antigua and Barbuda. We're at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where we have a young man by the name of Mr. Rahim, who's bowling
SWB audio capture not registered.
Is on set. Lead of 59. This is the afternoon session of day 2 of the first test. Rahim is into Blackwood. Just rolled his wrist on that, and Blackwood just curling this one around down to the fine leg area. And this time he played it a lot later as compared to the first delivery he would have received from him. The first over with the new ball, the second after the luncheon session, the West Indies go up to 163 for 3. Brathwaite is 76. Blackwood is 12. The lead is 60, but really the lead is not important right now. The West Indies will really have to bat properly to force a lead. They'll be thinking about batting at least once in this game.
Yes, Vernon, I'm sure that's first and foremost in their mind. And whatever the lead they get, they'll be happy with, providing that they put the runs on the board in the first innings. But not a bad over by Mustafiza with the second new ball, employing the leg slip to Brathwaite. A lot of teams around the world find that with a new ball, if you can get it to bounce just on or about middle and leg to Brathwaite, when he tries to turn it down towards the fine leg region, he can get himself in trouble. In fact, I think he was dropped there yesterday with a sharp chance. So they're employing that tactic, and Ebertot will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I've been impressed with this boy.
Eberdat Hussain glides away, comes in out the bow to Blackwood. Blackwood back up and punching it. And the cover fielder a little bit deep right there. Ricocheted off of him and allowed Blackwood to get an easy single. Former Bangladesh captain diving away there. In the meantime, Blackwood goes to 13. And the score goes up to 164 for 3. Eberdat has certainly looked impressive. What I like about him is his long frame.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Looks like a natural athlete.
He does. The run-up looks rhythmical, smooth.
Well, your stride pattern has to be consistent, and his stride pattern is certainly consistent. You could see his arms pumping, legs moving away. The West Indies captain is as broad as Bridgetown. He comes quietly forward, and he's not going to give this 100 away. Craig Brathwaite, the last time he played against Bangladesh, he scored 121. At that point in time, West Indies scored 407 in their innings. And he'll be thinking about that. He just loves batting at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Craig Brathwaite. I think the next time I go to a press conference, I have to ask him, what about Antigua that he likes?
Well, the beaches are just the beginning.
Certainly.
He's found the track.
Here is Brathwaite getting a wide delivery and steering it out to the sweeper on the offside. And there's already protection, even though with the new ball, he'll only get one run in the meantime. He goes up to 77. Score goes up to 165 for 3. That's the latest score in case you've just tuned in to ABS and to Platinum FM 97.9. Our commentary panel includes Jack Matthews, Seth Burton, Vincey Boyne, Mali Richards, Terry LaRaja, Garfield Burford is due up at some point in time today, and we're expected to hear the voice of Darwin Telemack during this period. Eberdat in out the bow to Blackwood. Blackwood drive in, but again, because he's not staying over the ball, he's just more or less in a standing up position. Needed to just, get his head past his front knee and find the gap. That should have been 4 runs. Score remains at 165 for 3.
Yes, a couple of these deliveries. He hasn't beaten the cover field.
It's about the positioning and the balance.
It's more or less a knee-jerk reaction rather than a fluent stride forward into the shot.
Lead of 62. Eberdat
SWB audio capture not registered.
Moving in smoothly. He's in out to Blackwood. Blackwood is forced to defend. He was still looking to go hard. I think one thing Blackwood is going to have to learn about this track here is that it's not an easy track where you can be able to just fluently hit through the line of the balls. You've got to be a little bit more patient. You have to play the ball a lot later. Let the ball come right onto your bat rather than looking for power.
True. You need to get in on this pitch first.
West Indies captain has demonstrated that. He's 77. Blackwood is 13. He's the vice captain of the West Indies test team. He'll be looking for a big one here, Blackwood. Eberdat in out the ball to Blackwood. Blackwood is turning this into the onside. Vacant shot mid-wicket area. Gets a single, rotates a strike. Over comes to an end. 82 overs bowled here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Blackwood is 14 with that single. Brathwaite, who is 77, is on the non-strikers end. Blackwood takes a strike. And the West Indies lead by 63 on day 2 of this important test match. They've lost Campbell for 24, Reefer for 11, and Bonner for 33. Those are the 3 batsmen that are out for the West Indies. To come, I'm looking forward for this. Carl Mayers, Joshua De Silva, Alzari Joseph, Kemar Roach, Gudish Moti, who's also got a first-class 100, and Jaden Seals, who can bat. The West Indies 166 for 3. As I say, good afternoon to Asim Bassarat in Trinidad and Tobago and all the folks who are listening to us, even right here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Mr. Bassarat is doing some good work with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. That's interesting, though. I know you're a big Blackwood fan, Vernon. Is 5 his right position? He's been up opener, he's been at 3, he's been at 4, he's batted in front of Bonner and Mayers, he's batted behind them, he's batted in the middle of them. Where would you prefer to see?
I'll come back to that in a little while. Terry, Rahim moves away.
SWB audio captured, not registered.
He's delivering that one while it's back of the arm. I've always said, and I will continue to say, Terry, Blackwood is a cricketer. Blackwood is an attacking batsman. We can't have Blackwood thinking that he's a Shivnarine Chandapal.
Right.
He's somebody who's going to play shots, and sometimes the West Indians need that sort of flair. That's why I think that you need someone like a Carl Mayers, you need a Blackwood in your team, you even need a Shimon Meyer or Nicholas Purran in your team, so that you can be able to put the pressure back on the opponents. If we have everybody batting the same way, then it creates a problem.
Yeah.
166 for 3. Here's Blackwood back and looking to turn that, but can't beat the fielder at square leg, and the score remains on 166 for 3. Blackwood is 14. If you follow West Indies cricket over the years, West Indians have always produced great players, starting from the Lawrence Road to the Richie Richardson to the Viv Richards. And we're talking about flamboyant players, the Brian Lara, who people would pay to come to see. Mm-hmm. And so that is what you want. You want to see stroke players. You don't want to see defensive players. You want to see flamboyance. You want to see somebody who, just lift up the whole park.
Yes.
And play some real proper cricket shots that brings joy on your face. Blackwood coming quietly forward. As much as you would say that Carl Hooper might have been an underachiever, and that's for folks who...
It's still beautiful.
The most important thing is that when you went to Kensington Oval and Sir Carl walked out, what do you think happened? The crowd, it was a buzz. If you were drinking by the bar, you had to catch your seat because you know that once Carl Hooper was going to be there for an hour, it was going to be something spectacular. Mm-hmm. That's what we want to see in West Indies cricket in terms of coming from our batters.
Mm-hmm. No, excellent point you make, Werner, because I was having a discussion with some people the other night about Tej Narayan Chandapur.
SWB audio captured, not registered.
But that you do take a risk. I'll come back to it.
Here comes Rahim. He comes in out the bowl to Blackwood. And the stride there was a lot better. Just want Blackwood to just stay a little longer over. Just pose for the cameras a little bit more so that he can get into that rhythm. He's just contented to just come across, but he can find a gap. And I think if he just gets his balance, he just needs to just push his head past his front knee, he'll be all right. You're talking about Tejaran Chandapal. He's going to be a good boy.
Definitely.
I saw him live and in living colour at Coolidge Ground.
The practice match, yes.
He's going to be a good boy. I'll say no more. I'll leave it at that. Don't want to comment. Don't want to jinx the young man, but he's going to be a good player. Blackwood driving beautifully for 4.
The intent was there that time.
Well, he put it away. He was able to find a gap. He certainly would have been listening to Terry Laraja, and he found the gap there. He goes up to 18. The score goes up to 170 for 3. Half volleys must be put away, and that was put away. The lead goes up to 67. Bradford is 77.
Most definitely, and that was a half volley there by Mustafiza. Although he's bowled well, but interestingly enough, he's left the leg slip there for Blackwood as well. But at the moment now, after that half volley, he's coming over the wicket to Blackwood.
Mustafiza Rahim moves away. Just guilty there of over-pitching. And at this level, you're going to be put away with a class player like Jermaine Blackwood. This time he picks up the line, fourth stump line left alone. Over-completed. 83 overs bowled here so far in the West Indies innings. West Indies are 170 for 3. They lead by 6-7. Bangladesh bowl over 103 or 32.5 overs on day 1. The West Indies captain, if we look at the summary, you'll see 32.5 overs. West Indies so far have faced 83 overs.
SWB audio captured, not scoring. Registered.
But the most important thing, I think Phil Simmons' team, they're thinking about batting once. And so the objective here is to get a huge score and put the pressure back on the Bangladesh team in the second innings. Iqbal might be due some runs. So too will be the captain, and you never know. Anything can happen. It's a cricket game.
Yeah, it's a funny game, cricket, that's for sure. Anything can happen. But at this stage, West Indies wouldn't be concerned about the run rate. It's all about building this big first innings total, and they got the time to do so.
Here is a ball being worked into the leg side area, and they've come back quite easily for 2. Brathwaite, in the meantime, he goes up to 79.
But just to finish on Tejnaran Chanderpaul, all I was going to say, though, is that he needs to be, when he does get his opportunity, he needs to be managed well, because can West Indies, as you're saying, you still need that flamboyance, you still need those stroke makers. Can they afford 2 in the same vein opening the innings? Does that put too much pressure on?
He is the future West Indies batsman.
Right.
He's one of the future West Indian batsmen. Mm-hmm. So too, like Hetmeyer, I think Puran needs to get into the test arena. Devon Thomas, here is Black, the West Indies captain, back and punching this out to the sweeper on the offside, picks up his 80th run. And I'm saying there are a lot of opportunities that are popping up, Terry. The players have to make sure they're competition for places. Mm-hmm. You still have out waiting in the wings Shimon Hetmeyer. You still have a Nicholas Puran. You still got a Shamar Brooks. You still have Devon Thomas, who's still not made his test debut. Mm-hmm. You still got Casey Carty, who's just got into the ODI team. So you have a number of players around in the caliber, almost around the same age. They know when they get an opportunity, they have to force
SWB audio capture, not registered.
To make sure that they stay in the team. Mm-hmm. That is going to be critical. Blackwood on strike. That one, more or less tentatively, is going half forward, neither forward nor back. And again, caught in 2 minds. He's got to be careful. He's got to get that stride out. They might move a nice straight bat.
Yeah, good point, Vernon, because it comes back to personal fitness, personal approach, looking after yourself, how much they really want it, because the pathway has been
and the team plan
been set. Yeah,
I sometimes have to figure out, what brand of cricket is West Indies playing, whether at the white ball level or at the test level. We'll come back to that discussion. Blackwood again getting one down the onside, got inside, but he wasn't able to just get a little flick onto it, a little leg glance, and not being able to put that one. Just passing the fine leg area. He remains on 18. The West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, is on 80. He's standing tall here in Antigua and Barbuda at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And one thing I can tell you, Brathwaite is not going to give his hand away.
No, you have to get him out. And normally, it's a good delivery that gets him out. But he's certainly not going to throw it away. Especially not while he's well set on this track and the state of the game at this present time.
Henderson Springer, Adrian Donovan. Here is Blackwood again driving, but more or less in a standing up position, really. Just needed to just push that body weight forward and just stay as low as possible to the ball, find the gap. And that's one thing the Indian players and the Pakistani players are good at. They have balance at the crease. You got to be able to stay a little bit long. I think just for a moment, Blackwood just rushing it when he comes forward. He just needs to stay a little low. I think that's going to be very, very important for him. 173 for 3. Blackwood is on strike. He's 18. Let's see what he's supposed to be.
SWB audio capture, not registered.
Over completed. Terry, some 84 overs bowled here. Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, is 80. The vice captain, Jermaine Blackwood, is on 18. The lead is 70. West Indies 173 for 3. That's the latest score here. More comments from you, and then will be the voice of Jack Matthew from ABS.
Yes, West Indies 70 to the good at the moment, and still with 7 wickets in hand. They've only lost the one today, and that was Bonner. It was bowled, stuck on the crease really, to Shakib Al Hassan for 33. And otherwise, it's been all West Indies and pretty smooth sailing. But as we say, with brilliant conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and on top of the game, they'll want to really drive this advantage home and be, in an impregnable position by the end of the second day, and still out there going into the third day. So we've had 4 overs so far, Jack, of this second new ball. Bangladesh desperate to make it work for them.
And what's indicative of their desperation is that they took it right away. After 80 overs.
Yep, spot on.
The West Indies enjoying a lead now of 173 for 3. And it will be Raman who runs away from us. He's bowling left arm around the wicket, and Brathwaite is stabbing at this delivery, just easing onto the front foot. Not a long way forward, just almost standing up straight and playing the ball out towards extra cover. Picked up there by Tamim Iqbal, one of the experienced players in this Bangladesh team. Tried in the first innings, and he made 29, but not being able to go on. And so much rest on his shoulders, as well as the shoulders of Shakib Al Hassan, the captain.
Audio capture.
Shakib got a half century, but really, those were the only 2 players singing for Bangladesh to a certain degree. Ball turned away by Brathwaite towards mid-wicket. They explored the possibility of a run, but it was not on because the fielder was sprinting in and around to his left to collect the ball. And so he's kept on 173 for 3. There's action also in Guyana at Providence in the West Indies Championship for women, the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. And the Leeward Islands are in battle. They're against Trinidad and Tobago. They're 130 for 7 as we speak, of 49.5 overs. So there's a solitary ball left in that innings, 132 for 7. Shaunisha Hector made 46. The only Antiguan woman to play for the West Indies women's team. Ball stayed away down to third man. It will go away for 4. So Brathwaite opening the face of the bat and running that one nicely away past the fielder. A diving effort, but it was all in vain. And it ran down to the unprotected third man boundary for 4 runs. So Brathwaite going closer and closer to what would be his 11th Test century. Ball of full length outside the line of the off stump. So he had the width there, and he decided to just steer the ball away from the fielder at that fourth slip position and down to the boundary for 4. He's on to 84, 177 for 3.
Yes, very good shot there by Brathwaite. He didn't try to go after it. He realized the ball was wide of him, so he just steered it down, as Jack said, and very well played. That's not a bad score, though, by Leeward's women.
Considering how they had performed before.
Yeah, and they were 60-odd for 7, so after about 37 overs, so they picked it up all right.
132 for 7, 1 ball left, and here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Brathwaite is getting a ball in line with the stumps from Raman and plays defensively back to the bowler. Shaunisha Hector, 46 from 60 deliveries. She struck 7 fours. And as Terry just said, there was a partnership, and a partnership between Amanda Edwards, who is on 29, and Roselle Liebert on 31. So bringing the innings around after they were in serious trouble. So they finished on 132 for 8. 132 for 8. The Leeward Islands women, so Trinidad and Tobago will need 133 to win. Here at the Saviv Stadium, ball tucked away through the wide mid-on area. They'll get a couple of runs here. Perhaps they'll think of coming for third. Brathwaite and Blackwood are certainly keen, and they go back for the third run.
Yes, excellent running that time.
And the fielder, not all that fleet-footed in pursuing the ball either, and they were able to take advantage. So Brathwaite goes on to 87. It's 180 for 3.
And just getting back to that Leewards, Shaunisha Hector, Antigua and Barbuda and Leeward Islands captain, being picked up by, I believe it's the Trinbago Knight Riders for the women's CPL, so that's fantastic for her.
And that will certainly help her game as well, because she'll be getting more exposure.
Definitely.
So Amanda Edwards was the one dismissed. She was run out for 29, and Roselle Liebert was unbeaten on 31. Amanda Edwards facing 41 deliveries, hitting 4 fours, and Roselle Liebert in her unbeaten 31, 39 deliveries, 3 fours. Raman goes around the wicket, and Blackwood is whipping the ball away down to the backward square area. Fielder close in, fields it on the bounce, and so the over ends with the West Indies 180 for 3, 180 for 3, a 77-run lead after dismissing Bangladesh for 103. in their first innings.
Yes, and that's either one way or the other when you
SWB
take a
audio
new
capture
ball,
not registered.
especially the second new ball. It's either runs start to come a lot more freer, or the opposition get a couple of quick wickets and get back in the match. Unfortunately for Bangladesh, it's the former that's happening. West Indies just through Brathwaite and Blackwood just starting to pick up the scoring a touch. And just the line, though, that the two Bangladesh bowlers are bowling in, Mustafiza and Ebadot, with this new ball, more so the left hand of Mustafiza, he seems to be trying to attack the body of both Brathwaite and Blackwood rather than keeping it on or about the off stump and bring his slips cordon into play. He did have the leg slip for both batsmen. In that last over, it brought more squarer to a short backward square leg. But I'm wondering if that's the right line of attack, though, Jack. Hasn't worked so far.
It hasn't. It hasn't. So Khalid Ahmed is back. He has none for 37, having bowled 14 overs, replacing Ebadot from the far end, the Sandy Roberts end, southern end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Bangladesh looking for success here with the second new ball. He's in, right arm over the wicket, and Brathwaite turns it away down to the fine leg position for a single, and his 88th run. It's 181 for 3. The bowling for Trinidad and Tobago in that women's affair in the Seiji Shrown Super 50 Cup at Providence in Guyana. Kirby Alexander, she had 3 for 20 from 10 overs. Anisa Mohammed, again, quite economical, 1 for 26 from 10, including a maiden. Those were the principal performers with the ball for Trinidad and Tobago. The Leewards
not registered,
reaching 132 for 8 of the allotted 50 overs. So the Trinidad and Tobago team will reply later on. Ball which makes a bit of height on the right-handed Blackwood, and Blackwood just having to almost jump into line as he played that ball defensively in front of him. He remains on 18 from 66 deliveries. He has grown in terms of his temperament, in terms of his technique, etc.
Yes.
Because there was a strong inclination when he started his Test career to hit the ball in the air, and the opposition worked on him. He's coming forward and clips the ball towards Tamim Iqbal at square leg, and there is no run. And he was caught several times at mid-off and so on, trying to hit the ball over the top. And it was not the proper technique at the Test level. And he quickly learned from that. And he's a much better player now. And we see the productivity as a result of curbing that indiscretion.
Yes, he's definitely improved and matured, as you say, Jack. But as a bowler bowling to him, he always gives you a chance. You know, you feel like you're in with a chance. So, good contest.
Khalid interbolt him, and he tries to whip the ball into it. The ball deflects away. We'll see if there's a signal of leg by from the umpire. No, there was a bit of bat there. And the ball going down to the backward square position. And he got a single for it. He's on to 19, 182 for 3. Brathwaite on 88 comes into strike. I remember Gaia with one of the top coaches in the Caribbean. He played for the Combined Islands way back when as an opening batsman, and he knows the game thoroughly. And he was saying that Blackwood was playing with a lot of bottom hand.
Registered.
Right. And that's why he was hitting the ball in the air so often. But he seemed to have curbed that technical flaw. Here is Brathwaite getting a snorter. That one
Get man out the way, that one.
That one certainly came back at him, and it lifted, and he had to apply the technique. They dropped the wrist, and the ball fell in front of him. A good ball from Khalid. Yes. He's a tall, fast bowler, and he managed to present a moment of discomfort there.
Yeah, well played it in by Blackwood, but it certainly surprised him. But that's that spot on the pitch, or there's a couple of spots where the grass patches are still prominent. It gets the ball to rear.
As Khalid comes in again from the far end into bowl to the right-hander, and Brathwaite is turning it into the square leg region. Tamim Iqbal is there. That's the final ball of the over, 182 for 3. Talking about Guy Yearwood, and early on, Vernon Springer was talking about the list of outstanding West Indian batsmen. He named Sir Richie Richardson, obviously among them, a player with close to 6,000 test runs. Guy was responsible in no small measure for his development, because when he played at the youth level, at the schools level, Guy Yearwood was very much part of the coaching staff. He was the head coach then, and Richie Richardson had this inclination to drive and only drive. So the story is that Guy said to him that he was not operating a driving school, and therefore he had to learn how to cut and hook. So he asked the fast bowlers, first he asked the groundsman to prepare a pitch that would be conducive to bounce. And then he asked the bowlers to bowl short at Richie Richardson. The action continues with Raman on his way to bowl to
SWB audio capture,
Docks.
not
Allows the ball to
registered.
go by needlessly because it was always high above his head.
He's cold wide.
Taken by the wicketkeeper, yes. So one more to the West Indies effort. There, with that extra, they go on to 183 for 3. So the fast bowlers were asked to bowl short at Richie Richardson. Now, it was something that he was not accustomed to, but eventually he warmed to the task. It was at the St. John's grounds, where the car park is now, and Richie Richardson had a time cutting and hooking. Here is Raman into bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood plays it down to mid-on, and they go for quick single. Good running between the two, going away from Shakib Al-Assam to the right of him, 184 for 3. And the leaves on some of those mahogany trees really had a battering when he was finished with them. So he helped to nurture Richie Richardson as an outstanding batsman, and so he developed the ability to cut and hook as a result of that, because that was perceived by Guy Yearwood very, very early in Richardson's career, that he was not comfortable hooking and cutting.
Yeah, and one of the best hookers and pullers the world's seen.
Yes, Raman in down the leg side, and Brathwaite eases inside the line. It's taken by Nurul Hassan.
And unfortunately, as far as the West Indies perspective is concerned, it's the last one we've seen.
Indeed.
After Richardson, there hasn't been another hooker and puller.
Yeah. and remember, I think it was 1991 when Australia came to the Caribbean.
We've seen a few of them, but
when Richardson made 194th border, I think it was 1991 against Australia, when Merv Hughes was part of the Australian attack, and he went berserk at border. He was square driving, was hooking, was cutting, and he was really going great guns in that test match. Here is a ball outside the off stump, and Brathwaite is just steering it down to the backward point area. They come back for a comfortable second. So he will go now into the 90s, Brathwaite, as he approaches his 11th Test 100. He's on to 90, and the West Indies score 186 for 3.
Yeah, that was Richardson's highest score, I believe, 180 odd, and
I think it was 194.
Okay. Well, but the time he took it, the short amount of time he took, it's really set up the match for West Indies to push for victory. Excellent knock, as you say, though, Jack.
Yeah, and I think that was a point that Vernon was making, because of the aggressive nature of the West Indies batsmen. Then they were able to score runs very, very quickly, and the fast bowlers then went quickly to work to dismantle the opposition, and the test matches were over in generally good time, and that part of that domineering force of West Indies cricket. Ball is defensively played by Brathwaite. He's on 90, and it just rolls up to Tamim Iqbal, that wide mid-off position, close to the extra cover. It's 186 for 3.
Yes, and Bangladesh still looking for this breakthrough, a couple of breakthroughs really, with this second new ball, the lead approaching 100, Brathwaite set approaching his personal 100, and you can tell that the the longer this afternoon session progresses, if they don't strike, you can already see body language changing out there. So imperative they try and get a wicket here.
They don't get a wicket with this delivery because Brathwaite gets bat onto ball and guides it away towards the mid-wicket area. He's kept on 91, 86
SWB audio
for 3.
capture not registered.
Mustafizur Rahman, 1 for 29 from 17.5 overs, one delivery left. Talking about aggression, England have been in belligerent form in a one international. They set a record, 498 against the Netherlands. That match has ended not too long ago. England won by 232 runs. 3 batsmen got hundreds in that game. Phil Salt made 122 from just 93. David Mallon had 125 from 109, and Jos Buttler 162 from 70 deliveries. Buttler was in terrific form, 14 sixes and 7 fours by Jos Buttler.
Now, does that put...
Here is a ball turned away into the mid-wicket region, and they'll get only 1 as the fielder runs from deep, forward square leg to pick the ball up. 187 for 3 is the West Indies score.
Does that put things in perspective as far as West Indies white ball cricket is concerned? Because we thought we did rather well and against the same Netherlands, and now they've gone. Or is it just day out for England? So Vincey Bowen will answer that for you, Jack.
Well, that immediately jumped out at me when I heard the score. I was saying, well, is that how far our cricket is from that of England and some of the other established teams? That at one point, the Netherlands almost beat West Indies in that 3-match series. And now we have England in the opening match of their 3-match one international contest, making 498.
Well, I was trying to tell Terry to leave that alone. But,
498 for 4, incidentally.
The truth is, England is seeing a sort of resurgence in their confidence level, and these 2 test matches against New Zealand, where they were able to secure a win in that test match series, I believe that would have been a boost of confidence.
Not
Secondly,
registered.
their captain also may have something to do with that.
Khalid is in, and Brathwaite is squaring up and plays defensively back to the bowler. 91 years, 187 for 3.
Yeah, I think sometimes a captain can have an effect on the team in terms of how they perform. And I don't know who is the one-day captain, but I know Ben Stokes being the test captain, his personality and his approach to cricket can certainly have an effect on how the team approaches
Owen Morgan is still very much at the top of the tree there in terms of leadership. Turned away by Brathwaite for his 92nd run. They may come back for the second. Yes, they do. So he gets to 93 with a clip to mid-wicket into the gap, the mid-on, having to come around. That looks to be the captain, Shakib Al Hassan, 189 for 3. So Owen Morgan leading the England side in the Netherlands. Scott Edwards made 72, top scored in that score of 266 by the Netherlands. They were bowled out, and 55 came from the bat of Max O'Dowd. And so 266 all out. England winning by 232 runs after making 498 for 4, a record score in one-day international cricket. Here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is Khalid, right arm over the wicket, and Brathwaite is clipping the ball to mid-on, and they go for the run. Shakib Al Hassan shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Brathwaite would have been home. So he's on to 94 with that single, 190 for 3. So I remember you making the point early on about the West Indies out cricket. There seems to be a positive tone that has come into their play, not necessarily aggressive, but certainly positive, and it's been reflected in the running.
Yes, and certainly, to tell the truth, surprisingly, it appears that in
audio
this partnership,
not registered.
Brathwaite seems to be the more positive player, where we would have expected Blackwood to be the more positive player in this partnership. And that, I guess, time spent at the crease would have something to do with that.
Khalid is in, and Blackwood is defending. Just comes forward and pushes it quietly out to the extra cover position. He remains on 20 from 70, 190 for 3.
A number of times when individuals hear about positive cricket, they're thinking hitting the ball to the boundary and stuff like that. Positive cricket just simply means scoring, exploring and exploiting opportunities for scoring runs. And when you have 6 deliveries in an over, if you can get a single off of each delivery, you'll be surprised how quickly runs accumulate just by getting a single from each delivery.
So here is Khalid with his penultimate delivery of the over, and it's turned away down to the backward square position by Blackwood. He's on to 21, and Brathwaite comes in to strike on 94. It would be quite unusual for him to get his 100 off this delivery. It means that he would have to hit a 6. And that will really take our breath away, won't it? So we know that he's gonna nudge and push to 100. That's the old Brathwaite way. And it has been quite effective for him. And sometimes we tend to forget, because of the proliferation of one-day cricket, that a test match is due to last for 5 days. And so Brathwaite is within his right to bat as long as he likes. Here is a ball which is down the leg side. He flicks at it. Has to make contact, an appeal, almost a belated one. The keeper, Nurul Hassan, going up late. Will they decide to go for review? I don't think so. The time is running out, and no, they will not review it. So more from Vincey Boyne, and then it will be the voice of Seth Burton with the West Indies 191 for 3. Blackwood on 21.
Audio captured, not registered.
Yes. West Indies are going along steadily, seemingly a little bit more positive now in their approach. I must commend Brathwaite for his compilation of 94 runs so far. He looks well set and poised to complete the additional 6 runs that would be required for his 11th Test 100. However, he has to get those 6 runs before we can grant him such accolades. But I think he has been batting quite well throughout the day, and true to in Craig Brathwaite form, he has been doing that. And we cannot expect anything different from Brathwaite, because that's how he made the West Indies team, and that is how he has continued to play his cricket. As we welcome Seth Burton back to the mic.
Well, thank you, Vincey. And yes, he has been, that's his nature, and it has worked for him. He has been positive, even in defense, which is the difference between grafting and prodding. And he has had few opportunities in which he would have given the team a sense that they would have had the upper hand of him, so it's complementary. Nevertheless, the partnership with himself and Bonner, that has yielded some 57 runs, so that's pretty much a productive partnership. Here is Shakib in to Blackwood, and he plays it to cover, and there is no run. That means the partnership between him and Blackwood, not Bonner. Bonner would have departed at 134 for 3. For 33, and the captain and the vice captain have consolidated well. Here is Blackwood coming forward to Shakib, and Blackwood would be mindful of that dismissal which Shakib had when he got the wicket of Bonner.
Yes,
because it was one that went through the gate and took actually the edge of the bat and the leg stump. Coming forward, Blackwood stretching well,
not registered.
And the West Indies will be real happy for their lead of 88 at this stage. 191 for 3 as Shakib comes in. Blackwood goes back and he turns this one nicely to the fielder, who comes around at square leg, picks it up, single to Blackwood. He moves to 22. The score to 192 for 3. Brathwaite, who is on 94, will face up. Brathwaite has really done well. His 94 from 265 balls, only 9 fours. You don't really expect too many sixes, so there is no 6 in his column. But he has been there from the very start. He has seen all 88.4 overs being bowled while he's at the crease, coming forward and smothering the spin on that occasion, playing the ball out towards the short extra cover fielder, and there is no run.
And not only that, he's been the dominant batsman in this partnership.
Short leg goes down, and this time he works it to the left of the short leg fielder, to the fielder at forward or square. That completes Shakib's over 192 for 3. Brathwaite remains on 94 and Blackwood on 22. If you have just joined us, you would remember that the West Indies started this morning on 95 for 2, and then they got up to 159 for 3 at lunch, and now they are still motoring on for the day. Only Bonner would have departed for 33, so it has been pretty much a day dominated by the West Indies in terms of performance.
Yes. And the Bangladeshis have been forced to work hard for any success that they
SWB audio capture not registered.
Quite well, at least from the fast bowlers have been putting in some effort. The spinners have been just steady, even though it is a spinner that made the breakthrough with Bonner's wicket. But so far, the West Indies are establishing themselves as the dominant factor, not only on day one, but also on day two.
Khalid comes into Blackwood. Blackwood pulls this one down to backward of square. Two fielders are converging. It beats the one coming around from long leg into the boundary for 4. He pivoted well, and he really mastered the shot. It was short. It was coming into him, and he just stood there and pulled it on one leg. And we saw both fielders trying to get around there.
I think that was a bit of poor effort there by Mustafizur Rahman. I think if he had even tried to dive, he could have stopped it.
But he elected the booth.
He tried to use the booth, and he was going to be in some trouble there.
So that 4, helping the West Indies pass 100 runs for the day. So far, Blackwood goes back and plays this one up to wide mid-off. No run. So, as we mentioned, they started the day on 95 for 2. Now 196 for 3. And they would be very happy that they're pushing a lead of close to 100, a lead of 93. Just one less than Brathwaite's personal score of 94. And it has been a day, patient day, grinding test cricket. The West Indies being dominant here. This time Blackwood goes a slow bounce. He had all the time in the world just to get behind it and just played it with a broad smile just at his feet.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Right for a pull through the mid-wicket area, but I think the batsman reacted more so than really reading the ball or the pace of the pitch before he elected to play his shot. Nonetheless, no damage to the batsman.
So 89.3 overs have been bowled in the West Indies innings, comparative to 32.5 for Bangladesh. This time a good one. That one was a bit disconcerting for Blackwood. He was going forward and then that lifted.
Yeah, and that is the fast bowlers bowling from the Anderson Roberts end have been getting that uncertain bounce, especially extra bounce from that location on the pitch. And I don't think they have exploited it enough, though.
That's right. We have seen few short pitch deliveries.
You remember one flying through between the keeper and first slip. It rose from about that level. A couple challenged Craig Brathwaite earlier also.
Blackwood plays this one in the air, just dropping short of the fielder who was scurrying in from cover, and the one converging from backward point. Khalil got something there, and Blackwood was a bit uncertain on that occasion. The ball popped on him, and well...
And I feel like it's an area that they can exploit. I'm wondering if maybe there is some value bowling around the wicket and trying to hit that spot and see what can happen if they would cause a bother to the batsmen, if they were to see if they can exploit that little extra bounce that has been happening in at times throughout the innings or during the course of play today.
Joy thought that he would have had some joy in seeing the catch being taken. Now it's Brathwaite who faces up to Khalil. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. Loud appeal is given. Craig Brathwaite goes for 94. No doubt in Joel Wilson's mind. That one really I won't say kept low, but it really came through rather quickly. It trapped him on the crease in no man's land. And Craig Brathwaite, after a huge performance, he does not even review because it's clear that he's out. LBW, Khalil has been rewarded. Definitely, he was jumping there. The ball striking him between middle and leg. And the West Indies lose their captain and losing the 4th wicket of the innings, Craig Brathwaite, for a big, well-played 94. His 94 coming off 268 deliveries, 9 fours. And what an innings from the West Indies captain.
A very well played captain's knock there. What I would do, though, I would give credit to the bowler for that wicket. And we were just talking about exploiting that location on the pitch. And I believe it is that uncertain bounce that was Craig Brathwaite's downfall. Not because of anything more so that he was very concerned about the extra bounce that they were getting from that location. Elected to go back on the back foot, and then that ball, the bowler, you could see, put a lot more effort into it. It was quicker, it skidded on, and I think really what he was looking for was the extra bounce, but what he got was the ball skidding on, which again, when you have a pitch that is giving you a variable bounce, you just put the effort in and let the pitch do the work. And, you're going to get results. And here we see the bowler putting the effort in, the variable bounce, which was the batsman's bigger concern was it bouncing more on him. But the ball skidding through is what was his downfall.
Yes, it was an effort delivery. You rightly made the point, because putting in the effort was key. Because Brathwaite was there. He was playing at the crease. He saw the ball coming and thought it was rising. He was already actually jumping to
that's
place.
why he ended up
extra pace.
Exactly.
And when that ball trapped him, one leg was off the ground, the other was on the ground on his way back down, and that one really came through. Khalil getting success and joining the other successful bowlers so far for Bangladesh in this innings. And he has 1 for 48, and he will be happy with the wicket because he has toiled, Vince. He has been toiling for some 17 overs since yesterday. And it's good that they can have a drink now as the new batsman comes out. They're just having a drink and they're taking the opportunity to mark the crease
and
the bowler's end.
Yeah, and you could see that after he was hit and the umpire gave the decision, Craig Brathwaite in his mind said, wow, he got me. He didn't even review. He just said, you know what, he got me, and just continued walking. He did slam his bat into the crease.
An honest
player. He did slam his bat down.
He's not going to waste the review.
I think not so much because of the decision, but because he is upset that he wasn't able to accumulate those 6 additional runs that he would have required to make his 11th.
That's right. He batted from the beginning. You thought that Craig Brathwaite wanted his 11th Test 100, and he showed that. We were speaking earlier about the issue of some of the play of negativity. In his case, we can't attribute it quite that way. That one may have dropped on one of those spots, and that was clearly out. Yeah. It would have hit the leg stump. It would not have been umpire's call. He would have been out. He beat the pitch, and he's saying, I'm short of 6. Yeah. But Khalil would be saying, you didn't get to the mark off me. And what can this do to the Bangladesh team as Kyle Mayers comes out?
Well, one of the things, as a player, what I would be encouraged with is that as a captain, I would be encouraged that my bowlers
audio
are putting
capture,
the effort in.
not registered.
The second thing I would say is, look, you see that spot on the pitch, that general area on the pitch, let's focus at having more deliveries in that area, putting some effort balls in that area. You never know. Some may explode, some may shoot through. As you recognize, even the delivery before that, the ball hit a spot, popped on Blackwood, and that caught the leading edge. That for a few seconds gave the Bangladeshis some hope at getting a wicket. So I've been saying this for the morning, and I believe that area on the pitch, if the bowlers focus their attention on that area, there's a possibility for more success.
So that over had been completed at that time. So 90 overs. have been completed in the West Indies innings. 42 for the day so far.
And I'll tell you, as a captain, probably my strategy would be to bowl the spinners from this end and work short spells with the fast bowlers from the other end.
Here is Shakib with the first ball of the 91st over. Played defensively by Blackwood. And there is no run.
Yeah. So short spells, 5 over spells, so that they can put some effort in, try and exploit those areas on the pitch, and bowl the longer spells with the spinners from this end.
This time Blackwood drives, 4 runs, lovely shot. Between extra cover and mid-off. And the only chasing that will do is to retrieve the ball. He really played that one nicely on the volley, flowing off drive to the right-handed Jamaican. And now it would be interesting to see the approach taken. He played it from the crease, but had his front foot well placed outside, moved. And nobody moved. He just flashed his bat in a real excellent cover drive from the diminutive right-hander. So Blackwood moves into the 30s.
SWB audio capture Shakib not registered.
Comes into him. He goes back and he works it around. Only as far as Mominul Haq. No run.
And this would be an interesting period of play because we have now the very positive Kyle Mayers and Blackwood in the middle.
Now, an opportunity there. You heard, because the Bangladeshis thought they had something. The 200, in fact, came up with that 201 for 4. The West Indies crossing the 200 mark and must be quite happy on that. Coming forward is Blackwood. The lead is 98. 200 coming up of 90.4 overs. Bangladesh would have had the second new ball. Shakib, the captain, trying to lead from in front. Blackwood goes back and cracks this one. Another magnificent 4. It is going towards the boundary, but it was already clearly a shot of class. He was coming forward and then he went back, rocked back, and pierced the cover. And what a way to keep going after the captain would have departed. Going back, and he just cracked that between backward point and cover into the boundary for 4. Jermaine Blackwood at his best. The over has been completed. Jermaine Blackwood stands there. You have gotten the captain. You're not going to get me.
Yep.
And I guess the time is right.
8 runs from that over. And now we see a change in bowling, it seems. Is that the left arm?
Well, yes, we have seen a change in bowling, but at the same time, we must recognize the new batsman, Kyle Mayers.
SWB audio capture.
No, it's Khalil.
Yes. Just bowling around the wicket.
Khalil to Kyle Mayers. Mayers coming with a huge reputation. 674 runs from his 12 tests so far. The highest of 210 not out in a winning game against Bangladesh just over, February 2021. And has had since then 250s. Averaging just under 35. This time he allows the ball to go through. Mayers, a natural aggressor in that winning knock. He really batted with confidence. And this is the same opposition. Mm-hmm. So then, I guess,
should have some
here is an opportunity to get things back together. Because following that 210 not out, it has not been the same sailing.
No, it hasn't.
So here is an opportunity, especially with the team, West Indies having a lead of 102. Scored 205 for 4. Mayers, the left-hander, faces up. Wide outside the off stump. Is this part of the plan? Khalil bowling with 2 slips. And a gully, or rather a 4th slip, a first and a second. There is a gap between second and 4th. There is a backward point. There is a cover. There is a wide mid-off, a wide mid-on, a fine leg, and a feeler halfway through the square leg boundary. Here is Khalid. Comes into Kyle Mayers. Mayers steers this one nicely between the fourth slip fielder and the backward point fielder. He gets off the mark. He gets 2 runs.
SWB audio
Get off the
capture
mark. The score
not
goes up
registered.
to 207 for 4. And the West Indies would really feel they have their confidence now, Vincey, perhaps, to push on. Not just to graph around, but also to push on.
They do have a good foundation from which they can push on, but they just can't get complacent and think that they are going to get easy runs.
That's right.
You know, they still have to do the work.
Still have to do the work. Mayers taps. Kadir, good delivery. That one was left alone, but it really had some pace on it. He would have been inspired by something after lunch.
And I think, a few opportunities out getting some wickets that may have inspired him. He realizes that he has a support of that particular area on the pitch that may bring him some results. And also, additionally, getting the wicket of Craig Brathwaite would be something to spur you on or something to inspire you. And so he's really putting the effort in. And I think the ball is still relatively new.
Yes. Khalil this time from over the wicket to Mayers. Mayers edges this one, but it goes all along the ground. And you can see Khalil going close to the batsman, perhaps believing that he has something in his favor there. That completes the over. 207 for 4. You get a sense that Khalil has really come out since lunch. Mayers was as though he wanted to steer that one, but the ball took the outer edge and went all along the ground to the wicket keeper. Vincey, a lead of 104, 6 first innings wickets still in hand. The Bangladeshis only 2 wickets for the day. The wicket of Bonner for 33 and the wicket of captain Craig Brathwaite for 94. Would you say they have had a fairly decent day, or is it?
SWB audio capture not registered.
Certainly has had the better day. They certainly have had the better day. However, a quick turn of events can change those fortunes. So they cannot just sit back and think that they have had the better, they are in the better position for today and think that they have it made. They still have to continue doing the work to continue to enforce their dominance on this game. As we welcome back Jack to the mic. Jack Matthew.
Thank you very much, Vincey. So the West Indies, as you said, looking to extend their dominant position, 207 for 4. A lead of 104. Blackwood on 35. He's the man on strike. In partnership here with the left-handed Kyle Mayers. Blackwood turns it away down to the forward square leg position. The fielder runs back from short leg. But it was the mid-wicket who got there first. And they got no run for that. Blackwood thought that there was a possibility, but Kyle Mayers saw the danger, looking on from the non-striker's end. Mahedi, the off-spinner, is in, and it's clipped away down to the backward square position. This time, they have a lot of time to run, so they just canter the single. And Blackwood is on to 36, 208 for 4. Mayers on 2 comes into strike. So the West Indies losing during the course of the day. First, in Kuma Bonner, he was bowled by Shakib Al Hassan for 33, made of 96 deliveries with 3 fours. Then we saw the captain falling, Craig Brathwaite. He was LBW to Khalid Ahmed for 94, 268 balls, 9 fours in that long knock by the West Indies captain, scoring his 26th half century in Test cricket.
SWB audio capture
Really?
not registered.
We all thought that he would have been able to get to that landmark, but he just missed out. A ball outside the line of the off-stump. Kyle Mayers doesn't offer, and it's taken by the wicket-keeper. His 26th half century in Test cricket, just falling short of his 11th Test ton. Getting a ball which perhaps he was looking to make more height. Kyle Mayers is onto the front foot and just eases the ball away down to the point position. The previous delivery, or maybe 2 deliveries prior to that, there was a lifter that Jermaine Blackwood defended off and was almost caught. And I think that was in the back of Brathwaite's mind. Positive defensive push here by Kyle Mayers. He goes to extra cover. And so he was on the back foot looking for that, and I thought that contributed to his downfall.
Well, I think not only that, but they have been getting lift from that particular area in the morning session and continuing into the afternoon session. And with a harder ball, it's been a little bit more pronounced in the afternoon session with the new ball.
So a change in the field. We have an unusual field setting here. Can I describe it? We have 2 short extra covers. Here's a ball which is up to Kyle Mayers, and he plays it to the second of the 2 short extra covers.
The left.
Standing almost side by side, as if they were in second and first positions. So the overs ended. Mahedi, the off spinner, has completed now 13 overs, none for 38.
First and second extra cover.
And short extra cover too. Yes, they were clearly put there for the uppish drive, but Kyle Mayers was not inclined to do anything silly, and so he just played the delivery out, playing on its merit, as it were. 208 for 4.
We could see an unhappy Craig Brathwaite sitting in the balcony. He would certainly be disappointed.
SWV audio capture not registered.
Runs, but I think he should also still be very buoyed by his batting throughout the day. I mean, what happened with that delivery? I mean, many would have probably succumbed to that particular delivery. However, he did put 94 runs on the board for the West Indies, helping them into the position that they have at the moment.
Yeah. So a bittersweet feeling, if you will.
Yes.
For him. Many players have fallen in the 90s. I remember some have fallen for 99. I think Richie Richardson got to 99 once. I think it was against England, and he was dismissed. Ball is down the leg side. He goes inside the line, Blackwood, and tries to just flick it down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact. And it's taken by the wicketkeeper, 208 for 4. It must be a really sad feeling.
But what's
to
even
fall
more
one shot.
What's even more difficult is if you've fallen in the 90s and never ever had the opportunity to score 100 again.
Yes, that would be lasting. That would last on your mind forever. It would be a dreadful memory, It would be. So we're watching Khalid. He picked up the wicket of Brathwaite. He comes in and he gets a lifting delivery. Blackwood and jumps into line with it and manages to keep the ball down and away from his stumps as well. Not falling far from that off stump, but certainly in control up to a point there, because he did not offer a catch to any of the fielders. But it was another delivery which made height.
Rising to neck height.
Yes. And Khalid Ahmed is a tall man, so he would get that extra bounce as well, just because of his physique. Turns in front of the Betwist sign as he comes in to bowl to the right-handed Blackwood, and Blackwood gets a ball. He keeps low this time, and he defends. And he got away into the onside. Is that just something just happening, or more?
No,
this is a trend, you think?
No, I don't think it's a trend. I think it's been happening since yesterday. It's just now that it is getting a little more pronounced. And I mean, any intelligent cricketer that sees that happen will exploit it. And at the end of the day, you also ask yourself, if the opponents, if the West Indian fast bowlers are looking at what is happening out there, because at the end of the day, you're going to look at the pitch and you're going to try to see what the pitch is giving you.
Well, Khalid has been encouraged. He speeds into ball to Blackwood, and Blackwood whips the ball away through the forward square leg position. They'll get only one. They'll feel a backward square, almost 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and so it was easy for him to come around and feel only on to Blackwood easily. 209-4 is the West Indies score. So those were the 2 wickets that fell today in Kumabona and Craig Brathwaite, the overnight pair. West Indies starting the day at 95 for 2, with Brathwaite on 42 and his partner on 12, and 4 up to 134. This ball is a lifting one outside the line of the off stump to the left-handed Kyle Mayers, and allows it to go by the signal of 1 above the shoulder. Comes from Nigel Wilson of Trinidad and Tobago.
Best delivery there. The bowler has to be like he has to be in recognition of what the pitch is doing. And he doesn't need to hammer it, that shot in the pitch. He could keep it in that same area where they have been getting the disconcerting lift and exploit that. Hammering it into the pitch like that, I think, is a wasted effort.
SWB audio capture not registered.
The ball to Mayers, and much better delivery, just back of the left, and Mayers is watchful. Plays a defensive shot to the last ball of the over 200 line for 4. So the score was 134, and then Craig Brathwaite when it was 197. And prior to their dismissals, Campbell yesterday was bowled by Raman for 24.
SWB audio capture not registered. SWB audio capture not registered. SWB audio capture, 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 not registered.
And he's defending nicely in line with that ball and plays it down to the mid-off position. So he's batted with a fair degree of assurance so far, and he looks confident.
Well, with a first-class average of 22 as a lower order batsman, he probably fancies himself as a batsman and expects to score some runs as he's batting today.
And with 100 behind his name as well, that would give him added confidence. He faces the bowling of Ebadot, and he's driving at this ball and gets it away through extra cover, 4 runs. Tremendous shot by Gudakesh Moti. He really launched himself into the extra cover drive. It was a ball not quite of half volley length, but he played through the line and hit it very, very hard indeed. And that was a superb shot. So he has continued to bat in aggressive fashion and gets his third boundary. And the West Indies pushing on now to 255 for 8.
A well-executed shot, I would say, playing it on the up between the mid-off field and the cover through the extra cover region. Played it with some aplomb and confidence, and you could see there was a bit of banter between him and the bowler after that shot was played. But he's certainly looking very confident out there. Third 4 in his innings so far as he's raced up to 15 off of 11 deliveries.
So the 27-year-old batting with confidence and batting with a great degree of flair as well. He's on to 15 from 11 deliveries. Here is Ebadot in to bolt him down the leg side. And he just goes across his stops and he watches the ball as it goes by down the leg side to wicketkeeper Nurul Hassan. There are 3 slips in place. There's also a leg slip. And the others in the field, there's an extra cover, short extra cover. There's a deep point, just backward, fine leg, a long leg, a square leg on the boundary, and a mid-on. As Ebadot comes in to bolt him, and he turns this ball away and gets a run eventually because Monimol Haq was falling away there to his right to cut the ball off, and the ball deflected away from him, and they were able to get a comfortable single in the end of the last ball of the over. So 2 for 65 now from 20 overs, Ebadot, and the West Indies are 255, 8 Blackwood 62, and Moti on 15.
Yeah, Jack, actually I don't think they ever completed the single, even though the single was there for the taking. They just basically, Blackwood had already settled that he wasn't going to take the single. Moti kept advancing down the pitch, and then eventually he stopped. He returned to his crease. The umpire called over. And the single was never taken. I think in a sense, well, I don't know if Blackwood's thought is that he's going to take the strike from the other end and sort of, give Moti a break from the strike. I don't know what the thinking was, but certainly a very easy single there, I think, was was offered to them, and they didn't take it.
Yeah. Like the batsmen, commentators must keep their eyes on the ball as well. Keep their eyes on the play. I took my eyes off, was watching Huck. I did not see that. Ball is turned away. This time they get a single as the ball is clipped down towards
SWB audio capture, not registered.
And the fielder is deep, and so they amble the run. The 63rd run for Blackwood. Lead now 153, 256 for 8. There's a match going on in the West Indies Women's Championship. That's the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup at Providence in Guyana. And Trinidad and Tobago are coasting to victory over the Leewards. They're 114 for 2 after 32. They need 133 to win the match. The Leewards having made 132 for 8, with Shawnisha Hector top scoring. Umpire says not out. Mahedi goes down on bended knee, appealing. Will they go for the review?
There were actually two songs there. I don't know if the umpire's decision was made thinking that it may have hit the bat before it hit pad. They have gone for the review, so we'll see. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard two sounds there as the batsman went to play the shot.
So Moti is anxiously awaiting the outcome of this. Yes, it looked as if there was bat first and then onto the pad, an inside edge. So Moti will live on.
Yeah, wasted review there. I think that was clearly evident that there was some bat onto the there was bat before ball, and that there was clearly also two zones. I don't know if they were buoyed by the early decision when Carl Mayers was out, where there was pad before bat, and so they decided to review. But in this case, I think it was clearly evident that it was bat before pad.
And a good decision as well by the umpire, Chris Gaffney of New Zealand. 256 for 8. Moti on 15, Blackwood on 63.
SWB audio
and the batsman just standing up straight
registered.
and plays it out towards the backward point area, and there is no run. So the Leewards, having made 132 for 8, Trinidad and Tobago now 117 for 2, and Moti allows this ball to spin by outside the line of the off. So he would be spinning away from him with the off-break bowler bowling to the left-hander. And he exercised good judgment there, felt that he had it covered, and he did.
That one went straight on a little though.
15 he is from 16 deliveries. Here is Haiti into bowl to him, and he whips it around the corner down towards the backward square position, and he'll come back for the second. Yes, comfortably. They cross for 2. So he's on to 17 now. He's been quite busy, going at a runner ball.
I tell you what, I like his attitude, his approach so far. He didn't just settle for the single. He says he saw an opportunity for 2 runs, and he ran as if he wanted 2 runs. And when he completed the first run and realized that there was a second run, he called immediately. I like that.
Haiti is into bowl to him, and he's back and just strokes it into the offside. The ball has gone away. They're belatedly looking to go for a run. I think they're contemplating whether Blackwood should remain on strike or not. And when they realized the ball was running away from the fielder, they decided they attempted to go for the run, but the fielder had closed in on the ball, and so they decided in the end not to go for it. 258 for 8.
I think the closeness of the fielder to the ball may have kind of caused some hesitation, and then when they probably decided that they may be a single, then the fielder had caught up with the ball and influenced the decision making there. But no harm done on both sides. At least the batsmen live to fight another day.
So in that match in
Diana,
Trinidad and Tobago, in that 122 for 2 now, needing 133 to win. Renice Boyce made 35, and Chanel Lord is unbeaten on 29. So Trinidad and Tobago should be able to win that comfortably. In the Leeward's innings, Shawnisha Hector made 46 from 60 deliveries, striking 7 fours, and she was the predominant scorer. Amanda Edwards contributed 29 and 31 unbeaten runs from the batter of Roselle Liebert for the Leeward Islands team. And the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Kirby Alexander had 3 for 20 from her quota of 10 overs. Back at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Khalid runs in to bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood hits it and is caught brilliantly. Superb catch at extra cover. Blackwood on the back foot, and he hit that one firmly, but it was superbly caught by Mahedi at extra cover. Wonderful catch. That's the end of Blackwood. The West Indies losing their 9th wicket, 258 for 9. Superb effort in the field.
Yes, I think a brilliant catch, a low catch to his left, diving to his left, and I think Blackwood basically gave it away there. That ball maybe did not come on as quickly as he expected, and as he punched away into the offside, played maybe a little early and played it uppishly, giving the fielder a chance, and he accepted it gleefully. The new bowler, has had immediate success. It's Khaled who has come on, and he has had immediate success. So the captain here looks like a genius in marshalling his forces, bringing back Khaled and getting immediate success.
So Blackwood has gone for 63. The West Indies 258 for 9.
SWB audio
Javan Seals has come
registered.
out. And who would have thought about this? That the West Indies number 11 batsman will be walking out before 4 o'clock on this, the second day after the West Indies resumed at 95 for 2 and were going so well, with Craig Brathwaite getting up to 94 and Nkrumah Bonner contributing 33. And Jermaine Blackwood coming in and batting for a while there. But the West Indies lost their way. There was a slump. And now they find themselves in a position where they could be bowled out on this, the second afternoon. And it opens the door for a very early end to this test match, unless we see that Bangladesh bat considerably better in their second innings.
Yeah, and I think the West Indies would have backed themselves into this position. However, we should give the Bangladesh bowlers some credit for sticking to the task, keeping the ball in the areas that they, wicket-taking areas, and allowing the batsmen to make the mistakes. So still have to give credit to the Bangladeshi bowlers.
Last one, Javan Seals allows the ball to go by outside the line of the off-stump. So we have a left-handed pair out in the middle, Gulakesh Moti and Javan Seals. How many they will be able to add, only time will tell. Or if they'll be able to add to this 258 for 9. Moti is on 17. He has been busy since his advent out in the middle. And we'll be hoping that Javan Seals, who batted for a long time in that test match against England, a test match the West Indies won against England, batted for a long time with Joshua De Silva to help the West Indies to victory there. Here is he driving, and the ball coming off the edge of the bat, but it hit the ground before going to the field.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Going for a drive, ball hitting the edge and hitting the ground, and so it went from the ground into the hands of second slip. But he was certainly offering on that occasion, looking to get back to ball.
Yes, it was a full toss, which he didn't quite get control of. As you said, hitting the edge, then hitting the ground.
Here is Khalid, looking to wrap up the innings, comes into bowl to Seals, and Seals is driving into the offside, gets off the mark, it goes square, and he was just trotting down the pitch, and the fielder at that point position had a shy at the bowler's end. He had to quicken his pace, and he got in comfortably. The ball missed anyway.
Yeah, another full toss there by the bowler. I don't know if he's just the ball is slipping out of his hand or what, or if he's really trying for the Yorker. But 2 full tosses to the batsman's seal. I think he's certainly looking to wrap up the tail or wrap up the innings. Let's see what happens in this next delivery.
We're watching Moti on strike now, and here's he driving at this ball, gets it away through the a wide mid-off position. The fielder is giving chase. He'll pull it back just inside the boundary. No, he does not. He beats him and goes into the boundary for 4. That's the captain, Shakib Al Hassan, not quite being able to pull that back. So another boundary hit here by Moti. He goes on to 21 with that stroke, and really, if he continues in this vein, and he gets support from Seals, he may get a half century before the West Indies innings closes.
And we see him there just clearing the front foot and just swinging at it. Not in the conventional way we would say he should play that delivery, but certainly getting full value for that shot. But he's certainly not
audio capture not registered.
But he's going to play his strokes.
263 for 9. He's in. That's Khalid, and Moti will gain the strike because he retain the strike because he guides the ball away, and they set off right away for the run. 264 for 9 more from Vincy Boyne, and then it will be Vernon Springer.
Yeah, I like Moti's approach here. He's telling himself that he's the senior player or the senior batsman in the middle there, and so he's willing to take the fight to the bowlers and also take the strike, take the majority of the strike. And if he continues to score like this and take the majority of the strike, it could put West Indies in a much more favorable position than they are right now, which I think they could have been in a better position. As I welcome Vernon to the mic, they have had the discussion about the number of dot balls that have been bowled during the course of the day, and I believe that the West Indies are the ones who are really to blame for the position that they're in at the moment.
Good afternoon, Vincy. Good afternoon to all the folks who are listening around the world, especially in the Caribbean. West Indies lead by 161. Mahedi will bowl to the new energy in the West Indies team, Gudish Moti Kanai. And maybe if we had Moti a lot more earlier, the West Indies would not be leading by 161 runs. But he certainly looked business-like, the young man on debut. He comes quietly forward and just sneaks. Just quietly just plays it into the offside and just sneaks a single. And he's got so much confidence in Jaden Seals that he says, come and have a look. Yeah. Jaden Seals is no rabbit with the bat.
But you can also see he has some great confidence in himself also. Just played that one easily into the offside, got an easy single.
Well, I know, Vincy, you have not been following the regional cricket as much as you would like because you're a pretty busy man. But he did get a first-class 100.
SWP audio capture not registered.
He's an excellent fielder and he can hit the ball around there. Bangladesh, in the meantime, Vincy, they have decided to increase the pressure. Silly point, short leg, first slip, and then they have a round of fielders inside the 30-yard circle, more or less as if it's a T20 game. But Jaden Seals has been able to negotiate that good delivery there for Mahedi.
Well, at least it's good captaincy here because you are bowling to the number 9 batsman. You're hoping to wrap up the innings, and this is certainly in order to put the pressure on.
You think it matters? Let's find out. Jaden Seals is showing that I'm not a number 9 batter. I'm a batsman. So 265 for 9.
We'll see.
3 for 59. Vincy seems to have something else that his hopes are there. I like to treat everybody like a batsman.
Well, we should.
There are no tail enders, when I hear people talking about, when we get down to 8, 9, 10, next thing, Seth Burton walks in and you can get 100. See what happened when Colin Archibald walked in for the Leeward Islands, right? At number 10. Everybody got a rude awakening. First class 100. Never underestimate anybody. There is Jaden Seals sweeping. He missed a straight one. He's out like before, and the West Indies are bowled out for 265. Vincy's smiling. 112 for 5. Is he having a review? I'm trying to figure out. I saw him come back, so I wanted to know if he got an on the edge.
Maybe he was consulting with Moti to determine whether he should review.
But it looks like he has gone for a review. I don't know. You tell me, Vincy.
He has gone for the review.
He was sweeping. Boy, Vincy, I think that hit between wicket and wicket. So why would he want? And he really didn't get out enough. The ball hit him. These days, Vincy, you never know.
Well, the ball was certainly very far away from the bat, and it certainly hit him between
audio
wicket
capture
right in front
not
of
registered.
So they've lost the review. I think it was just academic. Maybe somebody said just try something for the meantime. So the West Indies, they're bowled off for 265. 265, Vincy. A lead of 162 with Gudish Moti Kanai on debut. 23 not out, and Mahedi 4 for 59 from 22.5 overs. Vincy, if you bat 110 overs in Test cricket, set I know is not on set, you're supposed to get at least over 300 runs with ease.
I think so too. I think it was on the call, but again, the pitch did have had something to do with it. But also, I think the batsmen themselves batted themselves into that particular mindset where they were just plodding and pushing when they could have been a lot more positive. And again, when we say positive, we're not talking about hitting fours around the field. We're just saying get the ball in the gaps, run the singles, run the twos, and be more positive with your running. And And we didn't see that. There were times when they looked positive, and there are times when they were quite lackadaisical out there. And I think the batsmen for the West Indies team are the ones to blame for the position that they're in presently.
Yeah, so the 112.5 overs, West Indies, 265 all out. The highest partnership for the day, Vinci, 63 with Brathwaite and Blackwood, Bonner and Brathwaite 62, 44 Brathwaite and Campbell, 28 Reefer and Brathwaite, and then nothing really to shout about after that in terms of the whole spectrum. West Indies lost wickets at 44, 72, 134, 197, 224, 230, 238, 239, 258 and 265 in the end all out. And like I said, Vinci, if you bat 110 overs in Test cricket, you're comfortably supposed to get anywhere close to 300, 330 on any average day.
SWB audio capture
today was
not
just not
registered.
The West Indies day. They lead by 162 runs. And as Seth Burton and Jack Matthew and Mally Richards and yourself have been talking, the West Indies certainly will have to bowl as disciplined as they were in the first innings. And Bangladesh will have to bat better.
Well, they certainly have to bat better. But the one thing we have to do is give the Bangladesh team credit. They did not succumb to the fact that the West Indies had the advantage after the first day. They didn't succumb to the fact that even after the lunch session that West Indies had the advantage. They continued to plug away, they continued to bowl, they continued to put pressure on the batsmen, and they were rewarded for it. Yes, the lead is 161, but West Indies only scored 265 runs, which means that the Bangladesh now have a deficit of 162 runs that they have to get rid of. Hopefully, the West Indies could bowl just as well as they did in the first innings and peg them back.
So on behalf of the entire team here, and it's a collaboration with ABS Radio and Pointville Communication with the coverage live on Platinum FM 97.9 and ABS Radio, Seth Burton, Marley Richards, Terry LaRaja, Garfield Burford, Darwin Telemark, Vincy Boyne. We will pay some respects to our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll get ready for the start of the second innings of the Bangladesh team. West Indies bowler for 265 on a good track right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's all to play for here. It's the first test of two. St. Lucia, look out.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day.
SWB audio capture
it's hard work.
Not registered.
But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and the dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited, available only from Total Import Supplies.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
SWB audio capture, not registered. SWB audio capture, not registered.
It's not easy getting rid of
SWB audio capture, not registered.
pace from Kemar Roach. Lovely balance on drive. And you know the on drive is always the hardest shot to play.
Yeah, and it certainly deserves, needs the most balance to play that shot, because lack of balance can cause the downfall of your wicket. Ooh,
here is Joy getting a lovely outswinger. He's got to be very careful, Vincey, because sometimes he's neither forward nor back. He's just pushing. And
SWB audio capture not registered.
One of the things you want to do is that you want the bowler to come to you. You don't need to be going searching for anything.
And he was reaching for the delivery.
Yeah, good. Yeah, but he's a young man, and he will learn with time. Comes with experience. 9 without loss. The most experienced seamer for the West Indies team. This time he's coming quietly forward. Plays it up to the short mid-wicket fielder who darts in Raymond Reefer. He'll have to bowl a couple of overs in this innings.
Probably.
Looking forward to see Goodish Moti. Here in the first innings, you remember Hassan Joy was fending that one with his hands going there. Brilliantly caught by Bonner in the first innings. 3 slips. A gully, a backward point. Mid on, mid off. Short mid-wicket. Seals down on the fine leg area. Kenny in 2 minds, neither forward nor back. He's playing tentatively, something I think he's going to have to work on in terms of his balance. He's got to get that stride in. He tends to come on his toe rather than on his heel. He's rehearsing there. So if you come on your toe, Vince, it means that you're already in a locked position. If you come on your heel, you have a lot more balance at the crease. He will learn this as time goes on. He's got a good coaching staff behind him. He's got a good video analyst also, so he'll have to go back and put in the work. Kemar Roach to Hassan Joy. Pitched up and he's driving sweetly. Pass backward point down to the boundary for 4. Second boundary for Bangladesh in this innings. And he was able to just squeeze this one away. Had wit on it. And that will give him some confidence. He goes to 6. And this latest score here at the end of over number 3. Bangladesh are 13 without loss. Lovely shot by the young man.
Yeah, it's a well executed shot. Waiting on the delivery and then executing the shot with an open face. He certainly looks like he has a lot of promise, and at least to be in the test team. I believe that the Bangladesh selectors believe that he may be one for the future, and he would want to build on what he's doing here today. At least what they would want to do is have a big opening partnership, and he would want to feature heavily in that partnership.
So Jaden Seals will now bowl to the most experienced batsman in the Bangladesh team. He's like a hero in Bangladesh. But he could be a hero here if he could put up a fight here against the West Indies. They trail by 149. He'd maybe need to get a big 100 here if he wants to put the pressure on the West Indies team. If he gets out now, I think he could also put some pressure on his team. Kenny's coming across and looking to whip that. It was just outside his eye line. There, he just brushed his pad. Good take by Joshua De Silva coming across.
Yeah, Jaden Seals having to change his line now. The first over he was bowling to the right-hander. Now he's bowling to the left-hander, so he has to now adjust his line. Hopefully he can get it right. As you can see, he has had quite a bit of success, and the West Indies will be relying on him to make that breakthrough.
Tamin just turning this one into the square leg area. Coming around nicely is Raymond Reefer. Can't stop the single. Tamin goes up to 8. Now brings Hassan Joy into strike. The score is 14 without loss. We're into over number 4.
The West Indies now, they're moving around quite briskly. They're putting the man in at forward short leg. There are 5 individuals that will be in the slip cordon along with a point. So they're looking to exploit the movement that Jaden Seals has been getting out there. I think the forward short leg could benefit from being a bit closer.
Good leave again. Young man is just 21 years of of age, Vinci. And so he's played some 6 test matches, 298 runs, high score of 137 with 102 half centuries. So he's coming with he's coming with a blaze, Vinci.
Yes.
Very quickly. Hassan Joy.
Pretty impressive record for such a young career.
In fact, is one of his hundreds was against South Africa, 141. I'll come back to that in a little while. So he scored 78 against New Zealand, 73 against Sri Lanka, 141 against South Africa. And so he's got a young test career so far with a young man. But you could tell, as you said, there has to be an investment by Bangladesh to be able to have him out there. I think this all goes well for the future. It's a name that we got to look out for.
And runs against those bowling attacks are quality runs. I'm talking about South Africa, New Zealand, Sri Lanka to a lesser extent.
Seals. Going down the onside again. Didn't get his radar right there. Pushed the ball. Trying to bowl an in-swinger. And started wide and continued wide. Joshua De Silva skipping across nicely. He will turn 22 on November 13th this year. So we wish the young man all the best in his career. Comes quietly forward. And over number 4 completed 14 without loss. Hassan Joy 6 and Tamil Iqbal is on 8. They're trailed by 148, Vinci.
Yeah, and they have started quite positively. Only 4 overs bowled. They already have 14 runs on the board. And, it appears as if they're not anyway disturbed by the deficit that they have. They're coming out here. They're probably saying we are professionals. We have to play cricket. And they've come out with a little bit of positivity. And they're hoping that at some point tomorrow, these two would still be in the middle for them and give themselves maybe some semblance of a score to for the West Indies to chase for victory.
That's going to be very important. Here is Iqbal staying very low to the ball, and almost for a moment we thought that we were going to have a fiasco in a run out. Zari Joseph coming around nicely there, and Hassan Y shouting loud and clear to the microphone, no. Letting the senior batter, Tamil Iqbal, can know that I'm not interested in that single. So you better scurry back and get back into your crease.
A very good call in the end.
He's driving loosely. That's him. He can't keep quiet. Tamil is going to play shots whether you like it or not. He's played some 13 matches against the West Indies. He scored 890 runs with a high score of 128. So he's got 6 half centuries against the West Indies and 1 century, an average of strike rate of 53.38 and an average of 35.60. So when you look at his runs, he's played against Australia 170, England 736, India 296, New Zealand 908 as I break Roach in out about the Tamil, gets an outswinger. And no need for him to follow that. Continue with Tamil Iqbal's test record against Pakistan, 373 runs, South Africa 265, Sri Lanka 917 runs, Zimbabwe 463, and West Indies 819. If we add that, we'll be able to get another 8, so it may be 898, spanning over a period of time. 5,110 runs so far in Test cricket. He gets a delivery which comes quietly forward, soft hands, and it just didn't carry to the second slip because he played it late and used his top hand more or less. Campbell coming across nicely and cutting that one out. So interesting period of time here for the Bangladesh opening batters. If they can negotiate the West Indies attack, it'll be interesting. I can't wait to see Carl Mayers bowling here tonight because he can get the ball to dart around. It'll be exciting also to see Alzari Joseph, because he didn't bat well today. Here's Tamil driving through cover, getting down there quickly. It was Raymond Reefer. A good fluent shot there from him. Tamil is going to fight fire with fire, Vincy. He's going to play shots.
It doesn't look like he wants to back down at all. And, ball flowed off the bat quite nicely there, except that it picked out the cover fielder. But as you say, he's certainly going to stand up and play shots. He has a pretty impressive test record.
He's 8 right now. Kemar Roach searching for his 245th test wicket. And again, that one is wide. Over number 5 is completed. Bangladesh are 14 without loss. They trail by 148. Made an over there by Kemar Roach. Hassan Joy is on 6. And this is an interesting period of time. Just one more from me, and then it will be the man himself from Liberta, Seth Burton. This is a long time jersey set. That's when your team... long time. It's Seth is a guy who follows his history very closely. So, most people... Vincy, you still have any jerseys home like this?
I have a number of my team jerseys also.
Okay.
Yes,
Vincy is also into that also. Well, I don't have to ask Jack, because Jack is not going to put away his jerseys.
Both Seth and I come from championship clubs.
Have me excused. Are you saying that Jack is not from a championship club?
No comments.
No comments. No comments at all. 14 without loss. 14 without loss. Jayden Seals, we're back with the business end. From the Sir Andy Roberts end, comes in now to bowl to Roy. Roy gets a short delivery, just ducks under that. And if you're going to bowl a bumper, it has to be an effort ball. You saw the first bumper that Tamil Iqbal got. Received from Kemar Roach. He hit the deck and said, I want that badge. That's what you got to be looking for. That's what you've been told. You only have to talk to Andy Roberts and he will tell you that.
Yeah, but I would like to see that effort ball in that area where they have been getting that little bit of variable bounce. That effort ball. It was an effort ball that got rid of Craig Brathwaite.
Interesting enough that Hassan Joy is batting off of his crease. Pretty interesting scenario here. Jayden Seals just losing his rhythm. His strike pattern not consistently there. And when he's flowing, he flows like a jet plane. He rushes to the crease and he gets that left arm up and really powers through. And I just find that now and again he stutters in his run up. He's got to get that strike pattern. He's got to be talking to himself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And the most important thing for a fast bowler is his rhythm.
He turns from the Sir Andy Roberts end, goes past the umpire Jaffney, in now to bowl to Hassan Roy, who's just pushing this through cover. Kemar Roach will have some run in. He can't stop. Second run. And the big man, the veteran, to get around quietly. It's a both batsmen are on 8. The score in the meantime goes up to 16 without loss. And just to let you know, Antigua and Barbuda's Carnival coming up. Nevis Culturama coming up. St. Kitts Music Festival in a couple of days' time in St. Kitts, June 24th to the 26th. So if you're looking some place to go, either to take the wife or the family, then you can pop around. A lot of action coming up. St. Lucia's Carnival. Here comes Seals. He comes in out the ball to the young man, Hassan Joy. No need for him to worry at that one. And tomorrow, Seth is going to church. Seth along with Vincy is going to church. So I'll go to church on Sunday, guys, providing we don't have to come here on Sunday. You think we'll be here on Sunday, Vincy?
Who knows?
Who knows?
It's a game of glorious uncertainties.
That's why it's called cricket. And cricket is life. That's the very important period of time. The Antigua and Barbuda flag flying away along with Bangladesh and Cricket West Indies. Seal glides away, comes in out the bowl to Hassan Joy. And again, no need for him to play.
I think Seals is missing the trick here. He should be getting the ball a little fuller length. He should be getting the ball closer to the off stump. There are two things that he's doing. He's bowling it too short, and the other thing is bowling it a little bit too wide of the off stump. Force the batsman to continue playing. That's the only way that they can effect dismissal, is to get the ball in the closer areas and closer to the stumps.
Vincy, He's got a jukes ball in his hand. Look at the stumps and keep charging it in. The end of over number 6. 16 without loss. More comments from you, Vincey. Bangladesh trail by 146, and then he will be the voice of 2 champions, Seth Burton and Vincey Boyne.
Yes, I'm a bit disappointed with Jaden Seals' approach here. After doing the work in the first innings and realizing that you bowled out the Bangladeshi team for 103 in the first innings, you would think that they would have come out buoyed, thinking that they can continue the work that they would have done in the first innings and attack the stumps, attack the batsmen, force them to play a lot more, get the ball in fuller lengths and try and effect that breakthrough. And I'm not seeing that happening, at least not from Jaden Seals.
Well, Kimar Roach is in, and a good delivery to start his third over. This one, in fact, was not quite a full length, just short of a good length. But it had some movement on it, and Tamim, the big man there, stocky in built. A very good player for the Bangladeshi team. He is a very confident player, almost has a build of Sanat Jayasuriya, and a similar stand as well, the former Sri Lankan player. Roach faces up, he drives, a flowing drive, but Captain Brathwaite is there at the deep mid-off position. You mentioned about Jaden Seals. I get where you're coming from. He doesn't have the same flow, the same rhythm as when he started in the first innings. But also the context here, at this stage in the first innings, Sri Lanka would have already lost 3 wickets. Roach would have had one when they were 1 for 1 and then 3 for 2. And then Seals had his wicket at 16 for 3. This time, they're 16 without loss. An improvement here as Tamim comes forward to this delivery from Roach. Plays the ball back into the extra cover region for Raymond Reefer to field, and there is no run. So there is a clear concentration, more confidence I'm seeing in terms of the Bangladeshi team. Tamim was confident from the start. In fact, he batted well for 29 and then gave it away, I thought, to a delivery down the leg side in the first innings. Joy, though, was not as confident in the first innings, and I think he showed that very early and was one of the early victims to Roach. This time here is Tamim coming nicely on the front foot, prodding forward and playing the ball into the extra cover region. Once again, there is no run.
Yes, sir. The batsmen certainly batting with a bit more confidence. And they could still 16 without loss is 16 without loss. I'm not looking at the score. I'm looking at the approach of the bowlers, and I think the approach could be a bit different. And you're not forcing them to play enough, not getting the ball closer to the stumps, so that they have the perception that they have to play the ball, and that's where my concern is.
A good delivery from Roach. This one. Left though by Tamim, closer to the stumps. And I take your point, because Seals was bowling with 3 slips and 2 gullies.
Yeah.
Still a man at backward point, fairly close to the wicket.
Yes.
So when you're looking that you have 6 fielders back of the wicket on the offside, it cannot be just wide outside the off stump. No. You have to be inducing a stroke.
You have to give him the perception that he needs to play.
Allows him to do that. But here is Roach from around the wicket to Tamim. He drives, but not really timing it. And the ball goes out to Captain Brathwaite, who fields at mid-off. That completes the over. A maiden over for Kimar Roach. 16 without loss Bangladesh in their second innings. You would remember they only made 103 on their first innings, to which the West Indies replied with 265 roll out, meaning a lead of 162. Now the Bangladesh players, they would need to at least bat out the evening, I think. The openers would need to bat out the evening if they are going to set a platform to get their team out of trouble here.
And you see, another thing, Seth, we're in the last hour of play here, and you have to be looking for wickets.
This time he pitches up, full pitch delivery, driven down to mid-on, 1-2. Will they come back for 3? Raymond Reefer is really chasing hard at it. 3 runs taken in the end. A good option on the part of Seals for perhaps the fullest length we have seen from him, but well handled by Joy. He gets 3.
And a little too straight, too.
Moves to 11. There was no mid-on, and hence strain towards the pad may have been the challenge there. The ball was coming in, started outside of, but coming into the pad. And we see now Craig Bratwith making an adjustment to the field. There will be 2 slips in the gully. Brathwaite goes. It would be the left-hander Tamim who would be facing. So the 3 slips, I reckon. A 4th slip, a first, a second, a backward point. The captain is at extra cover. There is a short mid-wicket. Here is he, a good delivery on this occasion. Tamim opted first to commit and then decided not to play. And you can see a level of concentration here from the Bangladesh batsmen. They would like to make a good statement here because they came here with the Sir Viv Richards cricket ground phobia. They would have been really uprooted in their last encounter here in the first innings. Only got 43 runs. What a bad welcome. So in the first innings, in this case, they scored, 60 runs more. They were really routed by the West Indies. A good delivery by Jaden Seals, exactly where he should be bowling. Pitch just about middle and leaving the left-hander. And Josh De Silva was delighted to take it, even though it didn't take the edge. So Seals getting to the point where he needs to be. Youngster from Trinidad and Tobago. Saw him 2 years ago first, preparing for that under-19 series. In fact, they had a couple of games against England and against Sri Lanka. And he just stood out and he continued for the President's 11 before he made it into the West Indies team. This time here is Tamim cutting this one down to third man for 4, really guiding it. I thought for one it was coming towards him on the leg side, but what he did, he just positioned himself and parried it over the slip cordon into the boundary for 4. And he was really delighted because he was jumping in the air and playing that shot, showing his skills. And Jaden Seals would not be happy with that one, Vincey Boyan.
He shouldn't be. And I think that was just a bit too short. I mean, he bowled him 2 deliveries earlier, just about off stump that, had him prodding, and now he elected to go for a much shorter delivery, which he obviously Tamim exploited and got full value for the shot.
23 without loss. Here is he over the wicket to Tamim. Tamim gets a full toss, works it nicely into the mid-wicket region. This will be another 4 successive 4s of the West Indian opening bowler. Tamim motos on to 16, 27 without loss. A sort of waste of the new ball, at this stage, Seals. So he has Kimar Roach close to him at mid-on. The senior pro is polishing the ball, but may well be saying something to his junior.
Look, there's nothing wrong in regrouping, taking him off, and bringing a new bowler to see if the new bowler can effect a breakthrough, because he certainly is not sticking to the plan.
Oh, another full toss, and this one was outside the off stump, but Tamim did not go at it. He just tended to play it down into the onside. Not a very good over on the part of Jaden Seals, perhaps his worst over.
And I think it should be his last over.
Of his spell, his worst over so far of the game. Yeah. But you can see Captain Bratwith having a chat with him, perhaps saying, rethink things and come again. A good start in the context of what happened in the first innings. Bangladesh, they're 27 without loss after 8.
Yeah, and I mean, taking him out of the attack at this stage is not a bad thing. It just says, you don't have it at this moment. I'm going to try another option. And there are many options out there. There's Kyle Mayers, there's Alzari Joseph, Alzari being your quickest bowler. I mean, bring Alzari on at this moment. Who knows, he may be quite motivated to be successful, especially coming out of a situation where we can actually see Alzari has improved with his pace and is showing some improvement over the last 2 months or so.
So 15 overs left remaining in the day's play as Kimar Roach comes in, pitched up nicely. Joy comes on the front foot and plays the ball into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. So he's bowling with 3 slips and the gully, a backward point, a short cover, a mid-wicket, and Alzari Joseph at mid-on. In fact, yesterday I had a very angry voice note from a fan who said, "You are saying that Alzari Joseph is the fastest bowler. Why is he not opening the ball?" And I could not respond. I haven't even responded yet.
Well, there's another thing to that, eh?
Here is Roach coming in, well defended on the part of Joy. So I know I didn't respond to that fan. That fan is in fact from Antigua and from the village of All Saints, where Alzari Joseph hails. So I could understand the distress. But at the same time, as I said, I didn't respond.
Well, if you look at the innings when Bangladesh bowled, their fast bowlers took most of their wickets from the Sir Andy Roberts end, while the spinners were effective from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And I think,
Roach is into Joy. Joy flirts at that outside the off stump, was trying to force it through the offside. The ball goes through for Josh De Silva.
Yes, and if Jaden is not, getting it together, it's an opportunity to get Alzari into the attack. Maybe he might feel motivated and see what he can do, because you could see that the Bangladesh bowlers, the fast bowlers, were certainly having a great effect bowling from that end.
Kimar Roach only bowled his second spell from that end yesterday, had his 2 early wickets from this end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He comes into Joy. Joy covers up nicely, stretches forward, and plays the ball to Craig Brathwaite. In the past, I remember in the early era, Andy Roberts was the leading fast bowler for the West Indies with Mikey Holding, and the crew, all of them were good, Garner Croft, but I remember reading Roberts saying later, after when they were on tour, when Malcolm Marshall was the fastest, he said, give Malcolm the new ball because he's the fastest. At that time, they were coming towards the end. So that option is worth debate. Here is Roach coming forward, and the ball goes to Alzari Joseph off the bat of Joy. And then some may say that Seals is striking at a better rate, taking more wickets than Alzari. Alzari is not striking as you would have liked in terms of taking wickets. Circumstances differ.
Yeah, I mean, that may be the case, but we're looking at the now. We have to deal with the now, and the now is that Seals is certainly not on his game at this specific moment. Alzari is an option. Bring Alzari or Kyle Mayers, whichever the captain thinks is a better option.
Not Kyle Mayers.
No, I'm just saying. If he thinks that's the case.
Here is Roach. Brilliant defensive stroke there. Well, danger here. A run-out opportunity. I thought was begging there. He was coming forward, playing the ball past Roach. Craig Brathwaite came across very smartly, and Joy was about 1/3 of the way down the track. He was able to put on brakes. Roach was down. Brathwaite was down. Couldn't get the ball back and saved the day for Bangladesh. So the debate continues, and I think it's fair. The faster bowler makes a better. The question is, in fact, it dawned on my mind. Perhaps we could have a discussion to find out whether Alzari is prefers bowling not the new ball after it has been bowled. I'm not quite sure. There may be internal discussions otherwise. So there are, but I get the point that you're making, increasing the opportunity. And as we speak, Alzari has just gotten the ball. Alzari, a youngster who hails from the village of All Saints here in Antigua. And I stay away sometimes from discussion because I would tell you, as a youngster, he played with our club. That's where he started his cricket. So I try to stay away from these emotional discussions. This time, this one has been polished through the covers. It was full pitch. They have gotten one. They're coming back for the second. And the return comes in. So when you have that sort of very direct connection, you want to be as objective as possible.
And that's what I was just about to say. You shouldn't shy away from the discussion if you can approach it with a measure of objectivity. That's the key.
I don't shy away from the discussion.
Okay.
I never do. If you know who I am, I never shy away from. But I just try to be as guided and as objective as possible. Joseph comes into Tammy. Lovely shot off the pads into the boundary. It will be 4. So Alzari Joseph comes in just, I think, 2 fuller length, and he is against a pro.
Yeah.
This one was up And it went just past Raymond Reefer. But perhaps it had on too much. Reefer didn't move. We saw a similar situation in the first innings, but the situation was just a bit different. That ball was lobbed. Yes. So perhaps a more fleet-footed forward short leg may have made a difference. That's a good response. He got a short one, smelt the leather. He was ducking and the ball was still going across his face. So some aggression you see from Joseph, conceding 6 runs so far.
Yes, just pulling back the length.
But at the same time showing his capacity and versatility. So good to see West Indies having some youngsters. If you build on these two, Joseph and Seals, and you can build on Anderson Phillip. I also like Maxwell from the Windward Island.
Yes, and
he's out caught. Need to control the emotions, Brother Vinci. Lovely delivery outside the off stump. Tamim Iqbal was drawn into it. The ball took the edge, and a brilliant catch by Josh De Silva. Alzari Joseph takes the breakthrough, makes the breakthrough for the West Indies, pitching the ball. Lovely delivery. That one pitched just about middle and was leaving it and rising, and Josh De Silva dived in front, literally, of John Campbell at first dip, taking a nice one-handed catch to the left. Joseph came in, made the difference, gave up some runs, and he would be happy to have taken the breakthrough. This dismissal is a key one for the Bangladesh team. Tamim Iqbal going for 22.
Well, look, at the end of the day, the first 2 deliveries, yes, they brought runs for the batsman. But then he was able to make the adjustment, and you could see there was some effort. And I've been talking about that particular area on the pitch, that the batsmen, the bowlers, the fast bowlers have been getting response out of the pitch. And you could see that ball bounced a little on the batsman. It came back a little. And so you could see now he was in that, he came forward with a measure of uncertainty. The ball came back, took the edge, went. It could have been a catch for the first slip, but Joshua De Silva dove to his left, took a very brilliant catch, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, even though the preferred bowler has been having success and he's not having success, you have options, and I think in this case, again, me calling and
Craig Ratcliffe made a good move. I think it was a good move and a timely move to insert Alzari Joseph. What I also like was the setup of the over. The first delivery was full.
Well, yes.
It was outside the off stump. He got it too. The next one was full. Took it off the pads.
Right.
Just to the left of Raymond Reefer.
Right.
That went for 4. The next one was an aggressive short one that he smelled the leather.
And then
that was the setup delivery that took the wicket. It shows that the youngster is thinking, and it's good to see that the West Indies would have made the breakthrough in the context of the game, because had these two gone in at the end of the day, it could have been in a different situation. So Bangladesh, here losing their first wicket on 33. A huge improvement on what happened in the first innings, when they actually found themselves in a situation in which they were 16 for 3 during the first spell between Seals and Kimar Roach. This time they saw off Seals, and with Joseph being brought into the attack, they have lost their first wicket on 33. Iqbal for 22.
No, from a West Indian perspective, obviously you'd want to see them repeat what happened in the first innings. But again, Bangladesh is still a quality team. And so you're not going to come out here expecting that they're going to score 103, or they obviously would want to improve on what they scored in the first innings. What we want to see, or at least the West Indies team should see, that their bowlers are making the adjustments to force the batsmen into positions where they can take wickets. And obviously the Bangladeshi batsmen will want to score, do better than they did in the first innings.
And for the return of West Indies cricket to the top, it would have to be the young fast bowlers who are pushing that, because the batters are more on the sedate side. So here we see now the new batsman replacing, is it Wanimal Haq, the right-hander. He didn't score any in the first innings. Neither did Joy. Alzari Joseph comes in over the wicket to the right-hander. He covers up nicely.
It's actually Mehedi.
Mehedi
has
come in, so they have made, in fact, an adjustment to that. So you see confidence initially. What went wrong with Bangladesh in the first innings is that the first 3 dismissals were for ducks. And that is really, in fact, proved to be a disaster. So Mehedi, after taking 4 wickets, bowling well, here is an opportunity for him to show himself. Does he come in as all-round or night watchman? Goes back and he tries to crack that one, in fact, towards the backward point fielder. Well knocked down by Moti. That completes the over. Successful over for Alzari Joseph, who has 1 for 6. And Bangladesh almost getting into trouble with Sri Lanka. Bangladesh 33 for 1, Vinci. The lead continues to be reduced, but the critical thing is that the West Indies would have made the breakthrough.
Yeah, they have made the breakthrough, but they cannot just rest on us, continue to bowl consistently, hit the lines, force the batsmen into playing shots, not necessarily playing shots, but putting the ball in areas where the batsmen have that perception that they need to play the ball, and then let the movement or the pitch or whatever it is, the batsmen making mistakes, work in their favor.
Kemar Roach is in and he bowls to Joy. Joy leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Roach continues to toil away. He's not giving up much. May not be bowling as fast, just about 131 km per hour. But he is consistent and he keeps bowling in good areas. Full deliveries short of a good length deliveries. We have only seen 1 short ball from him, which was an excellent one. In fact, the first ball of the innings to Tamim. He comes in now, very strongly built, over the wicket. And Joy is wrapped on the pad, but that one may have taken the bat before. He looked to be in a bit of trouble, but at least he was able to get the bat on that. Kemar Roach has been around. 2009 came onto the scene. This one, fortunately, for Sri Lanka, there is no forward short leg, and that's one of the issues. Not because Roach is not bowling fiery pace. I believe that the forward short leg is important. Alzari Joseph gets the forward short leg, but at the same time, I think all the opening bowlers should get it. This one, a full pitch delivery. He's beaten outside the off stump. Kemar Roach is really mixing it up, and Hassan Joy is just replaying what he thought would have been the best stroke.
Not only is he mixing it up, but he's also on almost every delivery forcing the batsman or giving the batsman the perception that he has to play. And, it's just beating the bat on occasion. A great servant of West Indies cricket, Kemar Roach, has been on the scene. This is his 13th year on the international circuit for the West Indies. Driven by joy, good feeling on the part of Brathwaite. It's good to see that you can maintain yourself over time, as a fast bowler. 244 wickets, that's quite a lot of wickets. We have not had a pacer taking that many wickets since Curtly Ambrose would have left the scene. Yeah, that's true. And
that's over 20 years ago.
As you say, a good servant to West Indies cricket, and he continues to be that way. Very consistent in his approach, and
comes into Joy. Joy comes forward, shows the full face of the bat back to Roach, and he seems to be very tempered and very disciplined. I don't know him personally, but you just get that impression that is a solid personality, a solid individual. Keeps himself fit of 1 or 2 injuries, but at the same time, in fact, when he came in, his strong build, his strong thighs, his strong upper body,
and bowled with a lot of pace
at the beginning of his career, and now he is still around to pass on the trade to the younger bowlers. Driven by joy out to the fielder at point. the over has come to an end. It's 33 for 1, a maiden by Kimar Roach. But there is something about Joy, about his playing of the stroke. Oftentimes he actually stands up and he would drive the ball almost square of the wicket. Usually the drives would go there. He rather punches the ball. He's not cutting. And I think there is something peculiar about his technique.
Well, what it is not so much that he does not go into the shot, but he tends to play it a lot later than most batsmen will. And so what happens is that it tends to run squarer of the wicket more so than going forward.
Alzari Joseph is in with a good one, and on this occasion what we see is Mahidi playing it back, not as comfortable. It was rising towards the chest. I think at this stage, if I were the captain, which is an impossibility, I would have had a silly mid-off along with the forward short leg fielder. Look at that delivery. Rising, played in the air. But then it's vacant. You have pressure. Keep pressure. Keep it on. Here is Joseph into Mahidi. Mahidi gets a full pitch one on the booth. Well, takes it off the booth with a flick shot out towards square leg. They have gotten one. They have gotten two. And Jaden Seals gets there before Raymond Reefer, who had to take off the helmet in order to get there.
A good strong return there right alongside the stumps from Jaden Seals. But that one just a bit too full from Alzari after pushing back the batsman. I don't know if maybe he was searching for the Yorker there.
I think that was it. It was definitely an attempted Yorker coming in swinging Yorker, but it got to him on the full and he was able to turn it nicely. Reefer puts back on the helmet. The three slips, the gully. They are waiting. Here is Joseph into Mahidi. Mahidi stays this one. Just one bounce to Bonner at gully. And there is no run.
However, you could see that Alzari is intent on taking wicket there. He's attacking, and there's not usually attacking bowlers tend to go a bit more
expensive at
runs.
times.
But once they are having success, you can live with the extra runs that they may give away.
Alzari has come on a long way, and he has clawed himself back into the ODI team, and also should be in the T20 team. Comes in. Oh, he's out caught. He gets wicket number 2. Was trying to steal this one, and the ball flew off the edge straight into the lap of Kyle Mayers at first slip. Joseph coming in with a good spell here to push back the Bangladesh team. They are now 35 for 2. Mahidi goes. The night watchman trick didn't work. A lovely delivery from Joseph. Pitched just outside the off stump and coming in. And in the end, a good catch by Kyle Mayers. Alzari Joseph being rewarded for consistency and for aggression.
I tell you something, sir. Mahidi and the other Bangladesh teammates saw what was happening when the ball hits that location in the pitch, and they don't want any of that with a bowler of Alzari's pace. And so if you notice, he didn't get in line. He stood on the side and played the ball away on his side, and so he was not able to cover that delivery and play it down in front of him. And what effectively happened is that the ball took the edge and flew to first slip. And I just believe that from that end, the fast bowlers will be more effective from that end, simply because of that area that we've been speaking about all day, that gives somewhat of a variable bounce.
And you see the thought back into Joseph's bowling. The first delivery was short and it was disconcerting. He bobbled it in the air on the off. The next one was full, and then the third one hit the spot. And I think that is the smart move by Joseph.
And it even bounced a bit. There was a little extra bounce also on that delivery.
Real heartwarming bowling by the young West Indian fast bowler.
And I mean, even though Alzari is the one who's having the results here, that is what I expected from Jaden Seals at the start.
So, here is Joseph. Oh, first delivery. Not a bad delivery at all, and coming forward on this occasion.
And you see the measure of tentativeness by the batsman.
Shanto, the left-hander. So, two left-handers, in fact, one left-hander in.
Joy is still there.
Najmo Hussain Shanto, along with Joy, so Tamim Iqbal, would have departed, and also Mahidi, both to Joseph. Joseph having 2 for 8, and he's only in his the last ball of his second over. A wicket every over. This one a good one, but well played on the part of Shanto. Not a successful over for Al-Jazari Joseph. West Indies clawing back, in fact, the efforts of the Bangladeshis. They are 35 for 2. At one stage, they looked to have been off to a reasonable start, Vincey Boyne, but Al-Jazari Joseph has come in and dented their resolve.
Yes, he has certainly pegged them back. 2 quick wickets there for Al-Jazari, and I think actually he's been 2 quick wickets from good deliveries. And he certainly has answered a captain. He has answered the call that the captain has made, and he has come in making those 2 breakthroughs. And I think he's feeling buoyant, and I feel like he feels like he's going to do more this afternoon. We should see that maybe we would see a lot more coming from him, maybe increased pace, increased aggression.
Kyle Mayers, the man with the golden arm, replaces Kimar Roach. He comes into Joy. Joy's beaten outside the off-stump immediately. And this man, you may say he doesn't have the pace, but he has something special. He knows the angles. He knows the movements, and he has it. He uses the seam well, and he works his hand around the seam. That one touched down, and that one left the right-hander. It was, in fact, almost in reverse style, because it was coming in, touched down, and then left the right-handed batsman. Kyle Mayers, his short career has been rather impressive. Oh, he gets another one. Touching around that grass area that we were speaking about. And that is where the thinking factor comes in. Outside the off-stump, he knows he has the capacity to move it away. And that one definitely left Joy. Joy, though, rolled his fingers on that one. Really good to see here. 35 for 2. Joy is on 11 from 35 deliveries. Can he survive this over? This one is angled to the stumps. They're coming through for a quick single. Wow, a direct hit from the man Raymond Reefer, the left-hander. But fortunately,
aiming at only one stump.
Yes, and Santo was on because he was at a short square leg position, picked it up and fired. But the batsman got into the crease, so Santo is safe. Hassan Joy is on 12. The score moves to 36 for 2. Bangladesh, they trail by 126 runs, so they're still under pressure to avoid an innings defeat. Anything can happen. If they lose another before they go in to rest, they definitely will be under pressure. And I think losing Tamim Iqbal is critical.
Yeah.
To the innings. Here is Mayers covering up nicely. Shanto plays the ball back up on the onside, and Raymond Reefer fields, and there is no one. Raymond Reefer also provides another option in terms of an all-round, a bowling option. But in this game, based on the scores, based on Bangladesh's 103 in the first innings, he wasn't required. And the current situation, 36 for 2. He may not be required, but still, it's the game of cricket. Anything is possible. Shanto faces up to Kyle Mayers from around the wicket. This one leaves the left-hander. He leaves it alone as well. Allows Josh Da Silva to take it. And there is no run. So, the combination here for the West Indies, Joseph, Seals, Roach, along with Kyle Mayers and Moti, are pretty much a good option. I think the batters are going to have to stand up when you get bigger opposition. Mayers being driven out to deep mid-off by Shanto. Seals fields, no run. That completes the over, 36 for 2. After coming from you, Vincey Boy, and Jack Matthew will take up the ball by ball.
Yes, one of the impressive things about Kyle Mayers when he comes on to bowl is that not only does he have a golden arm, but he tends to make it difficult for the batsman to score. And it also not only gives him an opportunity to take wickets, but also gives his partner, the bowler that he's bowling in tandem with, an opportunity for taking wickets. And that's what putting pressure on the batsman in terms of scoring runs can do for you.
First ball from Alzari Joseph is clipped away into the onside towards the mid-on position, and he can't get a run for it. So Shanto on naught, Hassan Joy on 12, 36 for 2 is the score. For Bangladesh batting a second time.
Yes, and Alzari will be looking to continue having success. Definitely running in with good rhythm. Oh.
Ball going through to the wicket keeper. Taken by Joshua De Silva. The score remains on 36 for 2. 36 for 2 is the score for Bangladesh in their second innings. You're watching Alzari Joseph bowling from the far end. On his way from this, Andy Robertson is on his way to bowl. And this ball is defensively played by Hassan Joy on the onside. So Bangladesh with their backs against the wall here, losing the prize wicket of Tamim Iqbal. He was caught by De Silva brilliantly off the bowling of Joseph for 22. Made from 31 deliveries, hit 4 fours. And then Mehedi Hassan came in early, obviously with a ploy in mind, but it did not work because he was removed by Joseph as well, caught by Mayers at second slip outside the line of the off stump, not committing the batsman to a stroke. And Hassan Joy, in the twilight of the second day, was quite happy to allow that one to go by. Scoreboard showing after this over 9 to come. And yesterday they closed off at about 5:30. I think that will be the case again today. I don't think they will go beyond 5:30, and it's going to be difficult for the West Indies to bowl 9 overs between now and that 5:30 period. As Alzari Joseph sprints in once more outside the off-stump. Similar delivery and a similar reaction by the batsman. Yeah. Taken by wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, 36 for 2.
Just needs to get it a bit closer. Bowling with good pace, good length also. Just probably needs to get it much closer to the off-stump line. Allow that to give the batsman that perception that he needs to play and let the ball work for him.
Alzari Joseph looks at the ball now and then comes in. Smooth approach, right arm over the wicket. And Hassan Joy is defending, just going on to the back foot there and hurrying the defensive prod into the offside. Alzari Joseph completes another over. He has picked up 2 for 8 in 3 overs, 2 for 8 in 3. And Bangladesh 36 for 2 in their second innings, having conceded a lead of 162, with the West Indies being bowled out for 265.
Yeah, just completing a maiden over there, and he's bowling with a fair degree of pace, hitting about 87 miles per hour, 139 Ks. So he's working up some good pace. It's cool conditions out there, so he doesn't have to worry about over-exerting himself.
Kyle Mayers continues. He's bowling around the wicket right arm, and a ball is outside off stump. And the left-handed Shanto allows the ball to go by. He's yet to score. 6 deliveries he has faced so far. He'll be trying to stay until the close, along with Hassan Joy, to give Bangladesh a degree of hope. But it's a very, very daunting task facing them at this time. And we're watching Kyle Mayers, 71 on his back. He runs away from us into bowl to Shanto, and he's defending, coming onto the front foot and pushing the ball out to Kemar Roach at mid-on. Can't get his first run. Hassan Joy remains on 12, 36 for 2. They trail by 126.
Yes, Mayer's strongly built young man, even though he bowls just a bit of medium pace, but he gets the ball to move around a bit and certainly asks questions of the batsman.
He's in again, and the batsman is defending. Shanto up to the extra cover area, and Raymond Reefer is in to do the fielding. He moves the ball very late as well, which is something the batsmen really hate, because you don't want to be playing at a line and then all of a sudden the ball will just jag away from you. And he has picked up some wickets in that fashion. So he can be a very dangerous customer Kyle Mayers, Barbadian, runs away from us, goes past Gerald Wilson, and it's driven into the offside, not getting the timing into the stroke, and it bounces out to Raymond Reef at extra cover, 36 for 2.
And he's keeping the shine on that ball, very vigorously rubbing it on his flannels. Are they still referred to as flannels?
I'm not sure. That's the old-fashioned word. That's the old-fashioned term, and I think it had to do with the fabric. Here is a ball which is driven into the onside. Good-looking stroke there by Shanto, coming positively onto the front foot and driving the ball back past the bowler to the left of the bowler. But Kemar Roach is rather straight at mid-on, and he had the time to come around. The ball was travelling quickly as well, so there's no opportunity for the batsman to go for a run, 36 for 2.
Yes, well played, flowing nicely off of the bat, but the fielder well positioned to ensure that no runs were scored.
Kyle Mayers is in. The last delivery is outside the off stump, and the batsman is watchful, Hassan Joy, and it's taken. In fact, Shanto was the batsman, taken by the wicket keeper, Joshua De Silva, who took that brilliant catch, going full stretch away to his left and holding on to that delivery to dismiss the Bangladesh opening batsman Tamim Iqbal. So much resting on his shoulders, but not being able to deliver, twice falling in the 20s. In the first innings he got 29, the second innings he got 22. So the West Indies are very, very happy to see the back of him because he can be a dangerous player. In the warm-up match, he made 162. But in this test match, falling short. The over has begun from Alzari Joseph to Hassan Joy, a defensive prod. And they picked up by mid-on.
Yes, and we must commend Joshua De Silva for having a good game with the gloves. He took a number of catches in the first innings. He has already taken one in the second innings, a very brilliant one, I might say. And, he has the opportunity to probably have some more catches in this innings. I think it was 4 he took in the first innings.
Alzari Joseph is in, and here is Joy coming on to the front foot. Looking to beat the man at mid-off, unable to do so. The captain, Craig Brathwaite, is there at a rather short mid-off position. The ball went straight to him. 36 for 2. It has been on 36 for some time. Bangladesh. There are 4 slips in place here, all waiting for that edge. They crouch as Alzari Joseph strides into bowl, and Joy is defending. Just going onto the back for this, standing up straight, allowing the ball to come onto that erect bat. And he goes out to the extra cover position, the mid-off, in the captain coming around to do the fielding. And there is no run. So he's sort of meandering between extra cover and mid-off, Craig Brathwaite, the only man in front of the bat on the offside. So he's kind of patrolling that area.
Yeah, just ensuring that nothing is given away.
Yes, number of the balls have come very close to him in that position. Gets a lift in delivery and goes readily underneath that one, Hassan Joy. Alzari Joseph just testing the hooking capacity of the batsman. But clearly he's not a happy hooker. He may be a joy, but he's not a happy hooker.
Maybe he's a joyful hooker, but he's not. He's not prepared to try hooking at this moment, especially in the position that the Bangladesh team are at the moment.
And Alzari Joseph is certainly bowling at that pace, and with that length would have been a difficult shot to make outside the line of the off stump. And the batsman doesn't offer. Looked as if it came back a little bit after pitching, but he had that off stump covered and taken by the wicket keeper.
Just not pitched on that length where the ball would hit the top of the off stump, and if he could get it right on that spot, I think it would force the batsman to play, because he would be very concerned whether leaving that ball alone or leaving any deliveries alone can hit the stumps.
So the West Indies looking for more success. Alzari Joseph is in, trying to get his third wicket, punched away towards the extra cover position. And the captain patrolling that area moves away from mid-off Alzari Joseph completes another over. He has taken 2 for 8. That was a maiden. He has bowled 4 overs now. 2 for 8. Shanto yet to score. Hassan Joy on 12. Bangladesh trailing by 162 overall on first innings. 36 for 2. Now trailing by 126.
I suspect the captain may stick with Alzari till the end of the day's play. Well, you know, he has brought back Kemar Roach into the attack. I thought maybe it would be a good opportunity to maybe bring back Jaden Seals and see if he would have relaxed a little and if a change of end would bring some success.
Roach is in full length outside the off stump, much too wide to bring a stroke from Shanto, and he was happy to allow it to go by into the gloves of wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva. So the West Indies subsiding after they were very well placed to get a massive lead on first innings. They were going well in terms of getting the runs on the board. We had the impetus coming from the vice captain in Jermaine Blackwood. Here is Kemar Roach around the wicket, right arm, closer to the batsman, again of full length. But once more, Shanto was prepared to lift the bat and through to the keeper. And so they were going well, and then the innings subsided. They were at one point 224 for 5. 224 for 5, the West Indies. And then they were all out for 265. So it was a case there, Vincey Boyne, who is a mathematician, to say that the last 5 West Indian wickets fell for how many runs? 24 from 65. This ball is played away nicely through the offside, through the backward to the point area, and it will be pulled back. That looks to be Alzari Joseph in pursuit, and they come back for the second one. So Shanto is off the mark, getting that one square, guiding it away down to the point position for a couple of runs, and the score now 38 for 2.
Yes, Shanto has looked quite positive. It doesn't look to be very troubled at the crease so far. And I think the Bangladesh team would want to see him continue having success out there because they're in a very tight position.
Ball turned away into the onside. They'll get another run. They'll get another couple here as they mid-on, having to come around. That's Jaden Seals. And they're back for the second. So a couple down to the point area and then towards straight mid-wicket. Shanto is on 4, 40 for 2.
And based on the field setting, the captain only has 2 fielders on the onside. So Roach would want to keep that ball just about off stump, thereabout, so that the batsmen do not exploit all of that real estate on the onside and picking up easy runs.
Roach runs away from us into bowl to Shanto, and Shanto allows a ball of full length outside the off stump to go by. So the last 5 West Indian wickets fell for 41 runs, a decline after they were 224 for 4. And Raymond Reefer yesterday made 11 after John Campbell fell for 24. Today Craig Brathwaite made 94. Nkrumah Bonner 33, Jermaine Blackwood 63, Kyle Mayers 7, Joshua De Silva 1, Alzari Joseph 0, Kemar Roach 0, Gudakesh Moti was unbeaten on 23. This time it's in line with the stumps, and Shanto is forward and plays it back to Roach. And that was the last ball of the over. Shanto is on 4, Hassan Joy on 12, 40 for 2. And the last man dismissed was Jaden Seals, ambitiously trying to sweep the off-spinner Mahedi, and was trapped in front. He went for 1. The West Indies 265 all out.
Yes, 265, losing their last 5 wickets for just 41 runs also. That really, in the first place, we have to give the Bangladesh bowlers some credit. But again, I think the West Indian batsmen themselves put themselves in that position. And so it really did not give them the lead that I believe they would have been looking for.
We're watching Alzari Joseph as he continues. And this ball is hitting the inside edge of the bat onto the pad and falling not far from that off stump. So the batsman there, Hassan Joy, deciding to go back and almost played it on.
And that was a quick delivery, just coming back into the batsman, coming out of that area where they have been getting that disconcerting bounce. And you could see he was really hustled and hurried into that shot.
It was from the bat onto the boot, and then just going away from the stumps. Alzarri Joseph strides in again, right arm over the wicket into bowl to Hassan Joy outside the off stump. He elects to allow this one to go by outside the line of that off stump. So Mehedi was the most successful bowler for Bangladesh, carrying his overall haul in Test cricket to 132, picking up 4 wickets. Had 4 for 59 in 22.5 overs. Khalid Ahmed had 2 for 59. Ebadot Hussain grabbed 2 for 65. Principal wicket takers. This one is driven back past the bowler. It's going to go close to the boundary. Kemar Roach is in pursuit. He will lose the battle, and it has gone away for 4 runs. So it was driven along the ground past the right hand of Alzarri Joseph following through. It didn't look as if it had enough pace to go into the boundary. Kemar Roach was giving chase. He's not the most fleet-footed of fielders, and just could not get there in time, and he ran away for 4. But the timing was superb from the batsman.
I think it was a well-executed punch down the ground also. I think Alzarri may have gotten a finger to the ball, deflected it, but not enough to stop it from going into the boundary. I think it's a very well-executed drive by the batsman.
Hassan Joy, he's defending this time, and he rolls down to Kemar Roach at mid-on. 44 for 2 is the Bangladesh score. They trail now by 118.
Yeah, good going so far by Hassan Joy. He doesn't seem very much disturbed by the situation or what's happening out there. And he's been looking quite comfortable this afternoon. Beaten by a few deliveries earlier by Kyle Mayers that touched down and left him. But all in all, has looked quite comfortable.
Sellers over his bat. Right-hander. And Alzarri Joseph is in to bowl him outside the off stump. And again, he allows the work to be done by the wicketkeeper, Joshua De Silva. So Mehedi picking up 4 wickets in the match to carry his overall tally to 132. His best figures in Test cricket being 7 for 58.
Mehedi,
yes. 7 for 58. He has had 8 5-wicket hauls and 2 10-wicket hauls in Test cricket. Here is Alzarri Joseph in to bowl to the right-handed Hassan Joy, and he's defending the last ball of the over, and it's picked up by Craig Brathwaite at the wide mid-off position. 44 for 2. Bangladesh trailing by 118 as we near the close of the second day of this Test match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The first of 2. The second will start at the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia on Friday.
Yes, and the West Indies are doing quite well this afternoon so far. Compliments of the 2 breakthroughs that Alzarri had earlier in the innings. And I believe that they would want to grow from strength to strength here. I think in the last over there, even though Alzarri tried to bowl a delivery a little fuller length and it was punched back past him, I don't think it's a bad idea maybe bringing the ball up a little and see if he can get a bit of swing or movement off of the pitch and maybe get a nick through to the keeper or the slip corner.
Well, interest will, and the focus now will be on Kemar Roach as he looks to continue to begin his 8th over, none for 15. And he's on his way. He's bowling around the wicket, right arm, full length delivery, a little bit of movement away after pitching, but the left-handed Shanto wasn't inclined to play, and through to the wicket keeper.
Well, he's employing going around the wicket, something that he has done in the latter stages of his career to left-handed batsmen, having the ability to take it away from the batsman and also bring it back into the batsman. And he has been proven to be quite effective to left-handed batsmen in the last few years.
Yes, came into this Test match with 242 wickets. Kemar Roach is in to Shanto, and Shanto is getting a ball which keeps a little bit low. outside the line of the off stump. He looks at the bottom of the bat.
It came off of the bottom edge of the bat.
And went through to the wicket keeper. So again, we see just a little bit of variation there in the bounce. Ball hitting the pitch and not rising as high as he would have liked. Hit towards the bottom part of the bat and went underneath the bat and through to the wicket keeper. Kemar Roach turns and runs away from us into bowl to Shanto, and Shanto is onto the front foot. In fact, pronounced stride forward to that particular delivery based on what had happened before.
And stabbing at it.
And perhaps must have pulled a muscle as well in his attempt to come forward there. And right forward, he must have stretched maybe the hamstring of the left leg. And so he's hobbling a bit.
And they were just replaying his dismissal in the first innings when Kemar Roach was able to bring one back at him and came through the gate, took the off stump. So I think he would be mindful of that and is playing to try and eliminate any movement of the deliveries.
Ooh. He is beaten by this delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he seems to be in real trouble here.
Yes.
Could really be a hamstring problem because he's hobbling now. He tried to play that delivery, making the stride forward, and looks to be really hurt at the moment. That left leg, the ball outside the line of the off stump and hitting the face of the bat and going into the offside. So he's seeking some attention from the dressing room with Bangladesh 44 for 2, and they can really ill afford to lose someone. He seems to.
You see he's heavily strapped around the knees.
Right, so probably there's an injury.
And there was a ball that crept back in and hit the inside edge onto his leg, and I don't know if that is where he's having the problems right now. But you can see the physio is working on him. Looks like they're concentrating on the area of the knee also.
Yeah, so he's getting some on-the-field attention at the moment with Bangladesh 44 for 2. Shanto, he's on 4 from 21 deliveries. And so they're going to have to make a decision whether he will continue or whether someone will come out to replace him based on how he is positioned at the moment. He seems to be in pain.
Yeah.
And I think they will see someone coming out. I think he's going to be forced to retire at the moment. I think he's going to have to come off, and I think the umpires are trying to find out, well, what's the situation here, because the time is going, and they have to make a decision whether he'll be able to continue or not.
Who knows? It may be a deliberate ploy also to use up some of the time and so that they don't lose any further wickets throughout the course of play. We are just about 6 minutes away from 5:30. Yesterday, play ended at around 5:30. Even though there are just a little over 4 overs left in the day's play, they may not want to see those additional 4 overs. And if he's in discomfort, I think he would also want to not have to face the bowlers with the measure of discomfort that he's experiencing out there.
Yes, and I think that decision is going to come in a while as to whether he'll be able to continue or not. The 2 umpires out there, umpire Gerald Wilson and Chris Gaffney, they're in conversation at the moment, but it's an extended break in proceedings, especially considering that it's very, very close to the end of the day's play. So I thought that they would be looking to make an early decision as to whether he'll be able to continue or not. And so he's now getting back onto his feet, and whether he'll be putting the pads on. Yes, he'll be putting the pads on. So it looks as if he will continue to bat here after getting some treatment from the physiotherapist.
Yes, so he seems like he's better now, and they would have burned up some time. So maybe another 2 overs left in the day's play.
based on the time that has elapsed.
Yes.
during the treatment.
Or the time remaining.
So we'll just have to wait and see. As I said yesterday, they had a cut-off at 5:30. We'll see if it will be a similar occurrence here on the second day of this match, which is very much advanced. And there is a possibility of the game ending tomorrow, because yesterday, based on the wickets that fell, that's normally over a 2-day period of a test match. So yesterday it was 2 days in one, in effect, based on how fast the proceedings went. So 44 for 2. Here is Kemar Roach. He's in, and the batsman is defending. He plays it into the offside. And here is Raymond Reefer skipping around to his left from that extra cover position to pick the ball up. And the score remains on 44 for 2. So he's going to hobble through the rest of the proceedings. He's going to be trying to stay until the end. Shanto, he has 4 from 22 deliveries. And Kemar Roach, a long string of fast bowlers from Barbados to play it for the West Indies. He bounds in and bowls to Shanto, who's coming onto the front and driving beautifully through the offside for 4. A ball will beat Craig Brathwaite. It does so now. And that's 4 runs to Shanto. So a ball of half volley length outside the line of the off stump, and he leant on it and he played it beautifully. Timing was superb, exquisitely played by Shanto to the right of Craig Brathwaite. He could not pull it back, and so he has ended the over with a delightful 4. And Bangladesh now going on as they try to erase this deficit of 162 on first innings, 48 for 2.
Very well played there, just stepping out into the delivery. Even though he's been facing some discomfort, he was not afraid to step out and just punch that through the offside. 4 good-looking runs.
Here is Alzari Joseph now, and it is short. And Hassan Joy was underneath that delivery very, very quickly. Taken by the wicket keeper, just skipping away to his left down the leg side. So the West Indies pace attack has been very, very effective in the first innings. Pace accounted for all the dismissals in that paltry 103 by Bangladesh. So talking about the string of fast bowlers who have come from Barbados, could you, Vincey, just pick out the ones that really stood out in your mind? Here is Alzari Joseph, and Hassan Joy is defending.
Well, obviously, Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner, those are the 2 that come to mind immediately. After that, it's Wes Hall would be a third one.
Before that, of course.
Charlie Griffith. Mm-hmm. But Malcolm Marshall certainly and Joel Garner would be the 2 that would come to mind immediately.
Yes, and those 4 really are the outstanding ones. This ball is defensively played. It goes on the onside of the pitch. And will be picked up by Kemar Roach at the mid-on position. Hall and Griffith, they played essentially in the 1960s for the West Indies.
Others that came through with some promise would have been Franklin Stevenson, Ezra Mosley, Hartley Aline, but their history as far as going off to South Africa, that sort of curtailed their career. Whether they would have had an opportunity to play for West Indies. But another one that comes to mind is Sylvester Clarke.
Yes, he was quick. Ball driven into the offside and through the extra cover region. Giving chase is Raymond Reefer. He'll pull it back well inside the boundary. In fact, it's Moti Kanai. And they will come back for the second. The 50 coming up for Bangladesh with that stroke. So they're 50 for 2. 50 coming up in the 20th over. Hassan Joy, 18, and Shanto on 8.
Yes, a very nice drive. And again, Hassan Joy is looking quite comfortable. However, still opportunities there. I think some effort balls could be fuller length balls too.
He's in once more. This time it's back of a length, short of a length delivery. And the batsman, Hassan Joy, was down on his knee and allowing that ball to go by. You called Sylvester Clarke, the late Sylvester Clarke. He used to play for Surrey in the English County Championship. County now that his fellow Barbadian in Kemar Roach plays for. And he Kemar Rhodes coming into this test match had a bit of doubt. This ball is again shortish, and no shot offered by Hassan Joy, taken by the wicketkeeper. And we forgot Wayne Daniel, who was really quick.
Yeah, he was really quick also, but again, in terms of body of work, he didn't have the same body of work as some of the others that we referred to prior. I think Sylvester Clarke would have been at an unfortunate stage, or came at a time when West Indies had so many fast bowlers, and as we could look out there now, we see that the umpires have called play for the day.
Yes, and you're right. He did not have that work because he came along when they had a string of fast bowlers, yes. Wayne Daniel, yes. As it was a case that sometimes he was left out of the West Indies 11 because there was Andy Roberts, there was also Michael Holding at that point, Colin Croft,
and Joel Garner.
And Joel Garner. So, yes, Wayne Daniel sometimes was left out of the side, but he had pace and he bowled very, very fast.
Yes.
During that 1976 tour to England by the West Indies. So, play has ended on day 2. Bangladesh 50 for 2. They trailed by 112. They conceded a deficit of 162 on the first innings. And they will be hoping to build on this position and give the West Indies something to chase at and give themselves a chance in this test match. But the odds very much in favour of the West Indies at the moment. And they'll be coming into the third day with the hope of finishing off the Bangladesh innings and take a 1-0 lead in this 2-test series.
Yes, they certainly would want to come out. But again, the work is not done. The West Indies bowlers cannot sit back hoping that they can just come out, bowl, hit the lines, and hope that the Bangladesh batsmen are going to gift them their wickets. They are going to have to put in the work. As you can see, the pitch is now flattening out somewhat, and it's also drying out, and so they will have to put in some extra work to ensure that they can pry out these Bangladesh batsmen and get themselves, if not bowl them out for under the 100 and under the deficit that the Bangladesh are faced with, bowl them out so that they have a very small total to chase.
So, looking at the situation during the course of the day, the West Indies began at 95 for 2 with Craig Brathwaite on 42 and Jermaine Blackwood on 12. And these two batted on for the West Indies, and they carried that score from the 95 overnight before the West Indies lost the wicket. In fact, it was Nkrumah Bonner who was unbeaten on 12. And Nkrumah Bonner was the first to go. He fell when the score was 134. He was bowled by Shakib Al Hassan for 33. Made of 96 deliveries with 3 fours. That's Nkrumah Bonner. And then Jermaine Blackwood continued. And Kyle Mayers yes, and then we had Kyle Mayers falling. Kyle Mayers was LBW to Mehedi Hassan for 7. And then later on we saw the West Indies innings subsiding with the last 5 wickets falling for just 41 runs. The last 5 wickets falling for 45 runs, 265 all out. And one of the situations that developed during the day was the demise of Craig Brathwaite for 94. We all felt that he would have been able to get to that 100, but he was LBW to Khalid Ahmed with a ball which kept a little bit low, and he was on the back foot and he was trapped plumb in front. Jermaine Blackwood got to 63 before he departed. So those were the main scorers for the West Indies. And at the end, Gudakesh Moti in his first innings at the test level, he was unbeaten on 23. Playing delightfully at times, had 4 boundaries in that knock. Pick up the bowlers for Bangladesh. The off-spinner Mehedi Hassan, he had 4 for 59 in 22.5 overs, and there were 2 wickets each for Khalid Ahmed and Ebadat Hussain. A lead of 162 for the West Indies early on today.
And the Bangladesh team have chipped away just about 50 runs off of that deficit. So now they're left with 112 runs behind with 8 wickets in hand. Tomorrow, I'm sure they'll be poised to come out and continue the fight with the West Indies. They certainly would want to continue batting in the way that they have been batting. At least their 2 batsmen at the crease are looking quite comfortable. However, the West Indies, they have their work cut out for them, because the pitch, I'm sure they're not going to expect, or even though they would like to have the same results as they did in the first innings, they cannot expect that they're going to get the same results in this second innings, and they have to expect that they're going to have to work harder to pry out the next 8 batsmen for the Bangladesh team.
So far, they have removed Tamim Iqbal for 22 and Mehdi Hassan for 2. At the end of the day's play, Mahmudul Hassan Joy unbeaten on 18, and Najmul Hossein Shanto 8 not out. And Bangladesh 50 for 2, 112 they trail in their second innings. Alzari Joseph picking up both wickets. He has had 2 for 14 in 6 overs. So that's the story on day 2 of this opening test match between Bangladesh and the West Indies here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The West Indies 265 after dismissing Bangladesh for 103, and Bangladesh closing at 50 for 2. We'll be back tomorrow with more coverage of this test match. Until then, Jack Matthew saying goodbye from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited, available only from Total Import Supplies.